Still working on a little while in the night. Just 40 hours around the line. See the light. The boss saying I look tired. I don't mind. You'll be working in a small box till you die. For me, you gotta be free all my life. I want a little green cheese in my pie. Alright. Yes, God, yes, God. Oh, you know that. Greenback Boogie, motherfucking Boogie. Now put on a big wheel, walking hard, hanging with them big D's of the cars. Got me a couple of things straight from God. I wanna be fine, I wanna be fine, living in a big house. I don't mind, need to see a soul with the making money. Alright. See anybody wanna stay for your meal? I'll say it's gonna put some love in your life. Don't you really wanna know how it feels? Everybody wanna see what it's like, but you even wanna be inside. It ain't lies. We all know there's better things in this life.
Good morning, YTBC. Peace, everybody. It's Friday. I hope everybody is having a blessed and awesome existence, all within the sound of my voice and the playback gang. Yo, it's been another slow boxing week. One that's been wrought with all kinds of new entrants participants in our little part of the internet where we talk about boxing. And sometimes it's a very respectful and even somewhat dignified atmosphere. But there's some places where, I frequent in this community where people behave as if the rules of conventions and polite society never existed. And in those spaces, I generally what can I say about it? Well, I'll put it like this: my parents didn't raise no punk, right? So, when I am out there swinging swords in those type of environments, it can get it can get what's the word? It can go beyond the pale, right? But I think that people think that just because you're on the internet, that gives them some like carve out from their real life, or like the rules of societies, of our our combined and connected societies, don't apply. But I'm here to tell you guys something. Um, yeah, there are still laws governing interpersonal interactions, even on the internet. So towards that end, no matter how beyond the pale I may seem to get, what I don't really do is break the law about how we should treat each other. Period. At every juncture in our life, whether we think it's real, fake, imagined, whatever the hell it is, whether we're brains in the vat, whether we're stuck in the matrix, whatever the fuck, what is happening in our life. I'm not trying to address the problems of hard solipsism. I'm just saying that, yeah, it can get rough and grimy on here, but let's try to stay being good to each other and making sure we leave this community better than we found it. And towards that end, we're going to talk about boxing and not what the hell goes on the internet and YTBC. Fuck, but what another, but I mean, I guess we're creeping in on the Zilly Zhang and Joe Joyce rematch or something like that. Fuck if I know. Let me go ahead and put the links, but we're going to discuss all the relevant news, and it seems to be that the boxing world and the boxing writers and boxing media have gotten a bit lazy. They're just going along with the people who seem to have been running the headlines of last year and earlier this year and the year before. And there's just spin-offs of the guys that I put in there, right? Like, we can talk about Usyk and Fury and all that stuff, but what's Usyk and Fury without AJ and Wilder, right? They're the second tier guys that just happen to win fights. Much, I think, to the dismay of the boxing media. But now they're like rehashing that rivalry. And if you're an American, what's AJ and Wilder without Wilder, right? And then you have you have Charlo and Canelo, the fight that we actually get. But surrounding the Charlo and Canelo fight, we have all these other fights. You have Bud and Spence, Anyway, you can't get away from Al Heyman with this whole thing. But then you also have Tank, the new money man. Like, anyway, it seems that no matter what the hell the boxing world's stories are for this week, they all seem to somehow satellite at the nexus, at the core of this, at the nexus of all of these storylines. You find Bob Arum, Al Heyman, Deontay Wilder, Errol Spence, fucking Tank Davis. I don't know if it's Groundhog Day. I don't know if it's Matrix. I don't know if this is the third ring of hell or whatever ring that corresponds to Dante's divine comedy when it comes to being stuck in a fucking same spot. Reliving the mediocrity of existence, the mundane and tediousness, because you didn't actually step outside your comfort zone and see if more was even possible. Even try to imagine more for yourself. You know what I mean? So we're not gonna fall into that hole. We're gonna always imagine more for ourselves here. But before we get into chopping up really the meat and the potatoes of today's stream and this week's wrap up, let me go ahead and do some housekeeping. Said I get the link out there, but it's going to take me a minute. Sorry, guys. I think we may be having the tavern join at some point. I'm not certain about that, but hopefully that's the case. We can work that out. I'd love to see. I'd love to combine the two audiences again. The last time that happened, boy, was that it was fireworks. I liked the outcome. I don't know if, well, apparently Matt Chad liked it too because he wants to do it again, or he liked it enough to be open to doing it again. I'll put it that way. So yeah, let's make it happen. If you guys would just bear with me for a second, I'm going to link this and then I'll welcome everybody into the building. And then, sorry, not into the building. I'll welcome everyone to the building. And then I will, not into, but just to. And then we will get going on and we'll go for as long as we can. You know what I mean? So let me do this. Hold up. I want to dance the greenback boogie. Yeah, man. Everybody wants to dance the greenback boogie. Everybody wants to see how it feels. Everybody wants to know what it's like. Get another piece of pie for your wife. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm not trying to do that right now. Hold up. 1 second, guys. Bear with. Oh shit, is that somebody at my door? Hold up. Was that my? Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. All right. Here we go. And of course, because I always keep a gazillion tabs open, my computer is running at a snail's pace. I need the studio here. All right. The studio is now loading. Once that thing gets fucking all together, then I can have access to the chat. Then I can paste the link like so. Little Control V action. Hit the old send button. Have the 3 dots come up sometime this century. There we are. And then pin that message to top so that anyone who does want to chop it up now, they can do so at their leisure. All right. So, what's the first? Oh, right. Let me welcome everybody, and then we'll dive right in. I think I'm going to start with the Shakur story, as that seems to be the one that's fluid, and then we'll go to the to once again Terrence Crawford versus Spence, like build up, and we'll go even back. No, you know what? I'll go in chronological order. I'll start AJ Wilder build up, and then I'll jump to Spence Crawford. But before I do all that, I'm gonna go ahead and welcome everyone to the building. As a matter of fact, Brandon is of course the first person on stream. Beats everybody damn near every time. Lightning used to be the dude, but now we have Brandon. What's happening, Brandon? How you doing?
Hello.
What's going on?
Nice to meet you, GT.
To meet me, yeah, it was. But we've met long time ago in YouTube parlance these days. Like we've been
Yeah.
friends since the beginning.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, let me go. Let me welcome people who are in the building. Um,
Right now, it's just the two of us here. Does JB show up to your panel sometimes?
what happened?
The JB user?
JB?
Yes.
I don't know who JB is. I don't know who
A
you're
Johnny
talking.
Boy user. The Johnny Boy
Oh,
user who showed up
he
on
comes
your
every now and
streams.
again. He comes every now and again, but
I'll come here when Johnny Boy's there.
Okay. Oh, you have a Johnny. You're the Johnny Boy detector. You're on the scene, Johnny on the spot, as it was, so to speak. Let's see. We got Jamil Fareed, or Jamel Fareed. What's happening? I don't have my glass. Oh, they're on my head. Yeah, pretty soon. Hey, you can laugh if you want to, but if you are so blessed, you might see as many days as I have. And during that time, your eyes might not be as good as they used to be. Some people, like, they needed glasses when they were born, but for me, my eyes just got tired over time. Anyway, let's see. What's up, Jamel? What's up, Tommy, Bob, brother from another? Brandon is right here on the panel with me.
Yep, that's good.
Let's see. We got Dave saying, "What's up? Who the hell was? We know we're gonna cover some Tank. You saw Tank in the thumbnail. What's up, Caesar? What's these are oh, wait a minute. We got super stickers on the oh, right. We have there has been a change in the channel, and I will address that once I'm done with the greetings and the salutations. You know what I'm saying? Okay, we got an optimistic message from Dave saying he's saying that 2024 will be bigger than 2023 in terms of boxing, but I think that is a wishful thinking because he wants his guy to not have such a crappy resume.
BT,
Brandon,
you're a good user.
well, thank you. I try.
When you want to come back? When you want to come back to my channel?
I'm good. I'll be in and out of your channel all the time. As long as you have a channel, I will frequent your channel. You don't even have to worry about it.
Friesen could come to my channel every night.
Well, cool. So you have somebody to talk to.
Yeah, but I don't want Johnny Boy to show up to my channel. My channel will change to PG to XXX.
Yeah. Well, we don't shy away from Triple X over here. Oh, the only thing we don't do here is we don't try to denigrate or make somebody else feel so. I mean, I don't know. Even that with the so we might roast people. We have roast sessions, but we don't really have troll sessions. We're not here trying to like ruin anybody's mental health. Hopefully, it's like all in good fun, and people are laughing along with the humor, right? They're not feeling attacked or vilified. I'm sorry, demonized by the humor, right? That's what the line it is that we try to the line we don't try to cross over here is try to demonize somebody else. But we may marginalize. We are definitely frank with our speech, and I don't really curb it too much here, within reason. Again, as long as it's on the subject of like boxing, or the subject being discussed at hand. I don't know. I feel like we're all grown ups here. We can deal with the grown up conversation. You know what I mean? But yeah, shout out to like, whoa, Mo Boxing, look at it come in. All right, so I feel like I should tell you now that I'm getting these donations, like where the money is going to. This is going to be like depending on like up to a certain amount, 100% of the money that you guys give will be sent to charity. The charity that I picked right now is the
GT
is ICANN International Networks. Yeah, sorry, one second. Let me get through this, Brandon, and I will address what you have going on. Give me 1 second, bro. Right now, we're donating to an NGO, a non-government organization that is tasked with ending the global prohibition on cannabis, right? So the weed. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but when you sign on as a nation, when you sign on to a UN treaty to become part of its member nations, right? You have to sign their drug policies agreement, which says you will treat cannabis like a Schedule I drug. There are some countries who are now carving out like exceptions of it, but really the problem is the law itself. It marginalized basically these poor countries who are then tasked with criminalizing and enforcing laws that run contrary not only to their own countries' history and traditions, but also their economies. So they can't really afford to do stuff like this for this kind of this sort of social engineering that the UN requires is to be a part of its member nations. But if you change this proviso, then countries like Jamaica and Belize and Uruguay was actually the first country to like carve out an exception to where they're just going to go full on cannabis and all that stuff. But all these countries, Australia, Canada, they don't give a shit about it. Like when I was even in Egypt, like with my weed, like everyone's trying to get my shit there. And the penalty for cannabis in Cairo was fucking death. Like Thailand is kind of crazy. They have Thai strains of cannabis, but try to smoke that shit there and see what happens to you. But yeah.
GT.
But those are the super stickers. I'm going to 1 second. Let me wrap this up and then you got it, Brendan. So here we're going to do our part. I've done my part for California and the region. We're still working on getting federal legislation, but that's just the Americans, right? So that's cool, but I figured, this channel is going to be an international channel. I shouldn't just focus on the United States. So we're going to end this globally. But they also tackle other things, not just cannabis. They're a really good organization. They're working with, water rights. They're doing human trafficking. Their basic mandate is making sure whenever government or corporate malfeasance affects the general public, that's where they are doing research, writing up all kinds of policies for the policymakers or the corporations to be more mindful, more equitable to the population in which they operate or they impact. So, that's what it is. It'll be charitable giving from here, like I said, up to a certain amount, and then it'll be 100% up to a certain amount, and then it'll be graduating. It'll never be less. It'll never be less than 20% or more than 100%. You know what I mean? So yeah, appreciate that. And Brandon, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Yep. And it looks like the David user just showed up.
Yeah, this
He's been coming to my channel almost every night.
David Hussein comes. Oh yeah, that's the South African brother. Yeah, that's he likes to he's MMA fighter.
Salute, Brandon. Salute, Brandon.
What's up? How's your training going?
Been great. I'm in the fight camp, bro.
Your favorite character?
What's your
what's
fight
David's favorite character?
Our fight is in November 11th.
Hey, you have a November 11th fight? Well, good luck to you.
Yes,
usually in show business they say break a leg, but they're talking about your own leg. Right? In this sense, don't break the dude's legs, but fuck him up. Win the fight. Get your hand raised, and hopefully both of you guys go back to your families and you heal up. Not you don't need to be
hostile. Appreciate it, bro. I just want to talk to you about the Shakur and De Los Santos fight. I feel like it's a better fight for Shakur than the Frank Martin one.
Before we get into that, and
GT,
I'll jump in. What's up, Brandon?
What's David Tyson's favorite Looney Tunes character?
Hey, do you know Looney Tunes? Well, David's kind of young and he lives in South Africa, so I'm very interested to even know about his knowledge of Looney Tunes. Do you know Looney Tunes?
No, I grew up watching Looney Tunes. My favorite is Daffy Duck. That's my dude.
It is worldwide, baby.
Bugs Bunny's a clown, though.
Yeah, there it is. Bugs Bunny's my guy. Although Brendan, I feel like is running a smear campaign against these characters that are based on Bugs Bunny but aren't actually Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, I like Daffy Duck.
And that guy who's like the Bugs Bunny imitation is not cool at all. That dude's a little fuck. He's a troublemaker. He's an instigator. He antagonizes the people, right? That's not my guy. My guy is generally minding his own business and is always getting bullied, but then he turns.
So we got a new,
At least that's what I like about him. I'll put it that way.
and there's another new user here that I never met when that just showed up.
Yes, sir. That's my guy.
But yeah, Brandon, I subscribe to your channel. I subscribe to Brandon's channel though.
That's
Do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I do.
What's your username?
Yeah, I do, bro. That's my name, bro. The one you see. Exactly that. But it's 0143 though. David T saying 0143.
What's up, GTS, bro? What's going on, brother?
To me, so I'm not block him.
What's happening, man? No, I don't always ever catch you really, bro. Thought I'd come on, say what's up for a minute, you know?
Yeah, that's what's up.
On the stream. Yeah.
I was to answer your question. The last time I took a look, it was like 32 states, like well enough to like change listen, there's absolutely no obstacles to legalization here in the United States outside of political will. Like Biden just won't do it, and literally, like I can't express enough of my disgust over the Biden administration, like at the Biden administration over this complete oversight, this dereliction of duty, in my opinion. Like the entire country is saying legalize it. There is like both parties are saying sure, let's legalize it. He just isn't doing it. Right? Like it would pass tomorrow, and everybody would fucking be happy. Maybe he'll do it on his way out of office. I don't fucking know. I don't get I don't understand like why.
And the new user called Outlaw Boxing Club.
Yeah, that's Jed. That's my guy, Jed Kyle.
His character is what's Outlaw Boxing Club's favorite character. From
there we go. What's up, Aussie? You have Looney Tunes over there?
I can't say I don't know nothing about it. Sorry, my bro. Never watched it. Lad. Yeah, my name's Outlaw Boxing. As a kid, I grew up watching Rocky and Juice and fucking Scarface and that. So.
Outlaw, where you from though?
Sydney, Australia, brother.
Oh yeah.
Where you from South Africa, brother?
Yeah, bro. You guessed it.
Yeah. I've known quite a few South African brothers here, you know.
Hey, the Springboks on the cross the wallabies.
What's Outlaw Boxing Club's favorite character?
What's that? Is that soccer or rugby? Cuz
it's rugby, bro. It's the Rugby World Cup. You're gonna crush you guys.
I don't watch it, bro. I go for Ireland anyway. That's my heritage. So I'd go for Ireland, but I don't really like, bro. I'm all about boxing, bro. You know, combat.
Yeah, that's cool, bro. I watch every sport though.
It's funny. We were talking about rugby earlier in the week, at the tavern, but you guys represent the countries where rugby is actually the biggest sport. Like that, rugby is not bigger anywhere than South Africa and fucking Australia.
Nah, I'm gonna be real. That rugby's not too big.
Hey, Smoke. Do you know that we won the World Cup back in 2019, bro? South Africa.
And what?
In rugby, 2019. We're gonna win it again, bro.
What is Outlaw Boxing Club favorite character from the Looney Tunes?
He doesn't watch Looney Tunes. Just in general. I have a question about Australia. Was Bugs Bunny? Did Bugs Bunny make it to Australia or no?
Yeah, I know Bugs Bunny is.
Yes,
I've heard of him.
I think so.
Okay. The Looney Tunes are all over the place, bro.
Man.
I've heard of Bugs Bunny.
He said he's heard of him.
Tasmanian Devil. What's he?
Tasmanian, yeah. Yes, Tasmanian Devil. That's him.
Yeah. But yeah, GTS rugby is a different version of rugby. Is the popular sport.
You guys have the NFL, right?
Rugby league is called. Rugby league is called.
Yeah, but I mean, we call it outside of Australia. They call it Aussie rules. I don't know.
No. That's a different sport. That's
a different.
That's big on the. So I'm on the East Coast. That's not really that popular here. Popular like outside the East Coast.
Okay,
but you're correct though. That's the most popular sport in Australia.
Hey, Smoke, in America, is it like the NBA or the NFL? Which one is the biggest?
NFL, I think.
It's NFL. So the NBA is the game that more people play. Basketball. More people play basketball than football. But the NFL, I don't know. It's just kind of this weird thing where the NFL has the biggest event with the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah,
they have within their local markets, a specific team can be bigger than everything else. But overall, in general, I think they're about the same. The players in the NBA make more than the players in the NFL.
Yeah,
but
they make more money.
the revenue stream is different, but also the players are also the owners in the NBA. So it's like kind of a weird thing to figure out. Like the popularity of it is just, it depends on the game, really.
Oh yeah, that makes sense, bro. But yeah, I watch the NBA. Yeah, I watch the NBA a lot, bro.
Yeah. What's up, Phantom? How you doing? You want to say something?
Hey,
Yeah. So how much you donate in the chat, bro? 7 cents. What's that translate over to US?
Hey, Phantom.
You talking to me, Phantom?
Sorry about those.
Yeah.
The Corona.
Talking.
Nah,
Yeah, that's not what happened. Was that 7 cents, bro?
That's 7 rands, bro. It translate to like cents in dollars.
Hey, Phantom.
Because you know, for 14 rands is like $1 over there. So if I stand smoke 14 rands, it will be $1. So that's like half a dollar.
50 cent. Many man. That's what's up, baby. I got them 50 on you. Right now, normally, I got all kinds of 50 cent game. Yeah. Anyway, so before we get
Phantom, you had to say that, Phantom.
Yeah. So Phantom, hold up. Hey, Phantom, do you see next to your icon on the top right hand? Do you see share this screen or share this broadcast?
Next to my icon. You mean on this while we on this live?
Yeah. Are you on your laptop first? Are you on your laptop or your phone?
My phone.
Okay, maybe it won't cover. Maybe it'll be on laptop. Okay.
GT.
Yeah, you might not be able to share from your phone. I'm not sure.
GT.
Wait, what's up, Brandon?
The fans' favorite Staffy, by the way. I did do a Daffy Duck stream with him 2 weeks ago.
Do you still feel bad for him? Did he get more users?
He has 76 subs. I did give him a shot, by the way.
Wait, hold up a second. You doing a stream with Brandon gave you a bump, Phantom?
I think so. Maybe like a couple, yeah.
There it is, baby. There it is. Hey, a couple is significantly different, you know.
I did give him a shout, by the way.
What?
I gave him a shout out, by the way, so he get more subs.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw the community tab. I got a kick out of it. I'm not sure everybody has my brand of humor, but I liked it. I thought that was pretty cool.
I also did a stream with Skywalker Boxing.
Yes, sir. Okay, hold up.
Hey, whenever you're ready to go back to Mad Chat, Pigeon want to talk to you, Brandon. You know, so just let me know.
Okay. Pigeon was mean to me.
Oh, was he? Look at Pigeon.
Yeah,
being a jerk.
Brandon had to regulate on him. He had to time him out in the chat. It was funny.
Oh, wait. Hold up a second. I thought Pigeon had a super wrench.
No, you know, he got all them different fucking accounts, and then, you know.
Oh, so he came in on one that didn't have one, huh? Aha.
Yeah.
Ran up to the Brandon. Hold up. What did you do him like? Did you do him like Yosemite Sam? Did you do him like which Looney Tunes character did you employ when you were dealing with Pigeon? Who would you most be imitating?
Wile Coyote.
Wiley, there it is.
Put my
Blew up the spot, huh? Put a bunch of dynamite, a string of dynamite around, and then push the plunger down on him.
I just put my channel in the public chat, by the way.
Cool. You're always free to do that. What's up, Just Blaze? Yeah, so in the United States, you need 2/3 of Congress in order to change a federal law. And we had 2/3 of Congress a long time ago when it comes to cannabis. So yeah, there is no fucking reason that we should still be living under these draconian fucking laws, but it is what it is. And you know what? For all you people who think I'm some sort of Democrat or Republican, let me explain something to you.
My channel doesn't have
blow chunks. I don't like them at all. All they do is drag their feet for their own self-interest and don't give two shits about my agenda, so I don't give two shits about theirs. Feel me? Anyway, keep it going. I mean, I do like the idea of keeping interest rates low and unemployment low, but I think that the way that they calculate these two fucking numbers is also some bullshit. It hides the fact that they don't really care about inflation or unemployment, but whatever. Okay. That's my little tirade. Let me get it going. All right. David Tassane. I don't know if you're still with me.
I'm right here, bro.
All right, great. Let's Shakur Stevenson time. Now you're saying you think Edward De Los Santos is better than Frank Martin? Go ahead and cook.
I'm not saying that. Okay, let me say it. Frank Martin is better than De Los Santos skill-wise, right? But I'm just saying, like, in terms of the fight against Shakur, the style that's better that's better against Shakur is De Los Santos because he's a power puncher. And I don't think Shakur's fought anybody that hits as hard as De Los Santos, who's also a southpaw. You know, I know Shakur got experience against southpaws. I'm just saying the style of De Los Santos is going to be like more competitive against Shakur than Frank Martin because Frank Martin is like laid back. You know, he's more defensive than offensive. So he's like a counterpuncher, laid back. De Los Santos would like chase Shakur, trying to knock him out, and that's the only way I see him win the fight, to knock out Shakur.
Well, firstly, the De Los Santos fight isn't signed, so we don't know who's going to fight De Los Santos. I can appreciate that he has more power, and it's a style difference. I can appreciate both of those things. I just am not. Yeah, I don't know, but like Shakur, to me, is what is it? Like he is fighting fights that are too hard, that don't give him like notoriety out of anyone except for his like really boxing purists and his own fan base. At some point, like this is not gonna work. Like I just whatever. It is what it is. I'm gonna watch how he maneuvers and how he is being maneuvered. But the Edward De Los Santos fight should not be happening. It really should.
Why not?
Because he's just a big letdown. Like he's going from. I'll tell you what. Let me let fucking what's his ass tell the story. I feel like Bob Arum can tell the story better if I can pull up.
GT.
What's up, Brandon? How you doing?
How many more people's going to show up?
You never know. The more, the merrier.
I'm out of here.
Well,
I mean, Smoke. The thing is, De Los Santos was the next guy in the WBC, right? In the rankings.
I just wanted to say what's up to Sports Heaven. Welcome to the panel. But what I was going to say, I was going to pull up
Sports Heaven has a favorite Looney Tune character.
How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Salute, bro.
Yeah, right. Brandon's on the panel, and he's checking Looney Tune characters. He wants to know who's your favorite Looney Tune character.
Bugs Bunny.
Of course, the GOAT.
Yeah, the way it would be funny when Elmer Fudd would be chasing him with that gun, or Sammy Sam would be chasing him, and then he hit that corner, and then he got that cannon chasing them.
Yeah, yeah. Jiu-jitsu the situation. Love it. Love that. That's my favorite thing too. What I was going to say was there was an article produced Dave yesterday where Bob Arum says there's only one person holding up the Tank versus Shakur fight. And guess who said the person was, David?
I don't believe that. It's not Floyd. I don't believe that.
Okay, you saw the article. Yeah, you saw
it. Right. You see, so Bob Arum not too long ago. If you guys are gonna follow what Bob Arum said, you should follow what he said first. He said the Tank and Shakur won't happen. And, he doesn't want to make that fight happen. Right?
Yeah, but right. That's the issue, is that he's blaming Floyd Mayweather. So now just check this out. Shakur Stevenson has been linked to Tank Davis through his promoter, Devin Haney through his promoter, Lomachenko, they're on the same promotional team. Now the WBC has him linked to Frank Martin, and now there's Edward De Los Santos. Pretty soon, he's going to be fighting one of us. Like at some point, this dude is going to have to like stop talking shit in the media, stop trying to like get your name attached to all these guys, and make a fight that we want to actually fucking watch against somebody that we care about.
GT.
Yeah. What's up, Brandon?
What's Sports Heaven's favorite character from the Looney Tunes?
He said Bugs Bunny.
Bugs Bunny. Same
Yes,
with
sir.
GT.
Yes, sir. And actually, for kind of the same reason, like he mentioned one of the things, but I bet if I mentioned the other thing, he'd like that too. But whatever, we'll get to that later on. We're doing the boxing talk right now. The fisticuffs, the pugilism. You know what I mean? The pugilistic arts, the sweet science, the art of hitting and not getting hit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's talk boxing. Hey, Brandon, you can go back over the match ads. I'll let you on, bro. You can talk to Pigeon, but we want to talk boxing.
Yeah. Hey, Phantom, you forgot to blame Boxing Lounge. He's here, actually.
Yeah, of course. It's always his fault.
Keep that shit going. You know, get your Bob Arum on. Make sure you always blame the other side.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Anyway, yeah, that's the problem with Shakur.
Okay, go ahead.
Shakur is fighting battles on too many fronts. It's too much. You can't be attached to everybody under the sun and then fighting guys who live under rocks. You know what I mean? It's just kind of this is a terrible fucking look for him.
Wait, hold up a minute. We got Edwin De Los Santos pulling up in his city with his little fake WBC belt, saying he won't the fight, and Shakur make the fight. We acting like that's a bad thing.
Okay, maybe you missed it. Maybe you missed the way I couched it and framed it. We have heard that right now Bob Arum is going around talking about how it's Floyd Mayweather's fault that the Tank fight didn't get made. We already heard about Devin Haney. Yeah, correct. We already heard how he turned down a Devin Haney fight for undisputed behind 5 points, behind 5 percentage points off the purse. Okay, we've also heard how he can't get a Kambosos fight or a Lomachenko fight. We also heard how he can't get a Frank Martin fight, and now Edwin De Los Santos is the new guy being floated, and we don't even know if he's going to get that fight. At a certain point, the Edwin De Los Santos, if you're going to start with Shakur Stevenson, Lomachenko, Devin Haney, and all this stuff, and end up with Edwin De Los Santos, something's wrong. Something's really fucking wrong with your PR, with your matchmaking, with whoever it is that makes fights for you. You can't go around doing this kind of thing, like saying I'm gonna fight Mike Tyson and then wind up fighting Mike from your grocery store. Like that's not it. It's not what's happening in the street. It's not sustainable. More important.
Fair enough.
And let me add, it's funny to me, and I'm not taking nothing from Santos because he's a dangerous fighter, but now all of a sudden he's better than Frank Martin. When I seen him fight the young prospect Ryu, correct me if I'm wrong, I seen his ass fall to the canvas. He didn't look great. He just looked like he had a little pop on him. He looked like he was rough.
You talking about that Valenzuela fight?
Yeah. He got dropped. It looked like it was a rock'em sock'em fight, and the young boy just wasn't ready. He was just too young. He little boyed him. You know, I don't think Santos is going to be able to do anything but get made a fool of for 12 rounds.
I mean, I'm saying and Valenzuela is also southpaw, and he dropped him, right? But the thing is, what I'm saying is, his style, bro, against Shakur. The thing is, bro, that dude De Los Santos punches in between punches, right? If Shakur throwing something, that dude's gonna throw in between his punches. That's what I see when he fights. He doesn't just throw punches like Frank Martin, laid back, trying to counter punch you. That dude is bigger than Frank Martin, and he's gonna try to chase Shakur, and that's the style you need to come in with against Shakur. Chase him and don't fight backwards like Frank Martin.
Well, I mean, Frank Martin.
We know Styles make fights, right? We know Styles make fights.
I agree with that. I think Frank would have gave him a good fight. I just don't think Frank had enough pop to be able to,
No, of course he do, bro. Frank Martin is much quicker than Shakur, but he's not a volume puncher though. But he's much quicker.
That's what I'm saying. He don't got enough pop to get the job done, but he got the athleticism and the footwork to make it at least a somewhat competitive fight. I think Santos' footwork is questionable. Yeah, he's good with his counter punch, but Shakur, when he throws his punch, unless he's basically using it to figure out your distance, he throws it and brings it right back up. His defense is impeccable. He doesn't make mistakes like that. And for Santos, the only way he would beat him is for Shakur to make a mistake. Other than that, he's just gonna dog walk him. And like I agree with Smoke. I think this is going low out. Well, his last fight, he's going backwards. To me,
the way I see this fight ending is by stoppage, right? I see Shakur stopping him, but I see Shakur getting touched too with the hardest punches ever been touched in the boxing ring. That dude got power, man.
When did Shakur become a knockout artist though? So now we're saying we see it stop. We see him winning by stoppage.
No. Like you said, Valenzuela's dropped that dude. Shakur drops everybody, bro. Even if he doesn't stop him, he dropped Conceição twice. He dropped Conceição twice, even though he didn't stop him. That dude got respectable power.
I get that. I respect that.
Shakur got more power than Devin Haney, bro. He got respectable power.
I respect that. I agree.
And I see Shakur dropping Kambosos if he fought him too. You know, but Haney couldn't drop him. That's the thing, bro. I don't like it when people say Shakur is a pillow fist fighter, bro. He got power, respectable power. And you saw how he stopped Yoshino in his first debut at 135. And he's a legit fighter.
I mean, he's legit depending on where, MC Hammer was legit, but I don't know what he would do in 2023. You wouldn't call him legit based on his record and where he fight at. You bring him to America and start his record 0 and see what his record is like.
Hold up a second. Listen, he might have been too legit to quit, but he wasn't too legit to get fired. That fucking terrible.
So now we got Sports Heaven up here caping for Frank Martin.
No, brother. I'm not caking from him. And I understand this. I understand PBC hater. But look, salute to you, Unc. Good to hear from you. It's that time of year. College football has a pawn on us. But to your point, caking for Martin, because I don't want to, because that ain't even the subject. So I don't even want to take Smoke subject and turn it around. I'm just saying that to me, Frank Martin is a better fighter than Santos. And that's a better fight.
Now, wherever the conversation goes, take it there. I'm not tripping. It's still part of the whole thing.
You believe that, but see, the problem for you is that Frank don't believe that. Because if Frank believed what you believe, Frank wouldn't took the fight.
Well, it don't have to be
don't go with that. Don't go with that.
It don't have to be a problem for me, brother. That's just what what I'm saying. I'm saying
no,
and since you bring it up, let me say this.
It's like me saying, OG. It's like me saying that I believe Teo can beat Devin Haney, but Teo's ducking Devin Haney. I see Teo ducking Devin Haney, but I believe he can beat him.
Hold on,
see, those are the facts. That's not conjecture. That's not something we heard about. Those are the facts.
No. Let me tell you. Let me ask you this fact. Let me just see because that word is kind of like people using cat or people using coon or people using player hater. The word just get ridiculously abused. Let me ask you this. Shakur and guess what? I think Shakur can beat Haney. But at the end of the day, when Haney offered Shakur and sent him a contract, if somebody stop me if I'm wrong, he sent him a contract and he turned it down because he liked the money. Is that a fact?
Of course he did. Of course he did. Because of course he did.
And let me hold on, Shelton. Hold on.
Okay, for what reason?
Go ahead and say what you got to say, because you keep telling me to hold on, talk.
Well, okay. Now I've heard you 121 times sit up here and talk about how it's about championships. This mentality of the belts don't matter is stupid. So here it is. He's getting the opportunity to fight for to be undisputed against somebody he should be able to beat, and he turned it down.
Let me tell you the difference. Devin Haney was undisputed. The same thing I told Smoke.
The course not a champion at all at 135.
The same thing I told Smoke. Hold on. The same thing I told Smoke. Shakur Stevenson has an overinflated opinion of himself. Shakur Stevenson is nothing more than a challenger. He's a number one contender. He's a contender at 135. He's nothing more. Contenders get 25%. So I don't know where the fuck he thought that he's supposed to get 50% of anything. You a contender. The split for a contender is 25%. If you wanted to fight and if you thought that you could beat the guy, you should have took the fight. So either A, you have an overinflated opinion of yourself, or B, you didn't think you could beat the guy. That's why you turned the fight.
Okay, now so with that being said, so he did. So you agree he ducked Devin Haney, but yet and still you saying, but Frank not ducking Devin Haney. When, from my understanding, there's some reports going out there that hey, he was getting a low ball offer on the fight.
Frank not ducking Devin Haney. Frank ain't had no contract or no talks with Devin Haney.
Shakur. Excuse me, with Shakur. So, from my understanding, the fight building up with Frank and Shakur, it was about some money. Because Frank's side, the speculation is Frank's side felt like they was getting lowball. But so
Frank
it's funny
is another one. He's another one. They got an overinflated opinion of himself.
Well,
Frank
hold on.
ain't done shit at 135.
Wait,
Frank ain't won nothing. He's not a champion. He's a contender.
Well, hold on. Hold on. Shakur at the Shakur fight for top rank. They're trying to do a come up with PBC and do a mixed promotion and come together. Who is the fuck Shakur at 135 to make a split so lopsided?
Shakur don't make the split. Shakur don't write no contract. What contracts do Shakur write? What contracts do he send out?
We ain't playing for the White House. We ain't trying to.
He don't
vote
do
for the
that.
White
That's
House.
not him.
I'm not
That's
running
not
for
him.
president. We not running for
That's what I'm
president.
saying.
So
That's
rather
not
Shakur
him.
did it. Shakur did it, or Bob did it. Somebody did it, but the contract, from my understanding, is lopsided. So rather Shakur did it or not, how was Frank considered a duck? The contract, they felt the contract was lopsided, as if Shakur some type of fucking Floyd Mayweather.
Frank is a duck because Frank don't have no leverage. Frank ain't won shit at 135.
What leverage does Shakur have?
Frank ain't won shit at 135.
I mean, what does
Frank was
Shakur
fighting
won at
for a vacant
135?
title. Frank was fighting for a vacant title. Frank should have did. Hold on. Frank should have did what he said he was going to do. If they ever offer me that opportunity, I'm gonna take it.
No,
Frank should have took it.
For the
he
belt.
Didn't take it.
No, he said
that is for the belt, for the vacant belt, it's for the WBC
brother,
belt. What are you talking about?
It'd be funny. See, let me tell you something, brother. It's all good to stand by and have a concept or an opinion and stand by it and keep it straight across the board. But what I be hearing is bias from people, promoters, or yeah.
You take it for Frank. You just like Frank, you take it for Frank, which is cool. That's fine. But Frank should have took the deal. Because Frank ain't done shit. Frank ain't shit.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I gotta make a run.
The thing is, Shelton OG, Devin Haney sent Shakur 25%, and Shakur sent Frank Martin 17%. What the hell is 17, bro? Come on, bro. Come on, OG.
Nigga, change the batteries in the fire alarm. God damn.
Shut the fuck up.
What the hell is going on? What the whistle going on here? Is it you, Shelton? OG Shelton, go mute real quick. I want to say something.
Yeah, just mute the thing. Yeah, you're about to. His house is about to self-destruct. In 5, 4.
I'm just saying.
That's that goddamn bacon. That's that motherfucking bacon. Nigga, you shut the fuck up.
I'm just saying, OG. I'm just saying. He had an opportunity to fight for Undisputed, for all the belts. And he had the opportunity to become a champion. And he had the opportunity and he got 25%. And now he's not even a champion. He's fighting for for WPC belt, and he's giving Frank Martin 17%. That means Frank Martin was gonna make 1 million, and he was gonna make 6 million. When has Shakur ever made anything above 4 million?
If you believe that, you're delusional. Ain't nobody was going to pay no $7 million for Frank Martin versus Shakur Stevenson. Wasn't nobody paying it.
Okay, so now get into conspiracy territory. This is what I want to know. Do you think the offer was legit or was it Santos in?
I think that Earl Spence might have accepted the offer so that it didn't go to purse bid. And then when you showed it to Frank Martin afterwards, Frank Martin was like, "Nah, I want more." So they say, "Nah, your promoter accepted this shit. So now why are you trying to change the offer?" And Frank Martin said that wasn't involved. Earl Spence thought I would agree to it, and he accepted it himself. Maybe something like that could have happened. And then when Frank Martin finally saw the offer, he's like, "Nah, okay, 1 million, that's cool, but I want more." He probably went like that because Earl Spence is his boss, bro. So he probably signed the offer himself.
I don't know. It is a weird situation going on with that one because they avoided the purse bid.
He didn't go to purse bid for a reason. You know, they didn't go to purse bid for a reason.
Since when has Frank Martin been his own boss?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But of course, your promoter's gonna show you the offer, right? The contract after he signed it. So he probably thought, nah, if I ain't getting more a higher percentage, then I'm not interested. That's what he said. I don't know about the 50-50. They be talking about him and Shakur in the DMs, if it's true or not, because Shakur deleted that tweet afterwards. I don't know why he deleted that tweet, bro. So I don't know. Maybe someone told him to take it down for some reason. It is not involved in the negotiations. I don't know. Or he was capping.
Somebody
So
told Frank not to take that fight. Somebody told Frank from higher up not to take that fight.
That's facts. He's part of the reason. I don't want to just call him a duck or just straight off, because I believe he wanted to fight Shakur, but and it's for belt. He's never been a champion before.
Could it be Derek James who don't want to look bad in front of the people? Like, no, nigga, don't do that. We can't beat that mother. Don't do that to us.
Because Crawford just beat him.
I really can go with that. I can really go with that. But then again, I don't know if Derek James got that kind of stroke. I don't know if he got that kind of
correct. Exactly. If you say that you need 50%, that's because a suit said it's not enough money in this fight for me. That's when you start getting fights getting canceled over money, and I need 50%.
So who's the suit here?
Well, it could be a manager. It could be somebody who just has the power to say yes or no to fights. That they need to get their beak wet. You know what I mean? Like if I let's say I want to. There's a fighter, right? I go to a gym. I think there's a fighter that I like, and I say, hey, you know what? I like this kid. I want to take him to the next level. I'll start investing money in him. Who's his manager? I want some options on this fighter. Let's say it's enough money. Do I say like I get to if you want this cash, I get to approve XYZ before you fucking go off and do my thing. I need to get my money out before you start fucking off your career. There's guys who will structure contracts this way. Like somebody who has some kind of interest, some sort of ownership interest in what the hell Frank Martin's got going on can say yes or no to fights. You get it.
I guess. Like Frank Martin is such a commodity that would even need to take place. It's kind of ridiculous to me, but I understand the argument.
No, everybody's name who we know, that's the process that they go through. Every single one of them. There is no way that you get to the level that we know their names without having some kind of financial backing. And somebody who can say,
that's what promoters are for. That's why he's got Earl Spence. Like, wouldn't he be that guy in this scenario?
No, it's not just one guy. That's the point. Like let's say your promoter is all fine with it and you're all fine with it. There might be a manager who's not all fine with it. There might be a trainer who's not all fine with it. It's not just one guy that gets to say yes or no to your stuff.
Yeah, this one guy, Frank Martin, who made $75,000. Fucking we really need to invest in this motherfucker. This is a hot ticket right here. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. He just didn't want the fight.
No, you invest before they become a hot ticket. Once they become a hot ticket, there's nothing to invest in. They won't allow you to invest because they're a hot ticket now.
And that's the point.
It sounds like I'm going to try and get a tank fight.
The point is this, man.
Totally.
You just said it. The dude made $75,000 his last fight. So you gonna tell me that dude is gonna turn down $1 million payday? No.
How do you guys know he made $75,000? How do you guys know that? One person says he made $100,000, 150,000. Now you guys saying 75,000. How do you guys know that information?
You can Google it. Just a quick Google search.
He
made $75K in his last fight, Frank Martin.
With Michelle Rivera. That's what I heard.
But that's 2 fights ago. I mean, I don't know, bro. But regardless, though, if I was Frank Martin, I'll know that Shakur and Chang are my biggest payday. So I'll try to get it as much money as I can. So if I was Frank Martin, I would have done the same thing you did.
How much money do you actually think he got for fighting the German dude?
You guys be saying that Frank Martin is old. He's gonna retire sooner than later. He's almost 30. That's why he's doing that. He's trying to get the most money he can probably get before he's out of his prime, bro.
The motherfucking boogie.
Because if anything, it sounds like in order for the purse bid to be avoided, the suits would have had to have said yes, and then Frank Martin himself would have had to say no. Because ultimately, he's got the final, say so. I think he might have said no.
That's what I'm saying. Earl Spence might have said yes, And then Frank Martin saw the contract. He's like, I want more. The following day, after they have agreed, and then Shakur's like, why do you want more? We already agreed. And he's like, nah.
Yeah. I'm just saying, when it comes right down to it, this seems like a decision that was made over Frank Martin's head. That's what it seems like to me, but I don't know. I'm not in this camp. I don't know for certain what the hell happened. But I wouldn't necessarily say he's a duck. I wouldn't say that Shakur Stevenson is a duck. I don't even know that. I think Shakur turning down a Devin fight is way more deleterious to Shakur's career than Frank Martin turning down a Shakur fight. As Phantom pointed out,
100%, 100%.
They probably are saving Frank Martin for fucking Tank, for a Tank fucking date. So that's going to be for a belt. That's also going to be for way more money and more prestige, and probably more people are going to watch it. Like it's kind of a no-brainer. I don't know how you call a guy a duck in that situation.
I don't see that fight happening this year, bro.
Yeah,
Frank Martin and Tank. I mean, I hope it happens, but I don't think it's going to happen. I heard rumors about Earl Spence training with Tank Davis. How could Tank training with Earl Spence, but his promoter is going to fight
nobody really gives a fuck about Frank Martin.
You know what I mean?
Nobody does. You know, if you ain't attached to a name, don't nobody give a fuck about it.
Correct. That's my point. That's my point. But yeah, I'm not saying that Frank Martin's a duck or anything like that. I'm just saying that Shakur is fucking out here looking crazy. That still his he did to me, man. I'm still on the same shit I've been on. Frank Martin needs better. I mean, Shakur Stevenson needs better representation.
I disagree with you, Shelton OG. If you're saying that Frank Martin, nobody gives a damn about Frank Martin. Then when Kambosos dug Shakur and people cruise, nobody tripped over that. But now they're tripping over Frank Martin. Is it because he's black?
Nobody doesn't fuck about Kambosos either.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. But why is the Frank Martin deal so big then?
It's not big. People are making it big. That shit ain't big. Nobody gives a fuck about Frank Martin.
When people make it big because it's a big deal. Frank Martin is a legit fighter.
He's not a star, but he's a legit fighter. He's not a star, and he's not a household name. He's not a guy that people know about. Ain't nobody on ESPN or Fox Sports 1 talking about Frank Martin. Nobody gives a fuck.
No, it was a highly matchup fight. It was highly anticipated. You got two southpaws, and I believe that would be Shakur's toughest fight, though. That would have been Shakur's toughest fight, in my opinion.
In the world, nobody gave a fuck. In boxing, it's a highly anticipated fight, but in the world, nobody gave a fuck about that fight.
Nah, the casual don't give a damn. The real boxing fans do give a damn because that's the fight they wanted to see. How can you say that, OG?
Yeah.
You wanted to see that fight.
In the boxing world, yeah.
Frank Martin is a skilled fighter. He's a skilled fighter.
I'm in the boxing world, but as far as money goes, that fight wasn't going to generate no hell of a lot of money.
But what you think about the fight of
ain't nobody getting no planes and booking no rooms to go see Frank Martin.
What do you think about the fight of Shakur and Santos?
Ain't nobody give a fuck about that fight either.
Yeah, I wasn't doing that. Hell no. Nah. Hey, book a fight. Go out of my comfort zone, man. Listen, I'm trying to get that. I'm trying to get Devin and Prograde right here to the Bay. I can drive right to the fight. Take 20 minutes out of my day and drive over.
Let's say it's in Frisco, bro.
I'm the man. Yeah, I'm in the building. Like, you want to come and me smoke? You want to come and smoke with Smoke? Hey, come to the Devin and Prograde.
Smoke. They fighting at the Chase Center. It's in Frisco.
Yeah, that's what they said. Supposedly. That's what the scuttlebutt is. Word on the curb, but we'll see. Time will tell.
But what you want to talk about Tank, GT?
When it comes to Tank, it's this damn you know which fight it is. It's the damn what's his fucking fight? The
Pitbull Cruz.
The Pitbull Cruz. Yeah, yet another fight that who gives a damn about.
I bet you he don't. I bet you he don't do $1 million for that.
The People Cruz fight is way better than any fight Shakur's gonna have at the end of this year.
The which one?
The People Cruz fight is bigger than any fight that Shakur will have by the end of this year.
Shakur is not. No, Shakur is messed up for the entire division. Like, I don't think that Shakur is going to have a meaningful fight at 135. He might not. I've been saying.
He will fight Tank Davis next year. I promise you. I've been saying that.
You know, you hope that he fights him. There's no you can't promise that.
No,
you don't.
I know he'll fight because I heard Coach Kenny been pushing for that fight. He said it will happen next year. 2024 is going to be a bigger year of boxing than this year. I promise you.
It could be a bigger year for boxing, but in terms of for you, that means a bigger year for Tank. What I'm saying
the reason why it's not happening this year is because Tank came out of jail and he's not 100%. I don't want him to fight Shakur right now when he's not 100%.
That's the reason why you don't want to. Okay, hold on. That is not the reason why it didn't happen. That is the reason why you think it didn't happen.
No. The thing is,
the reason why the fight didn't happen is because this fight is not big enough. Shakur Stevenson does not make that much money. That's why this fight's not happening. If Shakur Stevenson made money, then we'd get the fight. But he doesn't, so we don't.
I mean, that's not an excuse, though. You listen to Coach Calvin, right?
You said excuse. I'm just giving you brass tacks about boxing. This is a for-profit business. This is not a for your own.
Okay.
You can look good on panels and shit.
Let's say that's a fact, right? Let's say that's a fact. Is it on Tank or Shakur?
It's not on any. It's on the business of boxing. At a certain point, fans have got to realize there's another part of this thing. It has nothing to do with like you think should be fighting or the legacy of the whole thing or whatever the fuck. There's a business aspect to this whole thing.
I mean, it's not about money. It's not about money, Smoke.
It is about money. It literally is about money.
It's about your followers because when it comes to pay-per-view, the two fighters come together in terms of pay-per-view.
Two fighters coming together is about returning investment and return on investment. So when Tank right now, the guy who is one of the hottest tickets in the entire sport, that dude, what they're interested in doing is milking that shit as long as there's something in the udder, right? That is what they'll do.
That's why Coach Kevin says the People Cruz fight is bigger than any fight right now at 135.
He said the same thing about Ryan Garcia. When they were talking about
and guess what? Ryan Garcia never fought on pay-per-view before that fight, and he made the biggest numbers.
That's not the point. The point is, did you think Ryan Garcia was going to beat who has a better chance of beating Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia or Devin Haney?
Devin Haney,
of course, Devin Haney.
Right. So, but when it came down to making the fight, who got the fight? Ryan Garcia or Devin Haney? Correct. There's a business behind it.
I mean, everybody the casual fans, right? They the ones who thought Ryan was gonna beat Tank, and they supported that fight.
Okay, so all right, I guess I have a troll who needs some really what you should do for a troll is starve for attention. But I'm interested. There's another tactic when it comes to trolls that I like to employ. I mean, I'll do both things. You know, I'll ignore trolls, but I also like to show how they're full of shit. So this guy says Oakland is a shithole. They're robbing earrings and watches. He said earrings. So I know that this dude is not even American. So I'm going to ask, since Oakland's a shithole, where do you live that's all gorgeous? Because I want to, so let me go see if I can pull up to your city and see, compare. Yeah, type what city you live in right now. Let's see.
Who in the fuck says earrings?
No, not even earrings. He said earring. They're robbing earring, and it's two words too. Like this dude this is an ESL student. I'm just gonna forget it. I'm gonna put the typos to one side. But I want to know what city he's living in currently. Maybe I've already been there, so I can do a comparison off the top of my head. But if not,
what do you guys call earrings in America?
No, we call them earrings, but they don't call it earring. Nobody calls it an earring. An earring means
is it two words? That's why. Is it because it's two words?
He put it two words and it's plural. Earrings.
Nah, that dude can't spell anything, bro. It's the same way with us.
Yeah, he's just trolling.
He's just trolling.
Drop link. I'm trying to cook. You're not trying to cook because everyone's on here because the link's already fucking dropped. You're just a troll.
The link is
like when I tell you to drop the city name that you're in, and instead you type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words that aren't not nobody's city. You're not trying to cook.
Look at his name. Look at his name. Hey, Diclo. Click the link.
I'm pretty sure it's pigeon. I don't know what.
Yeah, the link is pinned.
Yeah, exactly. The link's already pinned, and you can just throw your city in there. You just type 6 words that isn't a city anyway. Autocorrect done me dirty. Yep. Now I know you're not America because American you don't speak like that. And there's 6 more words.
Nah, he's a troll. He's a troll, Mo. Look at his name.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure it's pigeon. I even know which. I'm pretty sure I know which troll it is. Go ahead and type in Birmingham so I can start making fun of your fucking whack ass city. You know you don't want to dive in. You know we both know who this is. We both know that Oakland is way fucking better than Birmingham. You pasty fuck. You out there like Birmingham has been the shit since fucking town. Its entire existence. At no point was Birmingham cool. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Yeah, but nobody gives a fuck, babe, except for fans about this fucking Pitbull Cruz fight. Nobody cares.
Hold up. It still wouldn't be only one. The modifier was on
you can't.
Hold up, David. Hold up. I gotta correct another dude. He's coming to the UK's defense right now, my brother from another. It's still plural because he's talking about robberies. He's not talking about what people wear. So you still be robbing earrings and watches. See how he did watches? It's not like people wear 2 watches. They wear 1 watch, right? It would have been fine. Maybe I could have understood if he said they're robbing earring and watch. Then I'd be like, okay, whether you get robbed for your earring watch, I would make some concession for that. But he made 1 singular and the other plural. So you mean to tell me they robbed 1 dude for an earring and then robbed everybody else for their watches? Like, what the fuck? What is it? Is there a woman out there who only wears 1 earring? Is that something that women do? Women want to go around wearing 1 earring? I don't think so.
If you knew about California, you would know that they just passed a law, and motherfuckers now is robbing jewelry stores. They robbing jewelry stores. They're smashing the glass and taking it.
Yeah, they're smashing on them. Yeah, we smash on them here. Like, anyway, whatever. In Birmingham, where the sun rarely makes an appearance, maybe you have to rob somebody because you have the cover of darkness, right? You have the cover of gray. Sorry, you have the cover of the cloud dome that blankets that country. So yeah, you can just rob earrings and watches with impunity. But no, here we gotta wait till the fucking sun drops and then we smash
click the link, Goofy.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I'm triggered. I noticed you still haven't put a city in your thing. Why are you jealous? Are you shy? Are you shy about your city? You can speak full
you don't
on.
Now
you want to talk about what city you're in? Birmingham, Pigeon. Oh, you want to hide behind the screen names, Pigeon, and act like you're not Pigeon. Anyway, all right, back to the show. That's enough for trolls. That's enough.
But any something you capping when you say nobody gives a damn about the people Cruz fight. We want to see that fight because it caused some controversy with the win. Everybody thought that we're gonna knock him out this time.
That fight's gonna do about 200 pay-per-views, if that. Nobody gives a fuck about that fight.
You keep generalizing that everything. That's your opinion.
Nobody cares, man.
You keep saying nobody cares.
We want to see Tank fight Haney. We want to see Tank fight Shakur. We want to see Tank fight Teo. We want to see Tank fight Name. We don't want to see Tank fight.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
Who's famous for losing? And
don't you think the Liverpool fight was bigger than what it was back in 2021? Don't you think so?
Huh?
Since Tank fought Ryan Garcia, don't you think the People Cruz fight was much bigger than 2021?
No. People Cruz just got the ass whooped in 2021.
I believe that Tank and People Cruz will do the same numbers as or probably less, 1K less than the EJ Bud, maybe 500K.
Oh my God, you tripping, boy? You hide them up.
The Ryan Garcia casual fan probably went to Tank Davis and became Tank Davis fan, bro. Think about it.
Stop smoking that shit, bro. That shit is not going to be nowhere near those 600.
You're gonna see.
Nowhere near those 600.
The Canelo Alvarez and Jamel Charlo won't do the same numbers as Tank and Ryan, bro. It's gonna stay like that for almost a year or 2 years.
You say Canelo and Charlo gonna do what?
Won't do the same numbers as Tank and Ryan.
No, hell no. We know that.
Yeah.
And
So my point is that
Cruz ain't gonna do 600. It's not gonna do that. Pitbull Cruz versus Tank Davis probably gonna do about 200, 250 at the most.
Man, stop capping.
What did he do the first time? 200, 250. That's what he's gonna do this time. 200, 250.
That's what they did the first time, and Tank is much bigger than when you fought Ryan. After you fought Ryan,
it's not gonna do no pay-per-views, bro.
Tank is a draw himself.
Stop listening to little energy, bro.
Just so you understand, just so you understand something Davis is saying. Floyd Mayweather, after fighting Manny Pacquiao, the most lucrative pay-per-view in the planet, fought Andre Berto, and that did 400,000 pay-per-views, the same amount that he did for his first pay-per-view against Arturo Gatti. Like, people buy fights. People don't just sit there and slob on you because you're famous and stuff. Like, that's not how boxing is.
Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about that.
You need a dance partner. You need a dance partner.
And Floyd, I think he made 32 million in that fight.
No,
that's almost the same amount of money that Brian made.
Okay, you don't understand what I'm saying. 400,000 pay-per-views. I'm not talking about how much that dude made. I'm talking about how much how many pay-per-views they reportedly sold.
Yeah, that was in his contract to make that. He was contractually obligated to make that.
The thing is this: when two black fighters come together, it's not often as big than when a black fighter fights a big Mexican fighter. Pitbull Cruz is a bigger draw than most black fighters at 135.
In your opinion?
Yeah, Pitbull.
You realize getting a lot of Mexican fans, bro.
Why you trying to pump up Pitbull Cruz, bro? His last fight was on the undercard.
You're gonna see.
No, but his fights are on the undercard. All of his, just so we understand each other, all of his fights are on the undercard unless he's fighting Tank. The dude is an undercard.
I just saw Pitbull Cruz. I just saw Pitbull Cruz get his ass whipped by everybody.
Wasn't that a main event when you fought Gambo?
No, it was not. It was an undercard for Ugas. It was the undercard for Ugas and Spence.
Yes, it was.
Ugas and Spence.
Undercard for Ugas and Spence. Yes, it was.
No,
he's an undercard.
No. I can see which one.
No, you guys are capping because before.
Show it to me, bro. Show it to me.
No.
Let me put it up.
No, when people Cruz fought Gamboa,
he was an undercard fight.
Tank Davis already had cornrows in that fight, and people could call him out. And
it was an undercard fight, bro. Hold on.
Tank never made listen, bro. Tank fought Rolly. Tank fought Rolly with the afro without making any cornrows. That was back in 2021.
You don't want to be ahead of this fucking swing bus. First off, please never say you were telling time by Tank Davis's hairdo. Please never do that shit again.
No,
you're doing way too much. I got you. Now, hold up a second. You are literally talking about how the facts aren't the facts based on Tank Davis's hairdo. What you should do, you should stop right now. Stop right now. Just look it up. Just look it up. Yeah, just look it up, bro. Like, stop this.
Errol Spence and
just look at
a month before Tank for Rolly Romero. There was a month before Tank for Rolly Romero. Rolly Romero and Tank for the Mayo.
David, nothing you're saying. Do you realize that nothing you're saying is going to stop him for that fight from being an undercard fight?
What? Okay, then, but you think that it was like on the EJ Ugas fight? I'm correcting you.
I could be wrong about which fight it was, but it's still an undercard fight. Do you understand that?
I mean, okay, I agree with you, but I'm just saying.
Okay, great. That's the whole point. Before we get into the fucking weeds about what his hair looked like in a particular day, like, which is just fucking strange. Just understand the point is, your overall point was is that you turned it into an ethnic thing, black and Mexican, and then started talking about how Pitbull Cruz is some popular guy when he's an undercard fighter.
He is popular for Mexicans.
No, he's a popular for Tank Davis fans.
No, what do you mean, bro? I don't want to see that fight as much as I want to see.
Okay, I got you. Because the reason why that happened was because Rolly caught a weirdo rape charge, and then Tank Davis, Pitbull Cruz was a late replacement. So he did well and better than expected in that fight. So now a bunch of people said when the Tank Davis lost that fight, that is why anybody gives a shit about Pitbull Cruz. Before that happened, if Rolly Romero would not have caught in that charge, nobody would have ever fucking spoken Pitbull Cruz's name. Nobody. And the only reason they're speaking his name now is for Tank Davis. That's it.
It doesn't matter why. It it doesn't matter how somebody makes his name. He didn't make his name that way. It doesn't matter.
Well, you talk about how he's popular. He's not. He's an undercard fighter. The only thing that he's known for is a guy who is supposed to fight Tank because he did good as a replacement fighter in a Tank fight. That's Pitbull Cruz.
The only reason why people
I just looked it up. David, stop. David,
everybody
stop,
said they didn't know Mario Bros until he fought Tank.
David, stop. I just looked it up. Pitbull Cruz versus motherfucking Ruiz Gamboa was on the undercard of Spence and Ugas, bro. We told you that. He's an undercard fighter, bro.
No, you're lying. Okay, show me. Can you show me?
You should hope that Mr. Moore is right. Because if not,
no, he's lying.
Naturally,
no, he's lying.
Like, listen, if he said he just looked
it up.
If you don't
believe me, look it up, bro. All you got to just look it up.
Let me ask you this.
But the point is, you don't want to in the same arena. Here's what you don't want to have happen. You don't want to start telling time based on Tank Davis's hairdo correctly.
Okay, Tank Davis was in the arena and they showed his face. They say Tank, they want to come up and talk to people. Tank was like, nah.
Your entire life.
No, bro, I remember this fight. It happened when
look it up, bro. Look it up, bro. Look it up.
No,
look it up. Just look it up to make yourself correct.
Just look it up. Stop trying to
stop making an argument when you don't know what you're arguing about. Just look it up.
I know the facts.
Okay, hold on. Forget look up the facts. Why? So wait a minute. Hold up a second. Are you mean to tell me that everyone else who has a computer and can look this up and will tell you this every single time because that's what it says, you're going to argue this point based on Tank Davis's hairdo and some other shit that don't matter?
Of course I will. If that's the evidence.
Okay, all right. I just want to make. Okay, so the delusion is strong with the young one, with this Padawan. Okay.
Yeah, delusion is strong, bro.
Okay, cool. He's It was the same night that Ellie. Listen, Smoke. It was the same night when Ellie sat back, interviewed Tank Davis about the Ryan Garcia fight. It was a year after Tank already fought Pitbull Cruz. Tank went there, hanging out with his homies, and went to watch the fight.
Okay, so
you already fought people that fight, bro.
Let me ask you this. So I hear your story, right? That's cool. It sounds great. But do you think that I should believe the words coming out of your mouth or the words written on the BoxRec and my own memory? Which one should I go by?
That was a co-main event, brother. That was a co-main event.
He's a co-main fighter
on the Indian Uga fight.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's saying Isaac Cruz faces Gamboa in a co-main event of Spence and Ugas.
Man,
he's an undercard fighter, bro. He just got his ass whooped on an undercard on the 29th of July.
He's never been a headliner, dude. He's an undercard fighter. I don't understand why you're talking about how popular he is. He's only popular for Tank fans. It's as a justification for Tank to fight this guy again. Because Tank is in the business of fighting guys that we all know he's going to beat for lots of money. It's a good business. I'm not hating on his business. If I could have that business, I would be in that business. I can't, and I'm not. I'm just saying that's the business.
Okay, let me ask you this, Smoke. Who's more popular between Pitbull Cruz and Kambosos?
What'd you say?
Who's more popular in boxing between Pitbull Cruz and Kambosos?
Okay, why would you ask me that?
Who cares?
Because Kambosos, I didn't really know about Kambosos until he fought Tio. He got his fame from fighting Tio and beating Tio, causing the upset. And just like Pitbull Cruz fought Tank Davis and shocked the world, he was touching Tank up.
He is touching Tank. Nobody cares.
That's fine. Listen, I can
Nobody cares.
Similar situation.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. The point is that still doesn't tell you who's more popular.
And the fact still remains, Smoke, that nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, no.
Okay. I'm not gonna keep arguing. That's your opinion. I'm gonna just say that. You guys are gonna see yourselves when Tank fights Pitbull Cruz. If it does happen, the numbers will be bigger. You guys want to say, "Oh, it's because of Ryan Garcia."
Well, you don't know.
I'll be like I told you. I told you, bro.
Bro, we don't know if they're bigger. We don't know if the numbers are going to be bigger because he's not fighting anybody else. He's just going to be fighting Pitbull Cruz. You can't say that. That's bigger than
you know that the numbers of that fight. Okay. We're not even going to watch that fight. Nobody gives a fuck. We're not even going to watch it.
Like 250K people buys, right, Shelton?
Yeah.
They did 250. When 10 for Pitbull Cruz, they did over 250K people buys, right?
No, they did about 200, 250.
I mean, that's close.
Okay, that was because of Tank Davis mostly, right?
Yeah.
That was because of Tank's fan base, right?
Right.
And when they fight again, when people Cruz has gained a lot of more fans after he, like, quote unquote, exposed Tank Davis, the numbers will be low or even the same. Is that what you're saying? After Tank beat Ryan Garcia in one of the biggest anticipated fights of the year, you want to tell me that they're gonna make the same number?
You gotta listen, bro. You gotta listen. He lost a bunch of fans. Pitbull Cruz lost a bunch of fans when he got his ass whooped on the 29th of July and got a gift. He lost a bunch of fans that night.
How do you know that he's going to
named Hollywood? Some Hollywood guy.
Well, check
the Hollywood guy whooped his ass.
Check this out, though, and I don't agree with David all the way. I think you threw yourself off when you said it would make as much as Spence and Crawford. I think that was crazy, but I do believe in a sense that the Mexicans is still going to support Cruz. They still think it's a matchup problem, and I do think it will probably do about 300,000. Now, rather not that's the fight.
At least.
Yeah, I think so. And rather not that's the fight you want to see.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you, there is a group of people that are trying to talk about how my boy Tank can just lose to anybody, right? There is a contender to that, but I don't know how big that contingency is. I don't think the Pitbull Cruz has enough people behind him that really think he can beat Tank. They might say he beat Tank in the last fight. That doesn't mean that they think he's going to beat Tank in the next fight.
And let me throw something out here about Tank and this whole concept about one thing about him, right? And this is the thing about fighting. We kind of in a wave, and in this channel, educated Shelton, you educated Smokey, you educated a lot of the brothers in here, Phantom educated. So a lot of us that we talk are educated in the sport, but really when it comes down to lights, camera, action. Lights, camera, action. When I remember the year that the Rams lost in the Super Bowl to the Patriots, they really got exposed a couple of weeks prior to that when they barely beat the Giants. Lights, camera, action, but they was the greatest show on earth because they was lights, but they truly wasn't the best team in the NFL. Lights, camera, action. Tank is an attraction because people love watching him fight. Mike Tyson fought lots of people that people knew he was going to beat, and people still spent money. Tank is an attraction at this point.
And they love knockouts, right? People Cruz are knockout artists. No matter what happens in that fight.
The way he does it, his lifestyle, his story, they have done a wonderful job. Floyd and them has done a wonderful job of pumping him up. And credit to Tank, he has done everything that has been asked of him, and he's continuously getting better and better. A lot of people were saying, "Oh, Ryan, he made Ryan look like he didn't belong in the ring with him."
We're not arguing that point. We understand everything you're saying. Everything you're saying is a fact. But what we're telling you is that when Tank fights Pitbull Cruz, whenever that happens, nobody's really gonna watch it.
Well,
most of us ain't even gonna watch that shit. Ain't nobody gonna watch it. Nobody cares.
Okay. The Tank Davis fans are the most supported fans in boxing. That's what I'm saying. The Tank Davis fans will always be with Tank through thick and thin, no matter who Tank fights.
No, that's not true.
No matter who Tank fights, the Tank fans know a knockout will happen. We know a knockout will come through. That's what we know.
The way Tank can grow his fan base is by fighting the guys that he's supposed to fight, not fighting Pitbull.
That's true, Shelton. But Shelton, guess what? Unfortunately, the business is what it is, and guess what? All no disrespect to Haney and Shakur, which I think both of those are 50-50 fights. I think Shakur is a very dangerous fight for Tank. I think he can edge Haney. I think Shakur is a very dangerous fight for him. But guess what? Unfortunately, it ain't gonna happen. So outside of those two fights, there's nobody really left at 135.
Right. So that goes to my point. Ain't nobody gonna watch this shit because nobody wants to see it.
They gonna watch it because he's the greatest show on earth. They gonna watch it because he's the greatest show on earth.
Ain't nobody gonna watch that shit.
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it.
You are.
Listen. Are you gonna watch Colorado Saturday? Are you gonna watch Colorado play Colorado?
I'm gonna watch Colorado. I don't give a fuck if they playing the Crenshaw High School. I'm watching Dion. I don't give a fuck about Colorado. I give a fuck about Dion.
Right, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. You made my point for me, brother.
What are you talking about, man? Nobody gives a fuck about Tank like they give a fuck about Dion.
Okay, Shelton. How did you feel, Shelton, about the Devin Haney and Kambosos 2 fight? The second fight. Were you excited to watch that fight again?
I didn't watch it. I knew the outcome.
Now I see now. Okay, I respect you for that, for keeping the same energy.
Yeah, I didn't watch that shit. I knew the outcome.
Okay, now I respect you for that. I thought you were just biased for just against Tank Davis.
No. I don't watch fights that I know the outcome to. I don't watch shit like that.
Well, guess what though? When Colorado plays USC in 2 weeks, they too little for them boys, and that's a mismatch. But you're gonna watch Colorado.
I watch football. I'm watching that because I watch football. I give a fuck about football.
So as a boxing fan, you gonna watch them?
No.
But guess what, Shelton? A lot of people didn't want to watch the Tio and Kambosos fight because they thought they knew the outcome. And Kambosos pulled the upset on Tio.
If Tank fights Shakur, if Tank fights Devin, I will watch it. I will pay for it. If Tank fights Tio, I will watch it. I will pay for it. If he fighting Pitbull Cruz, I don't give a fuck.
Well, that's you, brother. That's you.
I don't give a fuck.
True boxing fans will watch any fight that's among the elite.
I'm not watching that shit.
Change the lead, bro. The biggest draw in that division, and you're not gonna watch his fight.
I don't give a fuck about that shit. He ain't fighting nobody I want to see him fight.
Okay, are you gonna watch Shakur and De Los Santos?
Yeah, because De Los Santos actually got a shot.
So De Los Santos got okay. Let me ask you this: you tell me that De Los Santos has a higher chance of beating Shakur than People Cruz has a higher chance beating Tank Davis?
Yes.
Well, ask him if did he watch Crawford? Did he watch
Crawford? So People Cruz has touched Tank's face so many times and he couldn't drop him. You tell me that De Los Santos will touch Shakur consistently like People Cruz touched Tank's face?
Pitbull Cruz may last 6 rounds if they fight again. He gonna knock Pitbull Cruz the fuck out. Pitbull Cruz ain't shit. You just watch the Hollywood dude. You just watched the Hollywood dude on July 29th. Wolf Pitbull Cruz ass. You just watched it. Pitbull Cruz ain't shit.
Did you watch the fight, Shelton?
I watched the Hollywood dude. Whoever that dude was.
Hold on. Highlights. Did you watch the fight?
Of what? Of the Pitbull Cruz fighting the Hollywood dude?
Yes, sir.
It was on the pay-per-view. Of course I watched it. I paid for it.
Okay, well, we watching the fight then you know the motherfucker was running from him. So it's a whole style make fights, a style make matchup.
Man, that dude Pitbull Cruz ain't shit. I don't give a fuck what you say.
Y'all say the same thing. Shelton, when Jerome put Ennis to knock out his previous opponent,
I don't give a fuck what you say.
You guys said that Jerome put Ennis was exposed because he was chasing down the opponent.
Ain't shit.
Because
Pitbull Cruz ain't shit. I don't care what you say.
Knock him out this time.
Pitbull Cruz will beat the brakes of Kambosos.
I don't know.
Who gives a fuck?
He will beat the brakes of a former champion. So that's a legit fight.
Kambosos ain't shit either. Who gives a fuck?
Okay, but he was a former unified champion. Kambosos is the same dude that beat Tio though.
To fucking what's that motherfucker's name with the IBO? What was his name?
Nobody know.
Yeah, the motherfucker that had the IBO. That dude from England. You just watched motherfucking Kambosos lose to him in Oklahoma and get a gift. Yep. Kambosos ain't shit.
So if People Cruz can beat Kambosos, what does that mean about People Cruz? They need the former unified champion in Kambosos.
He ain't beat nobody. He ain't shit.
Okay. Kambosos arguably has the best resume.
He ain't shit.
Haney and Tio at 135 right now.
But he answered that.
He's gonna fight Loma next. He's fighting Loma next. That means Kambosos has the best resume at 135 right now.
He ain't shit. Kambosos ain't shit.
Did you watch Bud fight that dude on BLK Prime?
Yes, I did. I bought BLK Prime.
You watched the Ebenezer fight?
Of course I watched.
Hold on, David. And Shelton, who was gonna win?
We knew who was gonna win. We knew before we bought it.
I just want to let you know it's all good for the goose, but not the gander with you.
I don't fuck with Tank like that. I've been trying to tell y'all that. I don't know why you're trying to make me fuck with a dude I don't fuck with. Tank ain't fighting no goddamn body. Until he fights somebody,
okay, Shelton. You watched Buckcroft fight Ebenezer after he went behind Errol Spence's back in December and fought Ebenezer.
Errol Spence got knocked out. Fuck Errol Spence.
A guy that we knew that he was gonna beat easy, but beat for Ebenezer, and you watched that fight.
He was gonna beat motherfucking Spence easy, but y'all didn't believe it.
No, stop the cap. Stop the cap. Stop lying.
I told you that for 3 years.
Now you're trying to move the goalpost. You're trying to move the goalpost now, bro. Don't move the goalpost. We on Bud and Ebenezer.
Hold on. Did I not tell you that Bud was gonna knock his ass out? Did I tell you that? Did I tell you?
Why did you watch the fight?
Well, I knew what was gonna happen. I wanted to see him knock the nigga out.
Not the EJ fight, the Amnesia fight. Why? You see now, bro, you just proved to be a hypocrite.
Because Bud was fighting. That's why I watched it. Because Bud was fighting. That's my favorite fighter.
Don't say now that people don't care about Tank because you're gonna support Tank because Tank is fighting the bigger draw.
I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about me. We was talking about me. I'm not watching that bullshit.
But you kept generalizing, saying that nobody wants to see their fight. Nobody cares about the fight. Now you say you don't care.
You
just
care
because
about the fight. Is what I said.
The Crawford
you care
and
about it.
Because
fight. You're a Tank Davis fan. That's fine.
Okay.
You care about
okay, it. Then okay. Respectfully,
I don't care about
don't judge us when we say we want to watch Tank and people.
Oh, I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you. I'm just saying you talking about 500 or 600 pay-per-views. That shit's not gonna happen.
That's your opinion, though. Why do other people want to see that fight? See, that's the problem.
We'll see after the fight. We'll see after the fight. We'll see after.
Care how much numbers Bud did with Amnesia. I didn't even give a damn about that fight. So you caring about Tank numbers of people Cruz tells me that you don't want to see Tank successful in the fight that you want to see.
I don't give a fuck what Tank does. I don't care nothing about Tank. I don't give a fuck what he does. If he makes $1 million, I don't care. It doesn't help me.
Only thing he will make 400K pay-per-view buys.
All I'm saying is, I don't watch fights that I don't give a fuck about. I don't pay for fights that I don't give a fuck about.
Only for Crawford, right?
I give a fuck about his fights. I don't give a fuck if he's fighting you. I'm watching it.
All right. That's how I feel about Tank then. That's how the Tank fans are.
And that's cool. And that's cool.
Even if Tank loses the fight, bro, we're going to stick with Tank, bro.
And that's cool. That's what you're supposed to do. If
Bud
goes up and fights Canelo and gets his ass whooped, I'm still going to watch it. If Bud goes up to 68 and gets his ass whooped by Canelo, I'm going to watch it. I don't care what anyone says. If Bud goes up to 68 and gets his ass whooped by Canelo, I'm still going to watch
it. That's a loyal fan. These Earl Spence fans are not Trump's Ennis fans. They don't want Earl Spence anymore. They just want to see Bud Crawford lose. I don't hate Bud Crawford. I was just rooting for my guy, Earl Spence. But a lot of Bud fans hate the Earl Spence fans, call us heterosexuals.
Nobody does that. That's I don't get into all that homosexual, and I don't get into all that. That's just too much. It's just a boxing match. You get to talk motherfuckers, heterosexuals, and all that. You're doing way too much. You're going way beyond the pale.
If you call us heterosexual, that means you're a Bud Crawford fanboy.
Yeah, that means you're a weirdo. That means you're a weirdo. If you call another man an heterosexual, that means you're a weirdo.
When I was rooting for Earl Spence, I did say the only way Bud can win the fight by knockout, but he clearly outboxed Earl Spence. I said Earl Spence couldn't get outboxed by Bud, but clearly Bud was too skilled for him and outboxed him and dropped him multiple times.
Yeah, anybody calling people heterosexuals and Bud buddies and all that shit, you a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, bro, it's like boxing politicians or something like that, bro. Like, come on, bro. Can we come together and support the fight? No, you're a dick rider. No.
Shit, I'm excited. I'm excited about the fight tonight. I want to see that Joe Gonzalez fight. That's gonna be a good fight.
Yeah.
I can't wait for next week. Zaylee Zhang and motherfucking Joe Joyce. I'm watching that shit. I want to see that again.
That was a nice little cook session. So we got Tank being the real Kaiser Soze. He's the one getting away with it. Everybody else got to fight their way to figure out how to get that Tank an easy touch for every fucking dollar on earth bag. And let's talk about the fucking another fight that we've been talking about for fucking ever. That's on there. We got, well, actually, before we get, I did say chronological order, but let's do an order of importance. About that. Spence Bud rematch. We were just talking about that. It's a nice segue to it too. Apparently, Bud wants a catchweight.
More money. He wants more money.
No. I'm not dealing with money. Let me get it out, and then you can do your thing. Listen, I don't know how long it's gonna take you to live down those Tank Davis cornrows, but in my mind, that shit's still right in center, dude. I don't know why the hell you did that, but whatever, dude. let me keep it pushing. Just real fast. Bud Crawford is now saying he wants a catchweight and a rehydration clause. Now, I understand that A-side does. But what does that say to you about the Canelo fight? If he's trying to catchweight and rehydration clause Errol Spence, the guy that we think he's already way better than, and doesn't he need to move up and fight at the full 154? Why fight at 148, 1 pound over 140? Why pull a Tank Davis in this position, in this situation? Guys, let me know.
I think it's a stall tactic because we all know Bomac don't get out of jail until at least October the 9th. So he's trying to put shit in the air to stall the fight until Bomac gets out of jail. Because I think they're gonna let Bomac out. They're just gonna ban him from England. He'll never be able to go back there again. But they're gonna let him out of jail. And that fight's gonna happen in January or February.
Always Bomac on
154 pounds. That's what I think is happening.
Yeah, I always Bomac all the best. I hope he comes out and doesn't spend 5 years in jail. You know. But I didn't really get to hear what GT Smoke said. He said a lot of things, bro. Are you saying that Bud wants the rehydration clause and catch weight for the Errol Spence fight or the Canelo fight? Which one?
No, he's talking about he wants a catch weight and rehydration clause for the Errol Spence fight. He wants to fight at 148. But I think that's a stall tactic. I think he's stalling to wait till fucking Bomac gets out of jail. That's what he's stalling.
Yeah, and it's in the contract though. He could do that if he wants to, because it's in the contract that the winner of the first fight gets to say which weight class they're gonna fight at.
Yeah, I think it's a stall tactic. I think he's just stalling, trying to wait to see what's gonna happen with Bomac.
Yeah, but the thing is, some Bud fans that judge Tank Davis for what he did to Ryan Garcia are gonna switch now and say, "Oh, but Tank did it. Tank did it to Ryan Garcia." And I can say nothing wrong is wrong about that. I mean, it is what it is, bro.
Yeah, I think it's a stall tactic. That's all I'm thinking.
The rumors of him like asking for more money, he can't do that. It's in the contract, bro. They already signed the deal of who's gonna get the money, the percentage of who won the first fight. So you cannot ask for more money just because it's undisputed. Because they're not fighting for the belt now. They're fighting in the catch weight. So
yeah, I don't see it. I just think it's a stall tactic. I think he's stalling. As soon as Bomac get out of jail, all that shit's gonna be rectified.
Listen, I don't mind. I wouldn't mind it if it's even a ploy to try to get out of the fight, so we don't, so you go fight somebody that is a little bit more germane to the end of his career, right? Like, why, if you only have a few fights left in you, fuck with Errol Spence against some more, especially if the belts aren't even going to be on the line and all this other stuff. Like, what's the point of this?
But that's unfair, though. That's not part of the deal. You gotta fight Errol Spence. That's part of the deal. You can't do that to Errol Spence. They signed up for it. And guess what? If he wants to fight Jermell Charlo and Canelo, they got their own business going on. What if Jermell Charlo magically beats Canelo? Now they're gonna have a rematch. Bud's gonna sit there waiting for Canelo and Jermell. He gotta fight Errol Spence right now, and then worry about anything else in the future. And the fact that he's doing a rehydration clause in the catch weight is unfair because we all know that Bud's moving up to 154. He's not interested to fight anybody at 147. So why the hell wait in the catch weight 148 instead of just moving up? Just move up, bro. That's all I'm saying. He's not fighting Trump with Ennis. He's not fighting Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman. So why the hell would you wait in the weight class or even be near the weight class?
Who's talking about a catch weight?
I'm saying, like, if Bud Crawford wants a catch weight like 148 for the Errol Spence fight, like, why would you even do that if you're just moving up to 154 afterwards?
Well, why would
148? 148 is the 154 division. The 148 pounds is in the 154-pound division, right? That's the first part of it. The second part of it is if he's moving up to Canelo, he's supposed to go to 168. So why do a catch weight if you're actually talking about moving up? Like, don't you need to get your body used to the bigger weights? It doesn't make sense. What's up? What's up, Zone? Well, welcome to the panel. Welcome to the panel. Hope you're having a good Friday.
What's up, man? What's up? What's going on?
Zone 6?
Brother, salute, brother.
Okay. Yeah, I had the same question about Errol Spence in the Terrence Crawford fight. I'm kind of confused on what's going on there. If the quote unquote goal is to move up and face Janelle Charlo and Canelo and all these guys, right? And you looking for these paydays upwards of 154 and 47. How are we going in the opposite direction? How are we slowly inching about? Like, how are we like 48? Well, you were just saying you want Charlo, and that was going to be at a full 154 pounds. So
that's my point.
Yeah,
that's my point.
Yeah, why delay getting acclimated to the fight in a weight? Hold on, it's confusing because everybody's saying that he only got like 3 more fights. He only got a limited amount of time. He's getting old. He's gonna be 30,000 years old by tomorrow. But wouldn't you want to expedite getting to your end goal as of faster sooner than later? Like, this shit is crazy. Like, what are we putting all these stipulations into effect on a rematch? I don't understand that.
No, I think Floyd just won an advantage on Earl Spence because he's been hearing a lot of rumors that Earl Spence might have been draining the fight. He doesn't want to give him any chance of being stronger, being more healthier. I don't know.
See, all of that is fine if you weren't talking about fighting bigger dudes afterwards. Like,
right. Exactly.
It just doesn't make sense. If you already know that you can whoop this dude, and really you're using him basically as a tune-up for your next fight, why don't you actually prepare correctly?
Exactly. Good
point. And check you're gonna be more comfortable 154. Just look it up, bro. You already beat this guy, so fight him on 154.
Why? So is there talks that he's trying to do a catch weight with Spence?
That's what word of curb is. I think right now it's like internet rumors, but we're just like that. To me, I'm just like, it doesn't make sense.
What it does is, and I don't think this, because the mistake that I made with the Spence Crawford fight, because I was 50-50, but I did lean with Spence to win the fight, Spence. But the difference is I stopped using my common eyeballs and started creating scenarios instead of using my eyeballs. Still, stylistically, and if you really just watch how they fight and look at their strengths and weaknesses, Crawford was supposed to win the fight. The fact, however, which I don't drink this Kool-Aid, but if Spence, if it was a weight issue, if the weight did play an issue, to me it would seem like when he said I want to go up to 154, Crawford should say, well, we just gonna fight at 154 so I can whip your ass again. And instead, he's saying, well, I want to do it at 148. That's putting him back at a disadvantage on the weight side. Putting Spence at a disadvantage on the weight side again.
First of all, how y'all doing, fellas?
Hey, brother.
Salute, bro.
Yeah, man. I really don't care. It's like, to me, Crawford has all the leverage in this situation. He beat the living dog shit out of him. Yeah, I really don't care. Them dudes, they could fight at 148, 147, 154. I think Crawford would beat him the same. So if you want to fight at a catch weight and put a rehyd, if you want to do that, you could do that. Either A side.
But listen, I get that, brother, and I won't debate that. But I'm just saying, generally, does that make it seem like, you know what? I mean, this is for legacy and greatness. And if there's speculation of there was being some weight drain situation, now the man's talking about we're gonna move up to one. And Spence said after the fight, he said, if he'll fight me at 154, I want to fight him again. And now here it is. We fast forward, and now Crawford's talking about, and like Smoke said, he's talking about moving up anyways. And if this is the case, even though I get what you're saying, you can't make a big deal about it because he is the A side at this point. But why not man up and just fight him at 1? I mean, it just looked like it looks suspect.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think my internet cut off for a second. Damn, I'm gonna go and come back.
Because it almost looked like Crawford doing the booger leg shuffle.
Yeah. So Cooking with Sir is saying y'all making crap up for negative publicity. No one from Bud Crawford team said that the EJ fanboys are saying this. Okay, first off, I didn't make up any of this stuff. Secondly, you can find the stuff that like none of this is being made up here. This is a speculation on whether or not if what is being said is true, what is being reported is in fact true. How does it bode? How does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. The second part of it is doesn't make Bud look bad. Like the other thing, like Zone 6 is not an Errol Spence fan at all. Not only does he not think he's a good fighter, he doesn't even think he's a good human being. Like the dude doesn't like Errol Spence. So just stop with all the partisan us versus them. There is a thing that is out there being talking about Bud Crawford fighting at the catchweight, and it did not originate here. We didn't make up anything. My favorite fighter on record, I've been saying this for years. You can go back all the way to 2018, me on these panels. From that day, this day, saying that Bud Crawford is my favorite fighter. I never switched it up because he's been my favorite fighter since 2016. I didn't even know about Errol Spence. Maybe I knew, like, he's been my favorite fighter since 2015, 2014, somewhere in there. I didn't even know about Errol Spence then. So, yeah, like, some fans out there are really, like, hypersensitive and looking for a fight with some trolls, right? But that's not what happens over here. We're not trying to make up narratives in order to make Bud Crawford look bad. What we do over here is talk about the sport. We talk about rumors. Yeah, some of the shit we talk about turns out it was a rumor, but it is part of the zeitgeist, so we chop it up. If it in fact is that Bud wants this fight at the catchweight and rehydration clause, this does not make any sense. If he's talking about moving up and fighting bigger dudes, this don't make sense.
Hey, Marky, you still there? Marky ain't there. Guess he can't hear me. Yeah, that's like I said. I think that's just.
I mean, right. So the issue is, like, you don't know if it's made up. Firstly, and secondly, if it was made up, you don't know who did it. It could be Canelo fans that did it. It literally could not be made up. Like, bro, like, I don't understand, like, why they're still trying to foment this fucking beef. Like, before we start saying that it's false, and then also accusing other people of making it up. Like, why don't we just fucking figure it out? Like, if it's false, cool, but then it doesn't make any sense. We can put it off. If you find out who made it up, that's cool. But at this point, it's just out there.
Oh, my bad, Sean. I was on mute. I've been talking this whole fucking time. I ain't getting it.
Yeah, you got it, Marky. Go ahead.
I was gonna say.
Go ahead, Sheldon. What you saying? Hello?
Shelton hit the wrong. He hit the wrong button, so you might as well repeat. Yeah. He'll be back in a second. He just
go ahead, Smoke. My bad.
He probably tried to take himself off mute and just like disconnected. But what I was going to ask was what were you saying when you were on mute? Because nobody heard it. Might as well restate your opinion.
I was going to respond to something you just said, but I lost my train of thought. And I was just looking for, I think Sheldon was just going to fuck with me about the Eagles game last night. That's all. We're just going to chop it up for a second on that.
Oh, so some Eagles shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That wasn't a very impressive win, but, shout out to the Eagles.
Yeah, we just need what it is, Smoke. We have a new offensive coordinator, and we're just looking for our rhythm right now. But early on, Jalen Hurts, the offense did not look efficient. But as we started running the ball, and when you start running the ball, what that does is you get the big boys on the line moving, and then they start beating up on the defensive linemen. But when you just sit back and you passing the ball, you're letting your offensive linemen get the shit kicked out of them. So I think we found our rhythm a little bit late running the ball. I don't know, man. We're going to see. But right now, my Eagles, they not in.
Disagree, brother. I'm sorry. I have to disagree because there's three reasons I disagree. is the first reason is it's still early in the year, and most of your explosive offensive teams are going to struggle for the first 3 to 4 weeks. The second reason is Minnesota is not as good as they was 4 or 5 years ago, but they still a solid defense.
Yeah,
Number
they got
three,
Brian Flores up there.
yeah, they're still in the defense. And number three, one thing, and Hurst showed me this in college when he left Alabama and he went to Oklahoma and he put up Heisman like numbers. He showed us that he's showing these last couple games. He's showing that I'm just not one of these guys that's going to come through and be hot. And if I lose a couple people, it's going to disrupt what I'm doing. He's showing that he's a champion. He's showing that he's a winner, and he's showing that he's a leader. And to go into New England and beat New England, to then turn around on short week notice, and the Minnesota team that wanted to prove something after losing to Tampa Bay, that's a very impressive win. And later on in the season, those 2 wins that they picked up, even though they were ugly, it's going to end up helping them. A lot of teams would lose those type of games, and then at the end of the year, when they get their rhythm, they end up struggling to get in the playoffs, or they get a low seed and they end up getting knocked out.
You look at a team like the Cowboys. This is what they always do. They always come out firing. Last year they lost their first game, but shit, then they rattled out 5 games straight. This is what they do. Then they lose their rhythm late in the year. But it's like you say, Sports Evan. I'm not really concerned about it. I'm just not impressed by what I've been seeing. But I think we're gonna get our rhythm eventually. We got I think the first real scare that we have on our schedule is probably the Jets. But I don't fear Zach Wilson. That defense is lethal. But then we got the Dolphins the next week. So we got right now we got Tampa Bay and the Commanders. So we got time to get this shit right and to get our rhythm together. So I ain't even worried about it.
I get what you're saying, but your defense is making, because that's the difference between a championship team and a contender, a pretender.
Yeah.
That on both sides of the ball, you make things happen, and even on special teams. So as a complete unit, they're locked in. But I definitely understand your concern as an Eagles fan, because I just love Jalen Hurts. Matter of fact, any black quarterback, for those that don't know. But I just love what Jalen's doing. But I definitely get your concern, because Jets have the best defense in the NFL, in my opinion. And the Miami Dolphins, when those motherfuckers is on fire, there ain't nothing you can do about that.
Yeah.
You got to be able to have a good offense to compete with them.
Right. So I don't mean to break up the football talk. The football season just started. People are getting the juices going. I just wanted to read the chat right fast, and then you guys can go back to it. Cooking with Sir Senior says the first people. It says the fist people. Fist of the first men. But that shout out to Game of Thrones. But I think he meant the first people. The first people, and the only ones to say it was facts, is EJ fans. I did the research. Coach Nor Bernie said this, and they're the closest to Bud in these YouTube streets. That's fine if your research led you to say that it was an EJ fan doing it first. Just because your research led you there, that does not mean that you know who said this thing first and it was facts. I'm just telling you, like, when it comes down to it, right down to it, go there and proselytize that shit. For me, I am not trying to foment no fucking weirdo us versus them mentality. It literally does not matter. Like, if it's false, it's false, and you can figure out who. If you think, and if you are interested in where a rumor started and who thought the rumor was true first, cool. I will talk about. I can understand what you're saying. There's a thing out there called confirmation bias. If you think badly of someone and news comes out, you automatically jump to the worst case scenarios. I don't know who is guilty of confirmation bias in this particular order, in this particular instance. It could be that you are, in fact, suffering from confirmation bias by laying the blame at Errol Spence's feet or Errol Spence fans' feet for a rumor that is not true. It also could very well be that Spence fans did start this. Once they heard something and they just attached Tank to it. It also could be Canelo fans. You don't know that just because somebody likes EJ, that they don't like Canelo more. Who the fuck knows? Like, maybe he has a Mexican style and they just like that shit. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know that you can necessarily describe, define, or identify fans as pro. I'm almost done, Marky. You can have it in a second.
Bad.
Yeah, and I'll tell you I'm done, and I'll pass it to you, so you don't have to like jump in. I know that you don't want air in the conversation. I like that, but I'm just not done, and I'm being a little bit long-winded. But I want to address Sir Senior because he did a lot of typing. Let's see, and he's doing a lot of typing. So, and he also asked us to read the comments, so I'm going to read his comment out. That's right. Right. So it could very well be that it was an Errol Spence fan, but I don't know how you determine that it was an Errol Spence fan who also wasn't a Bud fan. Because for some reason, people have it in their mind that if you like Errol Spence, that you can't like Bud. Or if you like Errol Spence, you're not a bigger fan of like Jermell Charlo or maybe Canelo Alvarez. I just don't understand how it's just like there are some people who only like Errol Spence and nobody else. I don't know if that's the case. If that's what you're saying, you might as well just say who started the rumor first instead of saying fans did it, as if they got together a group of fans and started a thing. Why don't you say you trace the rumor to a single person like that instead of saying you trace it to a cluster of people? Because you just don't know who said it first at that point. If you did the research and you know who started the rumor, just say the person's name that started the rumor. It's all good. You got it, Marky Dan. It's all you.
No, Smoke. I was just gonna say that that's actually that's the train of thought that I lost. I was just gonna say that these dudes, they're just miserable. Like I mean, you go around for 5 years talking shit, and then you're proven wrong in such spectacular fashion, and y'all motherfuckers are still talking shit. Like I don't engage with these people. I don't engage with these ideas that Bud is a drug cheat, or that Snack and Victor Conti, or that Earl, there's something going on with. No, fuck that. Your fighter went in there, he got his ass kicked. You were proven wrong. Just say that. But these motherfuckers, I don't know. Like, I'm just not gonna get sucked into this bullshit between these Earl fans and these Bud fans. I'm good. Them niggas can keep that.
Yeah, I don't know about the us versus them. I don't even know how strong the us versus them is. I mean, I think that some people generally don't like either guy. That's cool. I don't know how much of that is based on them liking the respective guy anyway. Like, I don't know that, for instance, Zone 6. I don't think that he likes Bud because he hates Spence. I think he just likes Bud and hates Spence. You know what I mean? Like, I think these two things are totally independent of each other. But for whatever reason, they get linked and people just start smearing. I don't know. Like, it just gets convoluted in my head. And I'm a person that likes to keep clean delineations between categories, right? So I can understand, like, when it's time to move off to another category, that I'm moving off from the right fucking starting point. So I don't know. I think there are guys out there I think there are people who hate Spence just because they're Bud fans. But I think that in my experience, there's been more people who dislike Spence for Spence, regardless of Bud. And they're happy that Bud whooped his ass, but they didn't become these like huge Bud fans. And vice versa. I think that people like Spence because they didn't like the way Bud was moving. And just because Spence got his ass whooped doesn't mean all of a sudden they like Bud. You know what I mean? It's just kind of, I don't know. It's the nature of boxing fandom, especially like in YouTube and social media. Like, people just like, I don't know. They like to foment goddamn discord. We got Bruce Gas. I gotta put Bruce Gas shit up here. I always. It's the lightning.
Salute OG. But yeah, I don't know. I just there was a time when I took boxing fights that seriously. I just don't anymore. Yeah, like these dudes, they need I don't know if I say they need professional help, but they need something.
Oh, damn. David Hussein left. I wanted to get his, he's only here for the Tank talk, and I forgot one of the things to talk about Tank that Sean O'Malley says he's going to knock him out.
Yeah, Sean O'Malley is trying to get that bag.
Yeah, he's trying to, the UFC is starting to clout chase him, or I don't know if he's UFC, he might be some other promotion.
No, he's the UFC bantamweight champ, Smoke. You're right.
Okay, there we go. So, yeah, UFC is out there trying to get that Floyd and Ngannou money, whatever, I guess.
I mean, shit, I can't blame him. If my pay scale goes from 1.6 million to 10 million, or however the fuck much they gonna get in guaranteed purses, I mean, shit, go for it. That's his business.
Cookin says he's an EJ and a Bud fan, but people who do believe EJ is a clone. What?
You see, that's that bullshit. That's that bullshit smoke.
People say this stuff. I hate people that downplay people for clout. Damn.
EJ was a clone in the ring. They what they saying? What they cloned EJ and what they beat the shit out of him before the fight, then they sent him in there. Is that the conspiracy theory smoke?
Yo, but to put it like this: if I'm a fighter and let's say I have a couple clones, I'm putting clones in there. I mean, listen, the thing is, either you're a fighter or you're not, right? But if I could get paid somebody else to take the fucking lumps and then I get all the glory for it or all the hate for it, but I don't actually have to take the licks and I still get paid. Damn.
Yeah.
Would I do it? That's a toughie. That's a toughie.
That ain't tough.
That's kind of tough because I want to fight, right? I'm a fighter. I want to fight.
Oh, okay, yes. If you have that passion, yes. But I mean, shit, if I could get a $20 million payday for somebody else taking an ass whooping, sign me up.
Yeah, right. I'm saying I'm tempted. I like to fight. I like to fight. So I want to fight. But damn, I don't have to fight and I get paid.
I mean, but hold on, Smoke.
That's actually what I think happens at the PBC. I really think that Al Heyman is such a good financial advisor and understands business and how to generate income, how to generate wealth to the point where these guys are getting paid more for not fighting than they are for fighting and showing up in the ring. So when they get in the ring, they're comfortable. They're domestic, they're civilized. Anyway, go ahead.
Right. I don't know. I lost my train of thought. We were talking about clones fighting and kicking ass and getting ass kicked.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, oh, yo, wait a minute. I have a clone that could take this ass whooping?
Matter of fact, that's smart business because you let the clone take the ass whooping. Then in the second fight, I mean, the odds are gonna be stacked against you. You put you put that money down on yourself. I mean, shit, you win that fight, you could set yourself up forever, Smoke. We do a little mob deal in the back room. I mean, it could all work out. Shit, Bud could even get in on it. Send his own clone. Let me whoop his ass.
Yeah,
then we have the third fight.
Yeah, well, I'm sure these fighters. I mean, why should Errol Spence have access to clones, but not the other fighters? Like, I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there. That's a pretty good book. That's a pretty good business if you could be in it. I know it. You have some issues when it comes to personal ethics, right? Maybe you don't want to fool the people. You want to be honest and have some integrity. But I don't think any boxer suffers from that too much. Right? There's some I feel like have that kind of thing. But I don't think that's a trait amongst the majority of boxers. But I do think that they want to fight in general. I think you got some guys who are there that just love to mix it up. So the opportunity to mix it up is like, yeah, let me get in there. But if you can get paid tens of millions to not fight, I think they're also kind of desperate like that. They come from really humble beginnings. That's a tough one. That's a tough one to make. I don't know. I'm not ready to vilify him like you are. So I'm for that one.
I almost got ran off the fucking road. Shit.
Hey, Marky.
Yo.
You're not worried now, are you? You was worried a little bit at halftime. You're not worried now, are you?
Nah, we got that boy Swift. The whole line is exactly. Hold on, Jordan. It's exactly what D Free and me have been saying at the beginning of the game. Get the big boys rolling. Get them rolling downhill, having them move guys off the line. You just having them sit back and letting Jalen Hurts pass. That shit ain't gonna work.
That dude went for 175 on their ass last night. He rolled.
Yeah, boy. Who?
DeAndre Swift went for 175 on Minnesota.
Mm-hmm. That boy is lethal behind that offensive line, Shelton. It's not going to be a game.
Yeah, he's a monster. He did that. Yeah, man. I'm with Smoke. What he was saying. If you can be made, if motherfucker gonna give me $5 million to let another nigga go in there and get his head bashed in, why would I not take it?
Hey,
you gonna give me $5 million, let another nigga go in there and get bashed up for sure. I'll take that. Why you think Stanionis ain't doing too much complaining? Stanionis been getting rich by sitting on the sideline.
So here's the thing: as the clones is, like, I would imagine that a clone is someone that you can't tell the difference between the two. So you would have to also have the stars and the bars and all that shit, or else this doesn't really work as a clone, right?
That's about the Errol Spence clone.
Yeah, Haplo is looking for he's like the devil's in the details. Okay, first off, none of us think that there's a clone, so I don't know why we're trying to prove or disprove the clone. We're just talking about conceptually. But if
nobody cares if there's a clone.
Yes,
nobody cares if there's a clone. Smoke. Whoever got in there, they got the ass whooped. So don't
exactly,
matter.
exactly. That too, guys. I don't know why he was lumped up the way
his
that
name was Earl Spence. He looked like Earl Spence. Shit, might as well be Earl Spence.
Exactly. How about Errol Spence type? How about that?
Yeah. Earl Spence type X.
So whatever they decided to put in there, it wasn't a good idea.
No. That was a
horrible,
a travesty, disaster.
Yeah. I am no expert on cloning technology, Haplo. I don't know how long it takes to get him to be able to walk and talk and all this other stuff.
Nobody gives a
there's
fuck,
actually
nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives
also,
a fuck.
I don't know. I don't know how much walking and I don't know how much talking that guy did. That I don't think there's a lot of talking on fight night.
I know that. I heard that there was some experiment done in the Netherlands where they cloned a baby lamb or some shit like that. But you can't, like, it's a thing of where they took the lamb's egg, then they took then they took its bare bone marrow and spliced it with the egg, but it comes out as a baby. It doesn't come out as a fully grown adult lamb or some shit like that. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents on the science of that.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't know what kind of tech. You got natural language processors, you got chips, you got microphone. I don't know. I'm not even going here for it. I'm just saying.
Then you got to create like fail-safe systems, because what if he turns out to be an evil, nasty fuck and you need to kill him?
I'm just saying, like, if you had clones, right? Let's say, would you send your clones out to, like, how much? At what point do you stop doing stuff if you send your clone to do things that you actually want to do, that you like to do? You know,
I don't like taking an ass whooping. I tell you that, Smoke.
Are you gonna send? I mean, listen. Are you gonna send? Like, would you send your clone out on date night?
And who gets the money? Does the clone get paid or do you get paid? Who gets paid?
Yeah. Let's say, okay, do you send your clone to the in-laws fucking event? But then when it's time to fuck, you go and you tag it in, like you tag yourself in. The in-laws always a virgin.
Nah, that's low. That's dirty. That's foul.
I'm just saying, like, how does this work? The clone takes out the garbage, but you eat the food. The clone makes the meal, but you eat it. Like,
you're gonna become a lazy fuck.
Yeah, you know what I mean. At some point, it's diminishing returns. That's the point. That's in my opinion. But
next thing you know, the clone becomes self-aware. And he breaks your fucking neck and takes over. Shit, you don't want to do it. I'll do it, nigga.
Oh shit! If you're cloning me, that's definitely what's gonna happen. Like, listen, my clone. If you're anything like me, guess what's gonna happen? Pretty soon, nobody be able to do this between me and you. And you don't.
I guess that was a clone. That was 2 clones in the helicopter with Kobe and his daughter. Then, right? That was just clones. That wasn't Kobe.
Okay, so straight up, like, listen. I think it was a clone that I think Reagan, when he got shot, he actually died, and they put a clone in the White House after that. Brought out Nancy.
No, they didn't put a clone in the White House. They just let Nancy take over.
No, but I'm just saying they had clones who just like mumble some shit every now and again, and had Nancy do the whole the PR, the whole. Yeah. Anyway, point being, clones conspiracies are long and strong. That thing I just said. That was like my conspiracy from the fucking 80s. I was thinking that. I got out of that shit in fucking high school and college, like clone conspiracies. But there's still Boba Fett out there. You know what I mean? He's just all the stormtroopers apparently.
man. Yeah. I think Joe Biden is a clone and he's just deteriorated to
No,
nothing.
Joe Biden is just an old white man who's used to power and trying to hold on to it for as long as he can. That's
Bro,
what
is going on with
you
the
see that
boomers?
speech?
Why do you have to take power from their cold, dead hands? Like, the fuck, pass it on to the kids.
That's what did you see? Mitt Romney just retired. He said he passing it on to the next generation. Y'all can say whatever the fuck you want about that man, but shit, he was an honorable politician.
Look at your girl Feinstein. This bitch is passing out, can't see, in a wheelchair, still won't fucking retire.
No, it's the baby boomers. They've made this situation where they won't groom the next generation, and they also won't step aside. It's like the weirdest thing. Like, girl, you guys are 80, 90 years old. Like, give it a fucking...
No, but they
Mitch McConnell getting stuck in mid-sentence. Like, motherfucker, you too old, man. Let it go.
Yeah. At a certain point, do you want your government to be having senior moments? Like, I get the Japanese and Chinese. We're in competition with these people, and their population is real fucking old. They actually revere their old people. We dispose of our old people. So I get the competition of it, but you got to train the next generation also. Us Gen Xers, man, we're old as shit. Don't have no fucking taste of power. And not only that, now we've gotten accustomed to just chilling. Right?
Yeah.
We want to like now it's showing the fucking next. Man, listen, it's a bad situation.
It's two words: smoke, greed, and envy. You look at that bitch Nancy Pelosi. She's mad at that girl AOC because Nancy, she looked like a fucking lizard with makeup on, and she see this young, fine-looking Puerto Rican bitch strutting in, taking over shit. And so she mad, and she gonna shit on her every chance she get. That's how old bitches are.
She could be that way.
On her now because she back in the house with her, so she can do.
Here's the other part of it that young people don't get. When you're old, you understand how stupid you were when you were young, right? So you don't actually envy being that dumb anymore. And it only comes with being young. Like, you can't be that stupid without being young. Right? It's just one of those things. But she might be jealous of the fact that she now got hijacked to the left because AOC came up and is the new energy, and she's also far left to Nancy Pelosi. So Nancy Pelosi gets her I think she gets her political stripes off of being a left winger or being a leftist. But she's an actual leftist. Yeah. She's actually stupid. So AOC is coming to the left of her, and she might be jealous of that thing, of like the political perception that now Nancy Pelosi is not a right winger compared to somebody.
Right. Yeah, it's like they was talking all that shit about Joe Manchin, where Nancy Pelosi is the same as Joe Manchin. They want shit to stay the same. They don't want shit to change.
Well, not really. It's not okay. They're the same in that regard. They're different because they represent different constituencies, right? So, like, Joe Manchin is out there in the Rust Belt, and he's got these blue collar hard, whatever. What we have in the States, in California, we have a bunch of hedonists and fucking tree huggers. So our state is actually a lot more disposed to being left wing. We actually have revolutionaries, the Panthers and all that shit, and burn your bra, like that's where, like that's here. So, like Nancy Pelosi having a challenge from her left is kind of fucking bananas. But AOC is out of New York, so I don't know. It's all good. New York and California, we are the ones who are the allies for the leftist policies in America. Like, maybe you get a main guy, but we are.
And now you got all these young ones coming up. You got the young Democrat from Missouri, the young Democrat, the sister from Texas. You got AOC. You got the girl from Minnesota, and they all speaking the same language. And these old fucks don't understand it, and they don't like it because it's different.
Yeah, like Barney. So Barney's candidacy pushed the Overton window in the Democratic Party to the left, and so now there's all these other people coming there, and you have all of the Hillary Clinton, the corporatists who are actually just right wing. They're like Democrats. They're like the illusion between the difference, the illusion that there is a difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. It's not easily maintained with candidates like Hillary Clinton. Like, they just seem like the same person, right?
Yeah, I've understand now that really everything is just a business. Politics, churches, ministries, fucking box sports. It's all a business. And these motherfuckers, while they on top, I recently found out about this law that allows them to I don't know, like they can review the stocks before they actually come out, and that they want that system to remain in place. But how is that fair if you're investing on the stock market? How is that fair that you get to review the stocks before they come out?
Well, it depends on the kind of review, right? But this is all micro. Like it doesn't really matter. Like the entire market is still in the hands of investment bankers and the Fed. Like there's like it's an illusion of a free market. Like whatever. Even this, what you're talking about, is all business. You're so far in the weeds about a business that you don't even realize that, like, at a certain point, you start talking about, you think it's about fairness and about equity and all this shit, but really it's just about, all you talk about is business and aspect of it, right?
It all comes down to money.
Yeah. Yeah, like you're talking about like monetary policy and like wealth distribution, but like none of that is. Yeah, I mean, you can get into morals and ethics, and sure, there's something to it, but like at the end of the day, yeah, business. Anyway, let's keep this fucking train rolling. We have not gone through all of the people just yet, because I want to get to but this segues quite nicely into the architects of what the fuck we got going on right now. The power brokers, the suits, right? We got Al Heyman and Bob Arum. That to me, I mean, you also have Mr. Honda. Shout out to him and Yoshida. Like, you got Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren. And I think between between those six people, they have basically they have a sort of a stranglehold on the sport, on sanctioned boxing as we experience it, on the big fights, the big fighters, all those things. All of the big fights and big fighters are represented by those six people, right? And they've done a pretty good job so far this year. Coming to the we're over the halfway part of the year. We're over the hump. But on the back end of the year, it seems that they're falling down. I mean, who has the best? Who do you think is going to finish the strongest, and with what fights or fighters? Like, you think is Mr. Honda with Monster, or some other Japanese fighter? Do you think is Al Heyman with his Bud rematches, or Canelo Alvarez over there right now, or some other fighter, or Tank Davis, or I don't know, Bob Arum with his Shakur and Loma, and who's finishing strong? Who's gonna finish 2023 with a fucking bang? So it doesn't go whimper.
I'll say the winner of Canelo versus Charlo. I think that's who I think that's really the last competitive, like, mega matchup that we have left in the year. And Nui, he's gone for undisputed, but I don't think anybody is really giving Tapales a chance in that fight. So yeah, I'd say it's Canelo Charlo winner.
So you got Al Heyman.
Yeah. I got Al.
You don't think like AJ Wilder, like, even so, you heard that Eddie is talking about AJ Wilder's next year, not right? In April.
Yeah, it's gonna be early next year, so I'm not including it like when you talk about at the end of the year, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. And so you think like Conor Ben can't do anything, or who else they have over there? What is the big fight coming out of Matchroom, actually?
What about Bam Rodriguez? He's fighting Sonny Edwards, right?
Yeah, I mean that's Matchroom, and that's all Matchroom. Yeah, this is Matchroom. So yeah, that's that fight. I don't know. Okay, let's say that's his entry. That's his yeah. If that's his candidate, then yeah, I got Charlo. I got Al over that shit.
Yeah.
Frank Warren, he has Fury and Ngannou. He has Big Bang Zhang and Joe Joyce rematch.
And he made the Fabio Wardley fight happen with David Adelaide. That's a big fight, Smoke. I'm looking forward to it. It's a big fight for contenders. I'm not saying like it's gonna shake up the top of the heavyweight. But I'm just saying it's there's bad blood.
Frank Warren, so I got Frank Warren. If I was going to list them in order, I'm gonna put right now Eddie Hearn is at the bottom. Or is it Mr.
Yeah.
Honda? Or is it Mr. Honda? Which one? What else?
I mean, Honda only really does he represent Junto Nakatani?
I think so. Well, you know, I think actually I don't even think Honda put on the last fight. I think it was that other dude, Ohashi. I think Ohashi. Yeah.
I only know two fighters in his stable, and that's Inui and Takuma in a way. That's about it. So I don't think I don't know what they got cooking, to be honest. I only pay attention to them dudes for one guy.
Yes. See, what was weird is I thought Mr. Honda did the. I thought he did. Didn't he do whatchamacallit? Nonito and Monster?
Yeah, most definitely. He did it he did it in cooperation with the Super Series, right? Or are you talking about the second fight?
Solomon, brother. I'm talking about the second fight.
Then yeah.
That's what I thought, but I could be wrong. Anyway, point being, so we got Al Heyman, Matchroom is Frank Warren, he's doing all right. Mr. Honda, you know who I didn't mention, but he's making a name. He's coming up. He's a new power broker. Is that Sam Lefkowitz? Although I don't know, his guys are just not mixing him up, and Sam is already like lying to us.
Who's in this stable?
He's got Morel, Benavidez, and Boots.
Wow. Then you'd have to put him at the bottom. I mean, Morel and Benavidez, that fight should be made. If they got the same manager.
Yeah, Lefkowitz said that fight was made, actually. They said if the Canelo and Benavidez fight didn't happen, then he already has the fight signed for Benavidez Morel. But instead, we're hearing Benavidez versus Andrade.
Uh-oh. Quack. You already know what that means, Smoke. How your manager gonna come out and say that we good to fight this fight, but you want to go another direction, Smoke? What is that?
I don't know. It's also weird because Sam Lefkowitz fighters fight on Showtime on PBC cards. So is that an Al Heyman thing? Is that an Espinoza thing? It's kind of hard to actually separate Al Heyman from Sam Lefkowitz. I'm not quite sure how to do that just yet.
I know it's a Benavidez thing why that Morel fight didn't happen. Huh. He already knew it was gonna happen if he stepped in there with Morel, especially after he watched that Spence fight.
Oh damn. You saying about the towel on the canvas? Is that what we're watching in Boxing Lounge? We see the towel? Okay. Yeah, I'm
gonna be back right quick, Smoke. I'm listening though.
Yeah, you got it. I'm gonna cook for a second. As a matter of fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little lull here in the action. I want to smoke something. So let me switch to my my phone. This is not a bad time to take a little smoky smoke break before we get back into the action. And I'm cooking with Sir, and I've been saying this for the last 2 weeks. These are like slow boxing weeks, so I can understand it. Hold up, Roberto Jr. I can understand why people would try to make up stuff like for headlines or for their own entertainment. And even if you don't like a fan base, that's like what's happening. But I don't know if I don't know what the point of getting in the ahead of who actually put that out there is. Like I don't know who did it. I don't know if it matters. I don't think it does. Hold up. Cool. Let me remove that one. All right. Oh shit! Hold up. Unmute this.
It's not sounding good. Get the smoke.
Hello.
You got more than one mic on?
There we go. There we go. I think we're good now.
All right. Yeah, perfect.
All right, cool. Let me switch to my headset so I can enjoy the smoke break. I hope everybody's having a really great Friday. And we appreciate the updates in boxing, and we could talk about like kind of anything now. It's that like one of the things I was gonna do this week was talk about moving up fights and just like what it means to move up, the bigger guy being smaller guy and all that stuff. But I don't know. It didn't seem like a juicy enough topic for a live. So, but it is. I mean, not for the focus of a live, but it's a pretty good segment though. So, yeah, we have. I guess Bud and Spence are supposed to be maybe moving up and doing catch weights. We got Bud who maybe be moving up and fighting guys and higher weights. We got Monster Inoue, another emerging superstar that would, I think, is not really going to get challenged until he moves up to higher weights. We got the Jermell Charlo fight, was the next big fight that I think the boxing world is looking for, and that one is happening at a higher weight. Like, what are your thoughts in general, Marky, on guys moving up in weight and then challenging bigger guys? What do you think? What do you feel about that? How do you feel?
I like it. I really do like it. It's guys challenging themselves. It's guys going for greatness. The only instances where I might not like a fighter being moved up is in a case of no, I like it no matter what, because I don't believe in saving anybody. If you think you can move up and win, go for it. So yeah, I like it.
I'm sorry. I just had to switch to my headphones real fast, and I missed your point.
No, I was just saying that I like it. I like seeing guys move up and test themselves and go for greatness. And I don't believe in saving anybody. If you have that belief in yourself that you can move up and fight a bigger man and beat him, then go for it. And we're seeing that nowadays in boxing. I mean, we've always seen it in boxing, but yeah, it's nice what we're seeing currently.
Yeah, what you hear a bunch is there's weight divisions for a reason, weight class for a reason. Nobody really expounds on what that reason is, but then at the same time, guys are supposed to move up in weight. So like, how is it that they rectify those two things? Like, weight classes for a reason, whatever they think that reason is, and then also moving up so that you can test your mettle against bigger dudes.
Well, you have guys out there, they're gonna transcend the sport in that way, Smoke, where the rules just don't apply to them. But that's when you talk about like there's a saying in boxing that you already know, the great big man beats the great little man. You have certain guys throughout history who were able to transcend that what would you call that? That I don't know, that saying or whatever. Like Sugar Ray Robinson, obviously Floyd Mayweather, those guys moved up 4 or 5 weight cut. Well, Sugar Ray moved up from 135 all the way to 160. Won titles at 147, 160. So I don't know, Smoke. You just have guys that they're gonna transcend the sport in that way. When you talk about expounding on it, the advantages of a bigger guy, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. He's bigger, therefore he might be able to soak up more damage from your shots. His punches might affect you differently than what a guy at a lower weight class might. So yeah.
So right, so I can understand that. I can understand that when it comes to outliers, but there's so many divisions now that I don't know that the group average is that different. You know what I mean? Like, what is the difference
Yeah.
really between 112 and 115 as a group? I don't think the group is
Uh,
that much different. Like
no.
you might have guys who are really big for a division, or really small, and so it becomes the outliers that are the thing. But as far as the group, like really, the difference between 154 and 160, that's like a significantly bigger guy. Is that what you guys? The difference between 147 and 154? I mean, I guess I could feel it, kind of.
I mean,
135 and 140.
you got those tweener divisions in between, Smoke. They were created specifically because I guess guys felt like the jump was way too much, or that it wasn't a fair it was an unfair advantage. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. Guys move up how they want. They win sometimes, they lose. It just is
Yeah,
what it is.
I think it's two things. I think mostly it's about money, but secondly, it's about how many people participate in the sport. If you have enough people where you can make a division and split it all and bifurcate a thing, then sure, why not do it? But I think mostly it's just about money. And like this whole when I say most people don't expound on the whole thing is there's weight classes for a reason. The reason is fucking money. There's a secondary reason. Yeah, there's a lot of people, so there's enough people that you can make a new weight class. But yeah,
Yeah. You look at the Bridgerweight division. It still ain't took off yet, but well, no, that's a poor example because there's no fucking money in that division. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, though.
Okay, hold up. Oh wait. We got a super chat here asking for a
Oh,
particular drop. Let me go ahead and figure that shit out. Hold up. Let me do it. See if I can find it real quick. All right, here you go.
Congratulations, you're still my agent.
Oh, hold up. Wait. That's the wrong version.
You my motherfucker! What you gonna do, Jerry? Show me the money! Congratulations, you're still my agent.
All right. Yeah, that's that super chat money. There. That's for you. Yes. Yeah. I think. Yeah. The divisions. I don't know. Like when you go back to the original 8, right? In order to jump up 2 weight classes, let's say you're a lightweight, you'd be fighting a middleweight.
yeah.
Now, I mean, and it's kind of like, if you is that is insane in today's like thought process. That you'd be jumping up to go like 2 minutes. So it used to
That
be jumping from middleweight. If you jumped up 2 weight classes, you're going to be jumping from middleweight to heavyweight. That is insane in today's fucking market, right?
yeah.
Part of it is definitely there's enough people that you can fight a bunch of people your own kind of size in general. But the other one is sort of codified and calcified this concept that a guy can weigh more than can outweigh you by 10 or 12 pounds, and that means you can't win the fight. And I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but I want to welcome Phil to the panel. And Phil, you hit me up a couple weekends ago. I was like super fucking busy. I didn't even actually see the phone call until afterwards, but I'm gonna hit you back. I appreciate the phone call. How you doing, Phil?
Man, I'm doing good, man. You know how it is with me, man. Smoke. I'm just calling to check on you and the family, bro. It ain't always got to be boxing with me, man. You like my older, cool uncle. You know what I mean?
That's what's up. I appreciate it.
Yeah. But yeah, man. You know, I hear you guys talking about the. Look, this is the truth of the matter. This right here. Honestly, all the new divisions are technically, by definition, catchweight divisions. That's what they are. They're catchweight divisions. By definition, when you go back and you look at the historical documentation of creating these divisions. I know a lot of people get the term a little twisted right now of catchweight. But you know, everybody knows if you fight at 155, you're not fighting at 154, right? So you're not fighting at super welterweight, right? So I think the original 8 are good, you know what I mean? But in essence though, like, okay, let me talk about the amateurs, right? Because it's a lot of it's the divisions is not as many divisions in the amateurs, right? So that situation there is even good because this is the thing. When you talk about the historical documentation of the original 8 divisions, it really made sense. Like Smoke said, it's not a big difference between, you know, fucking three or 4 pounds. Like, it's just not gonna be. It's not gonna be a widespread determination. Oh, you lost the fight because this guy had an extra 4 pounds on you, or whatever the situation may be.
But in them type of tweener divisions, I feel like yes, it's 3 pounds, but maybe the other guy, his rehydration weight might be different. Might be a lot different from the guys who were fighting at 112, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's an individual thing. I don't
think that's a collective thing though. Like Smoke just said, it's not a group average thing. I don't think that speaks to. I'm not gonna say group average. I'm gonna say I don't think that's speaking for the majority of the division. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You may have a couple of guys that may rehydrate up and be just way bigger than everybody, right? We fucking Jaime Munguia did it for like 5 years. You know what I mean? But the truth of the matter is, you know, he probably needs to be fighting at 68 some goddamn well. He's fighting at fucking 54. Fucking blossom him up to fucking light heavy. You know what I'm saying? On fight night. That's just fucking ridiculous, man. You know what I'm saying?
Zurdo Ramirez. Zurdo was a fucking heavyweight against Bivol. I don't know if you watched that fight. That was ridiculous. There is no way they should have let him in the ring that night. That motherfucker was easily over 200 pounds.
But that goes to what me and Smoke are saying. You understand what I'm saying? He still got his ass smashed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That goes to what me and Smoke are saying. He still lost. So, like I said, so it's not that much separation. I don't think it speaks for the majority guys in these certain divisions, man. These new divisions are catchweight divisions. They're transitional catchweight divisions. These divisions get you ready for the original 8 divisions. This is the way I look at them. Don't mean I'm shitting on them. I'm just giving my own opinions about it. You understand what I'm saying? And that's just the way I feel about it, you know. And then when you go back and from the historical standpoint, you check these new divisions, it's not a lot of meat in these divisions because they came so late in the game. You know what I'm saying? So look, man, at the end of the day, I think they do need to kind of narrow down these divisions, but I like it like this because boxing is so fickle. This is a double-edged sword. Boxing is so fickle. Motherfuckers don't want to give other motherfuckers chances. The sanctioning bodies are fucking just doing whatever they want to do. More divisions give more guys opportunities to spread their wings and fly. That's just the truth of the matter. You understand what I'm saying? Because if it was original 8, we think we're not getting fights now. Oh my fucking God. It'd be so ridiculous. Just think about it if you just said fuck it and you gotta combine 154 and 160. Like it's not gonna work, bro. It's not gonna work. We can get hardly no fights at 160. You understand what I'm saying? Not the ones that we really wanted to see. Now, obviously, Mel cleaned out 154, but that's not an original division. You see what I'm saying? That's a transitional catchweight division. So now you combine 154 with 160, we still probably sit in a situation where we don't really get no fights. So I like it for that reason because, like I said, it gives guys an opportunity to spread their wings because it's more divisions that you can kind of sit at and chill at versus being forced into oversaturating or overpopulating one of the original 8. But, from a prestigious point of view, I like the original 8 divisions. Because you still can do catch weights in the original 8. This is what I try to explain to people. This is why, like I said.
I like studying the era of the original 8 just because, you had some real wicked fighters at that time, like Harry Greb, Sam Langford, Joe Gans, guys that, Harry Greb, he fought at 160, was beating the shit out of heavyweights. And same thing with Sam Langford. You got video of this dude beating up on big 6'2", 6'3" heavyweights. Guys running from him and getting controlled on the inside. Like, it's just crazy. And that's when I talk about guys that they just transcend the sport. Like, it don't matter what weight class it's at, who you fighting, what style, they just gonna come out on top.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sometimes it just don't fucking matter.
I'm not like when people say there's weight classes for a reason, they generally are speaking about a little guy being too small to challenge a big guy for their interest, right? That seems to be what they are, like the spirit that the concept they're trying to get to. But I don't think the weight classes exist for that reason. I don't think it's really about competitive advantage. You can get at that through different ways. Like Haplo is pointing out in the chat that you can get at the guys being in the right weight class with same day weigh-ins, right? If that's what the issue was, but I don't think that's what's happening. I think if you have enough people participating in the sport where you can create a new division, it's more money. I don't think that like this new division equals you can't compete at the weight class higher before that new division was fucking made. I don't think bridgerweights are too big for cruiser and too small for heavyweights. I think those heavyweights, those bridgerweights would be just fine if they're in the heavyweight division.
But I think they created the bridger because now the average size of a heavyweight is probably 230, 6'4", 6'5". So they just created it for those guys that's probably around 6 foot, 200 pounds, or 210, somewhere in there.
Yeah, the problem is it fucks up the heavyweight division, because really what you're doing is exploiting a concept that the heavyweight division has that other divisions don't, and that is the node limit. Like you can be any weight and fight in the heavyweight division. So really all you're doing is draining the heavyweight division, and you're going to create a different division of like super heavyweight. It's just fucking dumb.
I don't know, but this ain't the first time this has happened, though. I mean, the cruiserweight division was born specifically because guys that were fighting between 175 and heavyweight, they didn't like that shit.
No, I got you. I listen, and now the cruiserweight is more normalized. I can understand it. But basically, what you did was drain a bunch of talent out of the heavyweight division, which is why the heavyweight division looks the way it is. But what you have to do at a certain point, if you're going to codify the bridgerweight division between all sanctioning bodies, you're going to have to create a super heavyweight division. And who the fuck is how many guys are fighting over 250 pounds? That's going to be a trash ass division.
Man, you're going to have some big boys slugging.
Right? Like how many people, like essentially you're going to create a class of human being that is essentially like the minimum weight division. Like you're so little, who the fuck cares? And if you become so big that nobody cares, it's like you can be a 7 foot dude, 300 pounds, but you can't box, you can't move. It's weird to watch. I don't know if you've ever watched Mike White. Who's that guy David Hay fought? Keep forgetting that dude's fucking name. Anyway, that 7 foot tall, like 300 pound dude, like the fuck wants to watch that shit? It's weird I don't know.
Oh, you're talking about the Russian that fought Holyfield?
Dude. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Big guys like that.
Valuev. That's his name. Valuev.
Yeah, big guys like that, they've always been just uncoordinated. You got these new breed now with a Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder is still uncoordinated, but yeah, you got those new breed of guys coming in now. I don't know, Smoke. Boxing is boxing. It don't really matter what weight it happened at. I'm gonna watch it.
Oh, Haplo, you might have typed it before I said it, but I said it before your typing came in. There's a little bit of delay. Sorry, bro. I remembered. but shout out to fucking Hap for getting it there anyway. It would have been cool. Yeah, I don't know. Like anyway. Point being, it's not that a cruiserweight can't fucking compete at heavyweight. It's not like, oh, that's a daring to be great when it's the same shit that it was. Like, I don't know. To me,
it's not the same shit,
jiggering
Smoke.
the system.
Cause Usyk went in there. My bad, Smoke. Usyk went in there against a 250-pound man, was outweighed by 30, 40 pounds. So I don't think it's the same thing.
No, what I'm saying, it's the same thing that's always happened in boxing. Like, fucking Jack Dempsey and Jess Willard, there was a huge weight difference between those two.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But there's also a huge rule change difference, right? Like, if that fight were to happen with the rules of boxing as they exist today, I don't know if the fight's going to be the same.
Nah, Jack Dempsey would have been arrested.
No, it's not even that. He wouldn't have been able to stand on the dude and just beat his ass up when he's trying to stand up.
That's some street fighting shit. I don't like to see it.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those things where, I don't know. It is what it is, but people just say, like, there's the weight divisions for a reason, and that's supposed to be some like magical incantation to say that little dude can't win the fight. But go ahead.
And
go ahead.
The reason why we got that rule now is because of Jack Dempsey, right?
Yep. You gotta take a standing 8 count. You gotta stand
he instituted that rule in the Gene Tunney fight. If he had left it the old way, that's what cost him the fight because he didn't remember. And when Tunney went down, he went to stand over Tunney. Remember? And the director like, no, you got to go to the corner. The famous long count. Remember, Smoke?
Yes, sir. I mean, I wasn't there. I remember that was the fact. I'm old. I'm not even as old as you, so I'm certainly not old.
I was there. I was watching. I was there.
You were ringside, Sheldon?
I was ringside.
You didn't.
Damn, a nigga like you got ringside tickets to Gene Tunney, Jack Dempsey in the 20s?
Yeah, in the 20s, nigga. I was there.
You was there?
I was there in the 20s, nigga.
Nah,
he's getting his quantum leap on. He's got his.
I don't believe
the conviction that man said he would.
Nah, you capping.
It was like 19. What was that fight? 1919? Was that 1919, Smoke?
No,
1919. No, that's the Jess Willard fight. The Jess Willard fight was 1919.
The Jess Willard fight was
like 23. Yeah.
The Tunney fight was 23, 24. I think 26. I think.
Something like that.
Gene Tunney. That's a guy. That's a guy. He could be the GOAT if he hadn't drawn the color line. I'd put him up there easily in the top 5 to me.
Well, he would have got his ass whooped. If he drew the color line, we wouldn't be talking about the dude. Especially if he had drawn. If he'd have beat fucking. If he'd have fought Sam Langford right after. No, actually, how would shit? Because Jess Willard got the title, and then he beat. Yeah, he got the title off of Jess Willard. If he would have fought Sam Langford after Jess Willard, he would have got his ass whooped.
Yeah. Because you even got Jack Dempsey.
After that shit that Jack Johnson pulled, wasn't no niggas getting no shot after that. It's like, no, we ain't having this shit.
No.
These motherfuckers are crazy.
Especially because Gene Tunney, he was one of those type of elite, classic type of. He was one of those snobbish type of white dudes. He wasn't fucking with no niggas.
Yeah, he was a super Negro. Jack Johnson was crazy motherfucker, boy.
Yeah, he pulled the Flavor Flav shit before Flavor Flav, Gold Front.
They was hanging niggas in 1908 when he was doing that shit.
No, they was hanging people because he won. Like when he won, they would hang you. Like there's some little kid 4 states over getting hung because Jack Dempsey is a super Negro. You can't follow no super Negroes. You got to die.
I want you to imagine that, though. You live your entire life in this dystopian society that tells you you're not a human being, you're a piece of shit, you're a dog that we could kill any fucking time. And now you go off to fucking these niggas bitches. You telling these niggas y'all a bunch of bitches to their face. Jack Johnson was just a crazy motherfucker. And it don't matter what era of boxing you study, you got to pay that man his respect.
Hey, look, I say this. This is what I always say. You can't tell me nothing about Jack Johnson because ain't none of these niggas today in the 50s to 40s, ain't none of them niggas going 26 rounds. Ain't none of them niggas fighting 45 rounds. So get out of here with that Jack Johnson shit.
Nah, in the fucking heat, Shelton, out in the sun.
Yeah, you're not doing that.
They said it was 130 degrees in the ring when Jack Johnson fought.
When he fought Burns, right?
rounds. That was in Australia. That fight didn't even go as long. The fucking Willard fight went 26 rounds.
26 rounds, just Willard.
Mm-hmm. And that's back in the days when the referee didn't separate you. It was back in the days when it was just wrestling with punches. So that's even more physical energy you got to exert over 26 fucking rounds.
There's a whole lore of that fight where Jack Johnson supposedly threw the fight, right? And then Jess Willard was asked about it.
Nah.
And he said, well, if he threw the fight, he should have thrown it sooner. It was hot as hell in there.
Nah, Jack Johnson, he got put down. He was an old man in that fight.
He was 38, 39 when he fought Jess Willard.
And he was living it up in Paris, France. He was living it up eating pastries, fucking French bitches.
That doesn't matter at all. Jess Willard was a huge ass fucking dude, but he couldn't fight like that. Like Jack Johnson, maybe he lost, maybe he didn't. Fair and square, but I don't think it was because he was necessarily old. Like Jack Johnson fought until he was 60-something years old. There's another story that can't be confirmed or denied, but the story behind Jack Johnson and Jack Dempsey having a smoker that people supposedly they were there for. I don't know. I think it's a hoax. But back then, boxing was more of a carnival sideshow. Like you would get, there's guys who have these fights on their record where they would pay, like, let's say, you'd set up a shop like on a street corner or maybe at a circus or a carnival or some shit where you say, all right, pay a quarter. And if you can go 2 rounds with this guy, then we'll give you $1 kind of shit. And fights like that, like people would just come out of this crowd and fight dudes. And some of those fights actually made people's records. Like Tommy Burns was like when you see guys fighting 3 dudes in one day, it's because they were sitting there at a carnival saying, "Hey, if you can last rounds with me, then you can fight. Then we can do a thing." And that's how you got, some of these lures kind of shit. Like, but people don't. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, you had you even had Negro battle royales. I don't know if you studied that, Smoke, where they would grab. This was common at every circus you go to. They grab 5 or 6 Negroes. They blindfold them, put gloves with no padding on them, and just tell them to wail on each other.
Yeah, no, sometimes they blindfold them and they tied one hand behind the back.
Yeah, just sick shit.
Whoever was shot, yes, and then whoever was standing would win. But that's literally how black people got into boxing. That's a whole different from the slave days. One of the very first guys, Tom Molyneux, he was he graduated from the battle royals. Georgie Dixon was a battle royale. That Georgie Dixon had not only was he in battle royales, but he was in battles to the death with glove with spiked fucking metal spikes on him and shit. He participated in 2 fights to the death.
Man,
he used to do crazy shit, man.
Was he was he an enslaved?
No, it was just that Georgie Dixon was a part of escape slave. It used to be in the United States. Some people, a lot of people would flee the South to flee slavery in the South and go to the North. Some people just kept going, right? They said, fuck the United States altogether and went to Canada. And Georgie Dixon was part of that tradition. Sam Langford also. But they just said,
Hurricane Carter went to Canada. He was done with America.
Yeah, exactly. That's the North was fuck North of the South of America. It was fuck America altogether. We're going to keep hitting North until we're no longer in a country that has slavery.
My God, you fighting with spiked gloves, Smoke.
Like the old fucking gladiator shit.
Nigga, I'm just trying to imagine that shit with you might have had some crazy motherfuckers that would want to go in there and slug with that shit, but nah, that like when you because we talk about or I read about George Dixon learning to box because people kept slapping his ankles when he got near the ropes and shit like that. But nah, that like just hearing about fighting with spike fucking gloves, nah, nigga. This man was
that was
built
Joe
for
Gans.
boxing.
Yeah, that was Joe Gans. All of these are Georgie Dixon babies. Like Georgie Dixon. All right, so fuck. You're talking about the 1880s, Carnival champions. Georgie Dixon was like the first guy. He was the man. Barbados Joe followed this guy around. And Joe Gans followed him around, and Barbados Joe, Jack Johnson, was a protege of Barbados Joe, and so he introduced him to like all those dudes. But it was Georgie Dixon and Joe Gans who were like the elder statesmen. The young hothead was Barbados Joe, and then the up and coming future was Jack Johnson. But yeah, when Georgie Dixon was doing his thing, like slavery was over for like 10 years. It's like the first, like he was the first guy like after slavery ended here, like in America, like it already ended in England and other places before then, and Canada. I don't even know what the fucking the slavery history of Canada even is. It's kind of hard to like even talk about the history of Canada. Anybody know what that shit is outside of Canadians? I don't know. Nobody gives a fuck about Canada. Anyway, if I got Dave to say in here, I want to ask him a question about Tank that I didn't catch earlier. Did you hear? And because you're an MMA fighter, I wanted to get your thoughts on this whole thing. Did you hear that Sean O'Malley is calling out Tank and says he's gonna knock him out? Yeah. What you got on the Sean O'Malley calling him out?
I think Sean O'Malley is just cloud chasing, and I think that he just wants to get a high payday, like what kind of what Francis Ngannou is about to get with Tyson Fury. It's all about the payday. He just became a champion in MMA. He just became a bantamweight champion. Yeah. So now he just made a name of himself, and he's got that hype behind him. So now he's trying to call out Tank Davis and build up a fight with him. He compares himself to Conor McGregor. So he wants the kind of big fight like Floyd versus Conor McGregor.
And what are your thoughts on Sean O'Malley as a fighter?
He's a good fighter. He's a good fighter in MMA though. In boxing, I think even Haney would knock him out in boxing. Even Devin Haney would knock him out. So I just think that he wants a payday. It will be a big fight though, since he got a lot of followers in MMA. They will cross over to boxing and support him, but nah, bro. Tank will knock this dude out in one round. And I know that Floyd Mayweather could have knocked out. I know Floyd could have knocked out Conor
What do
McGregor
you
in the
have on
fifth
the
round.
Francis Ngannou and
the Francis Ngannou Tyson Fury?
Wait, one second before you build on that one. Hey, Marky Dan, you might want to put a fan on your phone because the way it overheats is if you're charging it while you're talking on it. How I get around it is I have a fan dedicated to my phone. Well, while I'm on StreamYard and charging my phone. So that's what I had to do. But yeah, I don't know. But you're also in the Virgin Islands. I'm not sure what your AC is like in your house and all that shit, or the general like temperature. But yeah, that might help you. Sorry, go ahead. What you got? Francis Ngannou, Tyson Fury, David. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I feel like Tyson Fury will outbox him because if I don't care because they say that Francis Ngannou hits way harder than not way harder but more harder than Wilder. But the thing is, Wilder was much quicker than Francis, and if a guy that's quick as Wilder and Tyson Fury can dodge all those punches that he keeps swinging, a guy like Francis Ngannou cannot really touch his face, bro. So how can you knock out something that you cannot touch? And I feel like it's a good opportunity for him though on his side, and I'm happy for him because he left the UFC. Yeah, they had a fight with Dana White, so I'm happy that he's getting his highest payday. He's happy. So, but in terms of the boxing, the fight, Fury will beat the brakes off him, bro. But I know he does have a puncher's chance though. You know, he does have a
Right.
punches, and that dude hit clean, bro. He could drop Fury and shock the world. I wouldn't be surprised.
All right. So if assuming that Tyson Fury, let's say Francis Ngannou hits Tyson Fury clean repeatedly, does not drop
It's
him.
night night, bro. It's night night.
No, I'm saying that. Let's say that does not happen. He hits him clean a bunch of times. Not only does he not go night night, he doesn't even fall, and Tyson Fury just steps to him and beats the shit out of him.
Well, and that could happen. You know, we know Tyson Fury got a huge heart. You know, he has a big heart. So I wouldn't be surprised by that though too. So
Okay,
in
right.
any way
So
this fight goes, I wouldn't be surprised, bro. One punch can change
no,
everything. It's
no.
heavyweight
What I'm
boxing.
saying, no, it's heavyweight boxing, but Francis Ngannou is not a heavyweight boxer, so it's not so much. He's just a big ass dude. But he isn't a big ass dude that doesn't know how to fight. But he knocks out dudes wearing 4 ounce gloves. While wearing 4 ounce gloves against dudes that aren't really trained to take punches the way that boxers are. So all of these things together. Let's say an Ngannou cannot even bother Tyson Fury at all, even if he hits him flush, and Tyson Fury just beats the entire fuck out of him. Will that? Do you think that people will still be interested in the Sean O'Malley versus Tank fight?
Absolutely not, bro. They won't be interested. But okay, when it comes to Tank Davis, I believe the fans will support anything, bro. And even with the Sean O'Malley is like he's more of a pay-per-view attraction than Francis Ngannou. So I think that if Tank fights Sean O'Malley, it will be a big fight too. Regardless of what happens
I
to the
did.
Francis Ngannou and Tyson Fury fight. And I don't see that fight happening right now, but when it happens, if it does happen though, they say in 2 years' time, Tank will be a bigger name, Sean O'Malley will be much a bigger name. It will be a big fight, regardless of what happened in the Francis and Tyson Fury fight.
Yeah, me too. I think this whole illusion of like MMA fighters can really do this. I don't know that. Like, I think that ship has sailed.
I will
Really,
do that
I
too
think
though,
it's really
Smoke.
just
I'll
celebrity
do that
boxing at this
too.
point. What?
I'm saying that I'll do that too when I make a name of myself. I'm gonna call out that clown Jake Paul and say, hey, Jake Paul, what's happening?
All right. So in between that day, between that day and now, please be in boxing gyms, learning how to take shots and throw fucking punches properly. Like so, when you take that coconut from a boxer, you're not like, oh, they hit different than these MMA
Yeah. I
dudes.
see what you mean. Yeah, I'm more of a puncher than I love boxing. Like I started with boxing when I was 12 years old, and when I was 17, I switched to MMA. So I'm more of a punching striker. So I know the basics of boxing. So if I were to switch to from MMA to boxing, I would do great. So for me, I will beat the brakes off Jake Paul when the time comes.
So to me, and you can tell me I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm falling down when it comes to the South African market. But in America, um, the reason why strikers turn into MMA fighters is because they weren't very good boxers. What is it like? Like why would you switch from a more lucrative sport in boxing to a less lucrative sport in MMA?
Because of where I'm at, because I'm in South
Okay, yeah,
Africa, right?
yeah. Tell me
Yeah,
what's the market like in South Africa? How's it work?
MMA in South Africa, MMA in South Africa is much bigger than boxing because the boxers here don't get the attention, they don't get the views that they need to get, so they end up getting old. They only go to America when they're like 28, 30 years old, and it's already late. So y'all boxers in America can turn pro in 18 years old and make a name for themselves within 2 years. Us in South Africa, we don't get the attention in boxing. So MMA, it's easy to cross over to the UFC and get it. Even if you're in the EFC in South Africa, the local MMA promotion, you get exposed and the attention from across all over the world. So boxing ain't that big here, bro. It should be big because we got great talents, but they don't get the opportunity they deserve. So that's why I switched from boxing to MMA because that was my dream at first, bro, to be a boxer. I love boxing, bro. That's what I watch. I watch boxing more than MMA, but I started to watch MMA now because I need to learn a lot. So because I'm a fighter of MMA, not a boxer.
Okay, a follow-up question. Do you think the boxing coaches are better than the MMA coaches in South Africa? Are they about the same? Are the MMA coaches better than the boxing coaches?
That's a good question. I think the MMA coaches are more better than the boxers because the boxing coaches are more corrupt. They corrupt, bro. Like they will eat your money. Like when the South African boxers were supposed to go to the the Olympics in 2020 in China, they all ate their money, bro. They say they don't know what happened to their money. They probably drank alcohol, spread out the money. It was like total corruption, bro. They could have had the opportunity to fight in the Olympics in China in 2020, and they didn't get that opportunity because of the promoters. They corrupt. But when it comes to MMA, you get everything you need. But when you come to the UFC, MMA fighters don't get paid as much as boxers should. They get paid. They get more money. So MMA fighters, they like to fight for that 50K bonus money for like the fight of the night. But while boxers, they can't get any money as they build up their name. So yeah, so that's the issue, bro. But yeah, another reason why I pick MMA when it comes to street fights, I feel like MMA fighters can handle themselves better than most boxers. There are some boxers that can fight in the street. I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying like in MMA, you can kick two guys at the same time and punch one guy and throw an elbow at the same time. You learn to defend yourself very well. So when it comes to boxing, I can kick a boxer's leg and they can just fall down just like that because my legs are as hard as an iron.
Right. So,
Even Terence
hey, how you
Crawford said
doing?
it himself.
Good to see you. Yep. Bye. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. So you're still young, where maybe you'll get jumped and learning how to fight off multiple assailants is like a good thing. It's cool and all that shit. I don't know that is a skill. Like, yeah, I've been jumped several times. I've had to fight off multiple assailants several times in my life. So I understand that. But the last time that shit happened was fucking last century for me. Like, I am not like, I stopped having to fight multiple assailants a long time ago. I'm not sure. It seems like, okay, here's the thing. You could create yourself, you could choose a lifestyle where you could always, that skill could always come in handy, right? You could, like, let's say, join the military or be a cop or whatever the fuck. Um, something that is always going to get you in like multiple fights. Like maybe you can just go down to the bar and be an asshole, right? Maybe if
Yeah.
you can lifestyle choice basically where that can become your reality. But are you the type of guy that when you're like, say, my age, 50, on the fun side of 50, are you still going to want to be fighting off multiple assailants? Are you just like a gladiator till you die, like Marv, Sin City style?
Yeah, like kind of like what Floyd Mayweather's doing. I was still fighting in my age of 40s. So I don't know how old you are, but I'm just saying
Oh
like
shit! I don't know if you're
I'll
still
I'll
there.
I'll always be in the
Oh,
gym. I'll
maybe.
always be
Okay,
training.
yeah.
Yeah, but I
I'm
don't
not talking
pick
about
fights
gym and
though.
training. I'm talking about in your life. No, I'm just talking about in your life. Do you still want to be,
Oh yeah,
taking
yeah,
on a 3, 4, 5 motherfuckers at the same time when you're like 50 something?
yeah. I'm the type of gladiator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Uh,
I know people like that. I'm just not one of those dudes. I like taking it easy, chilling the fuck out. I don't mind a good fight, but a physical fight, only if my life depends on it, and I don't really want to put myself in like life-threatening situations. Like I like to.
yeah.
I even fuck with roller coasters,
No,
really.
I love fighting into my blood, man. My mother was a fighter too, so
Yeah. That's what's up. Um. So yeah, thanks for that little snapshot of South Africa combat sports. I definitely appreciate that thing, and I had forgotten about the Sean Malley tank thing when you were up here earlier, and I'm happy I'm happy that you got it wrong based on Tank Davis's cornrows. I'm glad your timeline is
Man,
off.
come on,
Because if
Smoke.
that was right, bro, I was just like, dude, if you're accurately telling time by fucking Tank Davis's hair, it's time to log off. You're doing too fucking much.
I mean, bro,
But yeah, you got
listen,
it
bro. I
wrong if
mean,
you
bro,
did.
listen. At that time, we know Tank's hair looked like, bro, before he fought Mario Barrios.
Fuck, dude, I don't know. I don't keep track of Tank's hairdos or hair do nots.
We know Tank's hair before he fought Rolly. What he looked like, bro. He hasn't
I
done
don't
the cornrows
know.
back then.
When you say we, do you mean me and you, or do you just mean you and some people that you know?
They showed Tank Davis in that fight. When people could call him out, they said, Tank, do you want to come and talk? And he just smiled and shook his head. That means that Tank had cornrows back then. That means before Tank fought Rolly, there was a month after Errol Spence fought Ugas. Tank already had shorter hair. He couldn't do no cornrows. But you guys are telling me that I got it all wrong in terms of Tank's hairstyle.
I didn't say in terms of Tank's hairstyle. I'm just saying that it put Bill Cruz was undercard fighter, and but more so, what I'm saying is I'm happy that you didn't tell time accurately based on Tank's hairdos. I never said he didn't have cornrows. I just don't know between which fight and what and all that other shit. That's a little bit too much for me. It sounds like it's too much for you too, and I was like, shout out to you though.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Like I said, I'm glad you got it wrong. If you got it right, I don't know, man. I don't. It's gonna be hard for you to live it down, even attempting to tell time by this. It's gonna be hard to live that down. I don't know if you could have ever lived it down though, if you actually got it right.
What you mean
Fucking
by
hell.
that? What you
Like you
mean
don't
by
need
that?
you don't need a clock or a calendar. All you need is Tank's
I mean,
hair,
bro.
and you're
I
good.
mean,
Like
you can
somebody asks you
you
what
can.
time it is, you'll be like, Tank Davis cornrows minus 15 hours. What the fuck, dude? Like what
Nah,
the
it's
hell
not
is
about
going
the
on?
time though. It's not about the time though. It's like at the time of the fight, his hair looked like this.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like they're telling the months of calendar. Like you don't need a calendar. All you need is Tank's hair.
You can't even remember what somebody wore that night. Like he wore
Yeah,
a red
yeah.
what? You can remember he
It,
wore a tank top. You can remember everything, bro.
it was between short hair Tank, cornrow Tank, and long and afro Tank. Somewhere in between. What the fuck?
I'm just
Anyway,
saying that
we'll keep it moving on. We'll
yeah,
keep it.
yeah. I'm just saying that Tank had a cornrows after he fought Rolly, and then you already fought People Cruz that time, which was my point that it didn't happen to EJ and Ugas co-main event.
I mean, listen, I understand the thought process, but you said that shit out loud. What you should do is think that, not speak it, and then also just box rec. I don't know if you have all that shit.
Now I feel like you thinking too much of that more than I should.
That shit. Okay.
Now,
All right. And people have accused me of thinking too much. I
now
have been accused of that. I don't know even what that means. I don't even know what you're supposed. I guess you can overthink a subject. Sure, you can overthink it.
yeah, like
That's cool.
my mind be all over the place at the same time. My boy Big Chop says I be saying
That
everything
looks like Big
at
Baby
the same
Anderson.
time.
Who is that? Hey, Tommy, who's fighting right now? Yeah, I don't know if you can, if you're hearing, if you can actually play the game and talk to us at the same time. But if you can, or if anybody knows who the two combatants are in the video game, I'm interested. Who are those two dudes? Doesn't that look like Big Baby Anderson?
Look at the name on the right. What does the name on the right say?
Oh, okay. It said, shit. It says someone Morrison. Oh, that's Morrison.
Yeah.
Okay, that's Tommy Morrison. Tommy Morrison, gotta be. And who else? Okay. Damn. Now I can't shrink my fucking screen. The fuck.
They say Paul versus Morrison. Oh.
Yeah, I can't believe. See, there's nothing worse. The only thing worse than a dude from an emerging economy. His grasp of technology is somebody over the age of, call it, 46. Oh, that's Riddick Bowe. Okay, that's supposed to be Big Daddy Bowe. That's what's up. Yeah, that would have been a good fight. I think Bowe would have beat the shit out of Katani Morrison. Bowe had an excellent combination. The only thing about Bowe was that he liked to mix it up on the inside for being a big ass dude. He took too much damage. Now he can't talk right. You know. Anyway, yeah. I guess it's making predictions. But there's no fight now because of the fights. Everybody already knows the predictions. Yeah. So I don't know. Are you looking forward to Tank versus Cruz? Are you looking
You
forward to that
asking?
fight there?
You asking me?
Yeah.
I mean, I look forward to it. At first I didn't, but now I look forward to it because I thought about it, and a lot of fans were criticizing Tank for not knocking out People Cruz. Saying that we're making excuses for not knocking him out. So I want Tank to prove them all wrong, bro. I want Tank
So
to get rid of the doubters that he couldn't knock out People Cruz, just to show them that he was injured that night. So I feel like Tank in that fight has a chip on his shoulder to show to everybody that I can knock this dude out. That I was really injured.
so you'll be disappointed if he doesn't. So you'll be
I,
somewhat
I, w-
disappointed.
I would be, but at the same time, I feel like Tank was boxing better when both of his hands are right. He will boxing better and punish him. Unlike when he had to use one hand, he will be more comfortable even if he doesn't knock him out.
Yeah. So you'll be somewhat disappointed if he doesn't knock him out, but you'll be
Yeah,
very disappointed if he doesn't fight Shakur next year.
very very disappointing because I believe he will. And Smoke, remember that when it happens next year, just remember that. Don't forget to give me a shout out.
You better be around. You better come and give yourself a shout out.
Now
I'll definitely
I'll
co-sign
never
it.
leave,
I'll,
bro.
I'll co-sign. Yeah, I'll co-sign what you have to say. But come on, shout yourself out. People come up here and say, "I told you so" all the time. They love doing that shit.
I will, bro. I will.
It's 10-4 Kufi time.
Hey Benson, don't you think that fight will happen next year, bro?
Wait, I gotta put
He's silly.
who's silly? What happened?
You said 10:40 Okufi time. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Never mind. I thought you were.
Yeah.
I thought you were referring to something that we were just talking about here, but never mind.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, I got my 10-4 Kufi on. I got a conspiracy theory. I
Okay,
think
let's go.
Rolly's allegations were intentional because I believe even the camp said it. Tank's hand was hurt. Like I think maybe even going into the Rolly fight, and maybe it had time to heal by the time Isaac Cruz came around. Maybe, but they didn't want Tank Rolly with Tank having a hurt hand.
That could be
Yeah,
the case.
yeah, yeah.
That could be the
That's
case. But
true,
there's
Phantom.
another thing. There's another thing though. There's some boxing world. Some isn't this curious, right? There's another pattern that emerges. Um, Casemiro was supposed to fight Paul Butler, um, and that fight was interrupted. Ultimately, it never happened. No, was he right? And one of the problems in that fight was Casemiro also got falsely accused of a rape case, right? And he had to pull out. So it seems that the guy Sean Gibbons is Casemiro's representation, and he's also Pitbull Cruz's representation. So it could very well be that this is a tactic to switch out, to either reward or punish Sean Gibbons fighters if they don't act right. You might have a rape case, you might have a spurious rape charge come out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden your fight's fucked.
Interesting. Well, yeah, the Donaire said he's a dirty motherfucker, so yeah, can't put it past him.
Yes, I am not the originator of this particular framing of events. I just heard it. I'm hearing shit. I did hear about it. I heard hands. We're gonna get all of the things out there, and in boxing, in the boxing world, let's not leave that out. Context, baby. What's up, Mr. Moore? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm listening to my man 10-4 Phantom over there.
Aluminum foil. It's really easy.
10-4 Phantom, my guy.
They said, yeah, he got the foil, the tinfoil kufi. I feel you. Make sure it's lined, baby.
Making an excuse for Davis. I just saw something. Motherfucker asked a question: is Davis a Hall of Fame fighter if he retires right now? What say you, Smoke? What you say, Smoke?
All right. So right now,
if he retired today,
if he retired today, like you got, okay. Mikey Garcia retired a couple years back. Adrian Broner may or not be retired. No, he's still talking about fighting. Who the fuck retired this year? What class would he be up against? Like you could.
He did a class with Nonito. Nonito retired, right?
Did he? I don't know that he actually did. Say again?
I think he did. I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, he's not getting over Nonito. We already know that.
Not formally. Not like a formal retirement. He's thinking about it.
Okay. So far, I don't know if there's any like marquee retirements this year. That would be the one. All right. So now you're gonna have to go up against all the other guys in recent years, right? Who may not get in on first ballot. So we got the Mikey Garcia. I think Leo Santa Cruz might have retired this year.
Yeah.
Did he retire? Did he
should.
actually officially retire?
He should. He hasn't fought
anyway. Yeah, we got Leo Santa Cruz. We have, but all these dudes might be waiting for their official retirement announcement to like figure out who, like what year they'll become eligible for the Hall of Fame. Like I think Mikey Garcia. That's what Mikey Garcia did. Leo Santa Cruz might be doing the same thing. Adrian Broner might be doing the same thing. But we'll see. We'll see how that all works out. Is he going to get in over all the guys? Okay, so Zab is probably going to get in. We're going to go with is Mikey? It'll be Mikey's first year being eligible, right?
Yeah.
Like next year's ballot?
Yeah.
Mikey gets it. Does Mikey get in over Tank? I believe so. Is that Sean Porter's first year too?
Yeah, Sean Porter's first year.
Ooh, Tank or Sean Porter. Ooh. Should Sean Porter not get? We're talking about guys who might not be first ballots, right?
Right.
So they'll be like on their second ballot. So next year will be the first. Then that'll be the second or third ballot. I think on his third shot and Tank's first shot, I think Sean Porter gets in. Right?
Sean fought everybody, Tank fought nobody.
Fuck, I'd have to do a spread guys like Antonio Tarver. Like I believe by the time Tank would become eligible, Pacquiao would be in already. And what about Danny Garcia? Shit.
Is he going to be fighting Laura?
No, that fight has just disappeared off the fucking map. I don't know. There's no scheduled fight for Laura or Danny Garcia, but I'm just saying, guys, I'm just thinking of like bubble guys who are not like first ballots, right? Because like Pacquiao, Chocolatito, Loma, like all those people are like first ballots. They're gonna get in that first fuck time. But let's say, you got to get, or like, the Wilders, the Furies. Like, what happens when it's time for B-Ball to retire? B-Ball versus Tank for the last spot. I think Tank gets that spot.
B-Ball's only 30.
Tank's 28.
Yeah, that's true.
Better be versus Tank. I mean, it's just kind of the guys that are around there. That's it. Yeah. Josh Taylor versus Tank.
Oh, that's easy, Tank.
No,
No,
it's not easy. That's not easy.
Josh was undisputed. Yes.
And he did it the World Boxing Super Series. It gave us some fantastic fucking moments. Teo still be going strong. Teo might still be going strong. I don't know, bro. Like Tank.
And they love that story. You know the story I'm talking about, Smoke. They love that.
Box another round. Would he get in? Right. I think he'd probably be like a third ballot guy. But I think he'd get in. Yes, I do think he'd get in.
You think he would do
because when I put him up against the other second or third ballot. Say again.
You think he would do the TO and not show up for the induction?
I don't know. Like it just depends on like how boxing kissed it, like the boxing fans kissed his ass in between those moments. But probably like, you got to be in there with Floyd. Like, yeah, man, you get in there with Floyd, you're out there at the $1 million. Like, yeah, you got to go, Tank. I think Tank goes. Yeah, I think Tank goes. Although he is a little bit of an introvert.
So fucking T.O. was pissed because he didn't get the first ballot. Which he should have.
Yeah, but he had to lobby for so long. And, T.O. is the kind of guy, he's a drama queen. So not going was actually more dramatic than him going.
Yeah, it was.
Right? So it's kind of like he's going to go for maximum drama. I don't know that Tank is like that.
Yeah, that's true.
To be like not really concerned with shit like the Hall of Fame. But maybe he would get. I don't know. That'd be interesting. That's an interesting thing. Like, yeah, but I think so. I think he would be like, yeah, I did it my way, and I can show you kids like you don't have to go by the. Yeah, I think take a go. I think it would be better if he went. Just like I think it's pretty good that T.O. did not go. I think it would be like kind of bad if Tank didn't go. Yeah, T.O.'s good. He didn't go. Like that's right on brand.
Yeah, for T.O. Yeah, it was. Really, to be honest.
Yeah,
it was right on brand. T.O. Yeah, asshole messing up. That was his problem in the league. He was an asshole.
Yeah, that's him. He's gonna be T.O. and he's gonna do T.O. all the way until even in the Hall of Fame. He's gonna be T.O. That's fine. He's not gonna break down and break character just because you gave him the gold jacket. And
I just heard that motherfucker say some shit last week. I just heard that weird ass motherfucker talking about he can still run a 4.3 today, and he thinks he can play at least 30 snaps a game.
He couldn't play 30 snaps a game when they got him out.
I'm like, nigga, you 50. You can't do that.
Remember, and I know shit, I was in LA at this time. ESPN Radio when like Max Kellerman's on there with the dude, the USC, the LA dude that went to Columbia, played football there, and played for like
Marcellus Wiley.
Marcellus Wiley. When Max and Marcellus had their show, they had Michael Vick come on there having a flag football league. Right, they try to promote that shit. I don't know. They still have that shit?
I remember that shit.
They still have that flag football league out there?
They still got it, but yeah, it ain't doing shit. I mean, old motherfuckers who decided. Yeah. Old motherfuckers who bored. Yeah.
Yeah, that's T.O. spot right now, flag football, bro.
Yeah. He did play in the Arena League though 2 years ago. Gotta give him that. He did play. He played one game, but he played.
Okay, 30 snaps. Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. How many snaps are there in a game?
Anywhere from 75 to 80 to 90. 35 to 90.
35 to 90. So, okay, hold up a second. So, he can play 30 snaps in an NFL. That's funny. He's a funny guy.
But he feels like, Special situations, red zone, shit like that.
Yeah, yeah, whatever. The people still think all the attention's on T.O., huh? He's still living that way. Yeah. Yeah, these athletes suck at fucking retirement for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Tank
I'm gonna tell you how
Davis.
goofy she is. This is how goofy she is in sport. You know, it was a hot topic after Rodgers got hurt on Monday night, right?
Oh yeah, it was Tom Brady.
No, even worse than that. The Jets, the rumor was the Jets they reached out to Colin Kaepernick.
Oh, not.
I was like, for what? That dude is like 36. He ain't played in like 10 years. Why in the fuck would you call him?
Rosa
For
Parks,
what?
baby.
For what?
Shout out to Black Lives Matter, fucking like shout out to him, man. Forget taking a seat like Rosa Parks, bend the knee like Jon Snow. God damn it, that's what I'm saying. A bit of knee like Colin Kaepernick. Actually, that's real life bit of the knee. I got it. I love it.
Can you believe the dumb shit that people come up with? Can you actually believe the dumb shit they come up with?
Yeah, man. I can't. I hope they do it more. As long it's in the realm of the entertainment business, as sports is, right? Like I love being entertained by this shit. This is why I tune in. I just don't want the actual world to actually like. I don't want it to spill out into the real world. That's all. But the entertainment segment of the real world, love it.
Yeah. Most people don't really know much about football, but anybody who knows anything about football knows there ain't no way. Okay, our 4-time MVP quarterback just got hurt, so we're gonna reach out to a guy who ain't played in 10 years, who's 36 years old, who got $90 million from Nike, and you think that guy can come in here and help us win?
Shit.
Come on,
Sue in the league, don't yeah. Anyway, the persona non grata, but you know who would be even better than that?
What?
Mr. Football himself.
Oh, Johnny
the man, Manziel. Bring Johnny back, man. Bring Mr. Football to, and scramble and throw that ball all the way down the field. I mean,
so you saying a 5'10" guy who now weighs about 240 pounds, who ain't played in 4 years, we gonna bring him in. we gonna bring him in.
Yeah, Oh, wait a minute, Tim Tebow.
Bring him back.
He wasn't.
He's
ready.
Back.
He looks in shape. If you want to talk about bending the knee, he's the original bend the knee. Before there's Colin Kaepernick.
Real talk. Bring that motherfucker back. Bring them all back. Fuck
it. Yeah, shit. Anyway.
Go get Tony Romo off the boot. Go get Tony Romo. Fuck
it. Damn, Tony Romo. What happened to him?
He's he making $8 million a year on CBS right now.
Oh, right. Calling the pregame?
Calling the games. He calls the game. He's the #1 guy on CBS football.
Really? Holy
Tony
shit.
Romo is the big game guy now.
Yeah, CBS is the one that gives me my Raiders games, and it's too soon for that shit.
Yeah, he's the big guy. The big guy on Channel 11 now is on Fox now is Greg Olsen. Remember him from the Panthers?
Yep.
Greg Olsen's the big game guy on Fox, and Monday night guy and Super Bowl guy is Troy Aikman.
Yeah, it's Troy Aikman. I didn't know. Yeah, I know Troy Aikman was doing his thing. So they got Romo and Troy. Okay. Damn, how about them Cowboys? See, they're bigger than winning. That's what and you gotta love them for it, right?
Man.
I can't wait to get when my team gets the Cowboys in clutch situations. Love that shit. When the game's on the line and it's clutch time, I love that shit.
You know who's the richest NFL player of all time, don't you?
The richest NFL player of all time.
Yes. You'll never guess. He's in our era too. He's in our era.
It's not Peyton Manning. No.
Nope.
Fuck. Who went front office style? Oh, fuck, John Elway. He got
No,
fucking a bunch of money. Not
he got a
Elway.
bunch of
All right.
money, but it's not him.
Who is it?
Roger the Dodger.
Oh. What?
Motherfucker worth $700 million. Roger Staubach.
How? I mean, everybody loved Roger Staubach. I mean, Staubach. I mean, everyone loved this dude back in the day, but like, what?
He got big in real estate in Dallas, and he owns a commercial real estate company and a hedge fund. He's worth like $700 million.
Mother love. See, because that's back when you had it like it was a transition from being a professional athlete and like football players had to have jobs.
Right.
Professional guys, like a lot of those dudes, like he was that generation where those guys were all professional athletes. And yeah, but they also were still like, they grew up in a generation where you had to have a job after the sport. It wasn't like you made all your money in the sport. You had to do something after. And
yeah, because you didn't make shit. Them dudes was playing for like $35,000 a season, shit like that.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't ever think it was someone. When you said our generation, I wasn't going all the way back then. Like fuck.
Yes, Roger Staubach. It's worth like $700 million.
That's bananas. Well,
and you would think it was like Aikman or somebody like Steve Young or one of them guys, but no, it's Roger Staubach.
Yeah, man. I go with boxing. My fight, like, because the sport is the sport. The game is the game. The fighters come and go. The players come and go. I don't give a damn where the fighters move to and anything like that. Like there's no Raiders, no A's, no Warriors in Oakland. Like that fucking is heartbreaking. I might not watch fuck sport for a second.
Right. Yeah, you guys lost all your teams. That's crazy.
You know what I mean? The Warriors didn't go far. I just have to drive across the bridge. So yeah, I just got to drive across the bridge and there. Like all good. Yeah. 15 minutes.
But the A's are going to fucking Vegas, and the Raiders went to Vegas. That was smart. They followed each other.
Yeah, exactly. They're just right there. They same as always been. They just play right next to each other, and that's cool. That's a little bit of a hometown thing. Vegas isn't that far, but it's not down the hill. Like fuck all that.
No. It's about 9 hours for you guys, right? 9-10 hours
to drive. Yeah, to drive. Yeah, I mean, I can just drive to the airport and hop a shuttle. Get on one of those private flights. I don't understand how Bomac apparently flew there to private flight, got the gun in, and then flew commercial out. That has got to be about the dumbest shit ever. Like,
and that's what I was saying when I first heard it, bro. I'm thinking he probably forgot that shit was in his bag. You know what I'm saying? Because they flew him out to make it, get him there in time for the fight. So banking them flew him out private, and then or the promotional company probably flew him out private, and then he had to go back commercial. They probably gave him a ticket, commercial, first class ticket to go back, and he had to go through customs, and that's how he got busted.
Yeah, but that's also stupid. If you thought it was so important that you bring it, how the fuck do you forget it? Like, either you didn't need it for, like, what?
I mean, motherfuckers forget. Man, people forget all kinds of shit. I know my daughter forgets shit. She's looking for shit. It's in that suitcase. I just came back from Jamaica. It's in that suitcase. People forget shit.
But then why?
It's not out of the realm of possibility.
But then why
that a
bring
former professional fighter, a former professional boxer will forget something? It's not out of the realm.
Oh damn! Yeah, I'm wondering what the defense is gonna be.
I forgot. It was in my bag. I didn't know it was there. My apologies.
Oh shit!
I think they're gonna let him out. I think they're just gonna ban him from England, though. I think they'll ban him from the UK.
Banned in the United Kingdom. I think he's gonna get some scrutiny coming in. I don't think they're gonna ban him. I mean, not for life, not a lifetime ban, but like, yeah, you can't come back for it, man. But are they gonna lifetime ban him? Damn.
Well, they had lifetime ban Snoop Dogg until the Queen pardoned him. Remember?
Yeah. You got to get King Charles in the mix.
Yeah.
Damn, that sounds fucking crazy. King Charles. Ew. Yep. I forgot. Like, nobody even talks about him. I mean, everyone still says Bogdanovich the queen.
I tell you what's even more fucked up. Queen Camilla.
Oh. Oh, that sounds like she fucking is looking for Dalmatians to drown right now to make a fucking coat. What the hell? Anyway, that's my bad. Shout out to the UK. I'm not trying to fuck with you guys, Royals. I know you take that shit personal. Only you can't be outside the UK and make fun of the fucking.
You can't make fun of Queen Camilla.
Yeah, I mean, I thought though. Wait a minute, hold up. But Prince Harry married. She married into the fam. She married into the culture, right? We can't.
Well, she
claims it sometimes. She claims it sometimes. You know what I mean? She knows. She chewed all these LA. She knows about these California streets.
Oh, you talking about Meghan Markle?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Prince Charles, King Charles got to die first. King Charles got to die. Once he dies,
I think he abdicated already. So I think he's like, nah, fuck that.
Oh, King Charles abdicated? Or Prince
no, Harry did. Meghan Markle's thing.
Prince Harry, he went to fucking England. He went to, fucking Canada. He moved to Canada.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah. Everybody in the party say fuck that shit. So anyway, yeah. He went that route. But I'm just saying, I feel like, we're Americans. We've already beat your motherfucking ass in a couple wars. You love fighting us in the ring and competing with us in all kinds of sports. So, and also now that we're married, we're cousins through marriage because, through the whole invention of the black consciousness, right? So people who self-identify in the world as black, right? Exactly.
Forget that
So what you don't understand, I'm getting there. I'm getting close to it. I'm talking it through. I'm working them through it, right? Since the invention of like the class called black, like you have people who self-identify that, and that's a very close-knit family. And then you have some of those people who are from California. And if you understand the demographics of California, you realize that statewide, we only exist in a couple of different places, and we're a very small percentage of the overall population. So, like, when you get some people who self-identify as black and from California start talking, married into the royal family, it probably will get discussed in like weird ways. Just don't take offense. Just have to walk them through the whole thing. Yeah.
Don't take that shit personal.
Yeah, that's just we're just related right now. in a weird way. We're all cousins anyway, right? Man?
Oh, Shelly, you talking to me?
You're the only David on the panel, bro.
Nah, I never heard you say David or what. So I'm here, bro. I just want to let Smoke know. Smoke. Yeah, I was wrong about the Gamboa situation, bro. And People Cruz. It was the People Cruz and Ramirez fight in September last year, where Tank Davis went there ringside and People Cruz called him out, and he had cornrows. It wasn't the Gamboa fight.
I'm glad you got it wrong. I'm telling you, man. Because I would have been like, bro, you're way too wrapped up in this. If you got that shit right, like, man, that is not how you want to roll through. But nice, but it was a good pick though. It was a cool pull. Cool pull. I got you. And I'm sure as a fighter, you're probably still rolling. You're probably rocking the cornrows yourself from time to time.
Yeah, bro. That's what I'm rocking on, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I get you. I feel you. I know. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Hey, Shelton. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What's your fantasy fight, though? I never heard you tell me your fantasy fight.
Oh, my fantasy fight would be at 160 pounds. I would love to see Canelo Alvarez at 160.
Against Bud?
Against Mike McCallum at 160.
Oh, okay. Smoke. What is your fantasy fight? We already had the EJ Bud fight, you know. So what's next? What fight do you like want to see? I don't know if it's Smoke can hear me.
Yeah, no, I can hear you. I want to see. I hope it is not true that Bud wants to catch weight and a rehydration clause. I hope that's not true. And what I'd like to see is Bud versus Canelo. But besides that fight, I would like to see one that should be way more fucking realistic. Is B-Ball versus Better Beef.
Okay, that's a good fight. That's one of the ones I want to see. Evil and other video. But
Outside
if
of
I with Bud though, okay.
Yeah, I'll go top 5, right? My top 5 ones. And this, all right. So this one is a ways off. I don't want to necessarily see it right now, but I'll tell you the progression that I would like to see. I would like to see Monster Inoue fight Robeisy Ramirez, then Navarrete, and then Tank at 130 pounds. Right, so that's like more of a route, like to a fantasy fight at 130 pounds. I'd love to see that shit.
So that's the top 5.
Pardon me. So then that's just really one fight, but it's just in a few different parts. What's the other one? I want to see. I still want to see Wilder and AJ, but really, boy, what I'd like to see is Wilder and Usyk. It seems like it should be a good fight to make, an easy fight to make, but they're not really making the fight. But I would love to see that fight: Wilder versus Usyk, Bud versus Canelo. Then that route to Monster versus Tank, and then and lastly, I'll round it off with Dev versus Teo.
Dev versus Teo.
Yes, sir.
Are you talking about fights right now?
Would you rather see Tank and Devin at 140 or Teo and Devin at 140?
I don't know. The Tank and Dev fight, it's a cool fight, it's a good fight, but their dimensions are so different and their weight classes are so different. Like, it's just not that intriguing to me. It's just like either one person gets knocked out or another person gets outboxed, like on paper. At 140 pounds, I'd like to fight better at 140 pounds, but it's not like a fantasy fight for me. I'd rather see, like, I think the Tank, I like Dev and Teo fight a little bit better. I don't like.
Yeah, that's cool,
I like that.
yeah.
I think Dev and Tank are going to happen at 147 pounds, and it's going to be. Yeah, it's gonna be fine, but it's just not like on my.
But to be
It's like
honest
my
with you,
top
Smoke,
10 list. It's not my top 5 list. It's like my top 10 list. I'll put it that way.
But to be honest with you guys, bro, I believe the Tank versus Devin fight would be a very big fight than the Tank and Shakur in terms of like the build up. I know the skill wise, I believe the Shakur and Tank fight will be much competitive because they both southpaws. But Tank and Haney, the build up of that fight, bro. Bill Haney will be talking crazy in the press conference.
Oh, yeah,
they're gonna bring up they're gonna bring up the sparring that we sparred you and we made you quit in the sparring. All those rumors, bro, that happened, bro. The build up of that fight will be crazy, bro.
Yeah.
I'd rather see the fights I want to see. I want to see Bivol and Viterbia. I want to see Tank and Matias. I want to see Bud and Ennis. I want to see Alvarez and motherfucking Benavidez. And I want to see Morrell versus Andrade.
Man, you just said the one that I wanted to see too. The Bud Crawford and Rampus Ennis. That fight, bro. I mean, it can answer a lot of questions, bro. That fight, bro, Rampus Ennis and Terrence Bud Crawford would answer a lot of questions. And it was solidified Bud Crawford's career officially. Nobody can touch that man. If you were to beat Rampus Ennis.
I think he stops that dude, personally.
I mean, it don't go 12 rounds. It don't go 12 rounds. It's either
wait. Who do you think starts his boots? Oh, you think
Bud Crawford? Bud Crawford and Boots. It don't go 12 rounds.
Maybe Boots not ready for that.
Bud walk his ass into some shit he don't see coming.
I think Boots will be much quicker than Errol Spence though.
Yeah,
And I
Errol
think his
Spence is not
style,
gonna get
I
you
think
there.
his style is better than Errol Spence in terms of to fight Terence Crawford. I think Errol Spence's style is all bad for Bud Crawford, bro. It's like
But Boots'
Bud,
style is too. Boots is inexperience is all bad for him.
that's what you
All
guys
bad
think
for him.
though.
He's just not experienced enough in the ring. He fights. He makes adjustments that are all wrong for him. He just he's a front runner. He needs to look. It's just bad. It's just all around bad.
I mean, bro, you never know, bro.
I mean, no,
When it comes to
yeah. I
fighting,
mean, they fight the fights, right?
we might see the best Boots when he fights Bud Crawford though.
I mean, some version of Boots that we've never seen, sure.
Yeah, like
But
I feel like
yeah, like
I feel like
it would
just
take
like just
the
like we
best.
saw just
There's
like we
no
saw Terence
version of.
Crawford in the Earl Spence fight. I think Bud Crawford really trained hard for that fight, for the Earl Spence fight.
Yeah, but that wasn't. While that might have been the best version of Bud, we've seen that was some stuff that Bud was capable of. We didn't know that he was capable of doing that to a guy who is also like elite, right? It's cool to do that shit
Yeah.
against people who are not elite, but there's no version of Boots I've ever seen that leads me to believe that he could beat the version of Bud we just saw.
So you don't think that skill wise is a good against
Okay, I'm just
Bud
saying, like
Crawford?
if you take a look at his skills, right? Even over a group of fights, Lipinets, Van Heerden, whatever, this Canadian dude, like whatever. Like none of those fights did I think, oh yeah, that's better. That's gonna do it against the Bud I just witnessed. That leaping left hook shit, flicking jab shit, switching up and try to bang it out from southpaw on the inside. I mean, no, get the fuck out of here, dude. You'll get your ass whooped with that. Being
Rumpus in it,
squared
bro.
up. Yeah, being
Rumpus in it,
squared up
bro.
in clinches and all that. Like, no.
Bro,
You
Rumpus
can't
in it
square.
got more.
How the hell are you going to square up in a clinch and try to switch on Bud? Like, come on, man.
Rumpus in it got more cracks on Bud, bro. He could land clean on Bud, bro. He could win night.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, bro, Earl Spence made a mistake of going to the body and leaving his head open. Rumpus in it is more aware of that, bro. He won't be that careless against Terence
No,
Crawford.
it wasn't. It's not that. It's the reach. It's judging distance. It's fighting from distance. Jerome Boots says there's nothing that he's shown you that shows you that he knows how to judge distance well.
Maybe it's because of the level of competition he's been fighting. Maybe he didn't feel the need to.
In the level of competition that he's been fighting, he hasn't judged distance well.
I mean, yeah, but I feel like, bro, if anybody can be the best version of himself when he fights the
But
best, bro. I feel like Jerron Ennis would pick up any stone, bro. No leave any stone unturned for Terence
you can't
Crawford.
have the. You can't have. You
See,
can't.
the problem Smoke is
It's
trying
that
to
reach.
explain to
Them
you
vivid,
is that nobody that Boots has ever fought has prepared him for what he's going to see with Crawford.
I know, but in terms of you could spar somebody who's elite though.
You can spar all you want. It's not going to prepare you. You can spar. You can dig up Muhammad Ali and spar him. You can spar Sugar Ray Leonard. It doesn't matter. Nothing you've done in your career is going to prepare you for what you're going to see on that night. As you saw with Spence. Spence hadn't fought anybody in his whole career that could have prepared him for Bud Crawford.
Okay, so people don't understand like what a boxing take is. I did see Monster Inoue beating Stephen Fulton. I didn't pick it to happen. Like, the thing is, you guys got to listen to boxing analysis. I said scenarios in which Stephen Fulton could lose, also get knocked out while doing it. So if I'm telling you an analysis about how it could happen, of course I could see it happening. I just didn't pick it to happen.
Right.
I thought another scenario was more likely. That doesn't mean I couldn't see it. It's just I didn't think that was more likely than the other one. That's why they fight the fights.
Monster had no chance. Bro. Nobody said that. We just thought Stephen Fulton, with the fights he had, the guys he fought, would be prepared for a guy like Monster Inoue. We were dead ass wrong.
Well, I don't know. So to me, there's a bunch of stuff that went in there. Like I don't know that he was prepared to beat Monster. Like, I don't know if he was prepared for the moment to fight even Monster Inoue and to fight Monster Inoue in Japan. Like, he seemed like part of the fight just seemed to be a little bit too big for him, just in general. He's like, even going into the fight, he seemed to be out of character. I don't know what I don't know what it is, whatever the hell it is, but whatever. But it was between the ears, right? So boxing is also a mental thing. And that was part of my issue about him getting fucking knocked out. Like, the dude likes to look good and be all pretty and shit. And if he can't win looking pretty, or if he tries to look pretty and win, he's gonna get knocked out. And I think that's the kind of what happened. He got lived up. He tried to like slide out on a fucking angle and like look good, and got fucking caught. Thought he's out of range. It's like literally one of the things I was talking about in my analysis of how he could get knocked out.
And that kid
But I didn't see it being so one-sided, though. I didn't see him being shook. Yeah, go ahead. I didn't see Stephen Fulton being that shook, but I didn't see Stephen Fulton being that bothered by the speed and the power. I didn't see that part of it.
Yeah, I didn't know Monster was good as well. I should know Monster. Monster proved me wrong.
No, Monster looked way better than Monster's ever looked in that fight.
Yeah.
That was also like one of his, that was like a transcendent performance, you know, in comparison to his other fights. Like, so it wasn't just shitting on Monster. And I didn't even shit on Monster. I thought he was a top 5 pound dude going into the fight. So.
Well, you know,
I can't lie. I shit on the motherfucker.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Smoke. It looked like he was bothered by everything with Monster. Monster looked like he was too fast for him. He looked like a better boxer. I was, shocked.
Yeah, but you know what? It's just kind of like it took me a couple of minutes to like the first. I didn't recognize Stephen Fulton as the fighter he was. Like, that's all I'm saying. I don't know what the hell was going on. I don't know if he was too shook. He shrunk under the lights. He was the situation has too many behind the scenes things, and he wasn't concentrating on whatever the fuck. But from the opening bell, he didn't look like the same guy. He did settle in, and I saw the Stephen Fulton we're used to seeing. And he had some success, but he even lost those fucking moments too.
I think,
man, y'all know what happened, man. Y'all know what happened, man. They put something in Stephen Fulton water, man.
Yeah, some tea. I was like, what the fuck is this? It's green tea. Like, what the
fuck? I think we overrated him.
They put some tea leaves in this shit, and
they put something in his water, and they loaded Monster's gloves too.
Yeah, I think
and the commission was against him.
I think we overrated Fulton. I think the truth is, even though I thought the Figueroa fight was a win for him, but it really could have went either way. And I think we put too much stock in that, and I think he really got exposed against Inoue.
I don't think so. I think Inoue is like I don't see. Some guys are just better, right? If you like, it could very well be that, and I think it is the case that Monster Inoue is special. He wasn't doing anything that was really out of this world, like spectacular and all that shit. It was really like just sort of textbook stuff, but it was the correct thing to do, and he was doing it with like speed and power to do it. It wasn't like all transcendent, but I don't know that speed and that power could very well, like with being sound technically and smart about his approach. Yeah, right. Man, you could. That takes you to ATG status, easy.
Right. Well, now to say all of a sudden, after beating Fulton, now he can go up and beat Tank, and now you stretch it a little bit.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to see it. I want to see a progression, but I can see a progression. I can see him going up and beating BC Ramirez.
Beat him.
I want to see him go up to fight Tank, so Shelton can come on in here and hate on Tank some more, and Tank can get another $20 million payday and knock out this guy.
hey, facts. Hey, sports facts, bro. I wanna see that fight just to shut all the Inoue fans, bro.
If I got it correctly, you are mixing Tank's actual currency, his capital currency, with the cultural currency you get from like that's how you get paid of other fans losing a little bit of cultural currency. That's how you get paid.
You talk.
I wouldn't even watch that fight, to be honest.
I would.
I'm watching that. Fuck, what you talking about? Let Monster Inoue knock out Robeisy Ramirez and Navarrete, and they fight 130 pounds.
Man, Javante Tank Davis will beat the brakes of Inoue, bro.
I think they're the same size, right?
And let me add this.
I mean,
With
they
Inoue.
the same height though. They the same height though.
Let me add this with Inoue. And one thing about and I hate to admit this, but because I lost money on this channel, I had to pay the brother. Look, I was running my mouth like I knew what the fuck I was knew what I was talking about, and really looked stupid. And at the end of the day, Monster's a bad man. He's the way he really is. His timing, he's another one that's he's very talented, and but to get up there against Tank Davis, because the thing is, Fulton, he can't bust a nosebleed, stop a nosebleed with his hands. So the difference is going to be when Tank hit him, he's going to say, "Oh, the folks tales they talk about this Negro is right."
Let me ask you, Mr. Shelton, do you think if Tank fought one person, one of these three people, would he get into the Hall of Fame? Just one more fight.
Okay.
Devin Haney, Teofimo Lopez, Monster Inoue.
What about Shakur?
I don't know. Honestly, to be honest with you, at this point in the career,
which one would be more likely? What would be the most likely? Which one would be the most likely?
The most likely would be here. It would have to be Haney because he's the undisputed champion.
Inoue was undisputed too. I think you would have to give it to Inoue.
No, I'm not saying at 135. I'm just saying just fight the dude. Like he would be at 140 for no belt.
I'd say Teo because Teo is a 2-division unified champion. Teo has a better resume than most of these dudes.
Okay, well, let me ask you another question. Let me put it to you this way: if Monster, Devin, and Teo never fought another fight, which one of them gets into the Hall of Fame if they're all vying for the last seat?
Teofimo Lopez. Devin, and Teo.
Teofimo Lopez.
Monster, Devin, and Teo. It would be Monster because Monster's been undisputed in two. He's been undisputed in one division and unified in the other.
Yes,
and that win against Fulton was a big win.
But the thing is, the resume speak. But the resume, though, Shelton, Teo has a better resume than Monster.
Well, hold on.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He beat two guys. He beat Loma,
if you unified in two divisions and you add the resume,
he's not unified. He's not unified in two divisions. He was unified in one division, and he's a WBO champion in the other.
Yes,
he's not unified.
Let's unpack this one.
You talking about
let's unpack this one.
Well, hold on.
You said we have an assertion that fucking Teofimo Lopez has a better resume than Monster Inoue.
Yep.
Okay,
no,
let's do this. Let's do it, baby. John Taylor.
I'm glad you said that, Smoke. I'm glad you said that, Smoke.
No, I'm saying that's the point of contention. Now, let's unpack it. I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm saying that is the assertion under consideration right now.
Okay, David, make your case for that.
Is that true?
Make your case for that,
true? Is that not true? Yeah, unpack that. How is Teofimo Lopez's resume better than Monster Inoue?
Because he took, Lomachenko was the biggest risk than anybody anyway fought. Lomachenko himself, basically, at that time, he was the Matrix, I'm just saying Lomachenko alone, besides Josh Taylor and anybody else he fought, I'm just saying Lomachenko was that guy when Teo beat him.
Is beating Lomachenko better than beating Nonito Donaire?
Yes, it is. Lomachenko was highly praised, bro. Like I'm just saying.
I'm trying to tell you that Monster Inoue Nonito was the fight of the year 2019. We're talking about Hall of Fame. The question's about the Hall of Fame.
Okay. So who caused the more upset then between Teo and Inoue? Who caused the biggest upset?
Ooh, I don't know.
Lomachenko wasn't Lomachenko an upset? Even though he had a loss.
It was. I don't know that Monster was ever an underdog. I think he was even. I think he's the favorite even in Stephen Fulton fight.
That's true.
Loma was that guy, bro. There were rumors that Tank is ducking him and this guy don't want to fight Loma. You know what I'm saying? Even though Devin Haney was calling him out, When Teo fought him, bro, some people thought Teo was gonna lose, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. He did get to the pound for
Teo
pound
was
list.
even younger,
He did.
and Teo was younger.
That win did catapult him to the pound for pound list. But it's not like he was exactly a fight of the year, and it's not like Loma didn't come back and started putting his hands and feet on Teo in that fight. Like when has Monster even been in a war? I guess the one was that fight of the year with Nonito Donaire, who is like a kind of a legend in the lower weight division. He's probably like the second most famous Filipino fighter. Like, not even probably, definitely
how old is Nair anyway? How old is Nair anyway?
Right.
30.
Got a little age on him.
He's 30.
Yeah.
So anyway, he's 30 years old, and Teofimo Lopez is 25, and Devin Haney is 25.
No, yeah, we're just talking about right now. We're not talking about upside.
At a young age, has accomplished, I think, in my opinion, a lot than all these guys have accomplished, bro. Like, if you compare him to now anyway, bro, 5 years apart, bro, Teofimo Lopez deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, bro. More than now anyway. In my opinion, bro. At the age of 25 years old.
That's a good opinion.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at that one.
Just like Devin Haney became undisputed at 23 years old.
The
That's
thing
a huge thing, bro.
It is, but I don't know if you want to start skewing the thing like based on age. It seems like an ageist fucking way to look at it, and it's not. It's supposed to be a meritocracy. I mean, it's a cool thing to say it's young for like fans and shit, but like, are you really supposed to be saying like it's about what you accomplished in the ring, not the age you did it when you did it? Unless
here's the other difference.
Unless it's
here's the other difference, Smoke.
You know what
here's
I mean?
the other difference.
Yeah,
Monster Inoue never lost to somebody he wasn't supposed to lose to. Teo has.
Ooh.
No, man. It's not about that. That's not how we make it to the Hall of
That
Fame.
Kambosos fight was a hell of a thing. But I still want to stay in touch with this age thing because I do think that I'm just talking about in general. You can have extreme examples. Like if you were a 17-year-old champion like Benitez, or if you were George Foreman, who's like one of the oldest guys, if you do it like if it's like that, but if you're in the age range of like champions and what champions do, that mid to 20 to 25 age, I don't know that you've done anything really extraordinary. You're done what
Smoke, can I ask you this, Smoke?
Average, what the median age is for doing shit like that.
Wait, Smoke, how successful was Tim Bradley in his career? Like, how many champions has he won? Tim Bradley.
2 divisions. He was unified at 140 and WBO champion at 147.
And
lost to one guy.
And also is another fight of the year.
And Tim Bradley made it to the Hall of Fame. And Tim Bradley made it to the Hall of Fame.
No,
he only lost to one guy his whole career. He only lost to one guy his whole career.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
and the guy he lost to was an 8th division world champion. So that's the only guy he ever lost to.
Yeah, you got to win over ATGs in there. I don't know, man. I'm gonna go with that.
Teo's more accomplished than him, though. But Teo's more accomplished than him in a younger age.
But the question is, but that's not really the point. The point is comparing the two. Who did Tim Bradley not get in over? Right, he didn't get in over Floyd Mayweather or Vlad Juh. Exactly. So we're comparing guys. Not saying he shouldn't get in. We're saying that Teo should get in. We're just talking about getting in over Monster Inoue if they're competing if they're vying for the last spot.
Or if there's one person that has to make it.
Right. So every year 3 people get in, and there's a list of 5 people. They get shortlisted. So 3 get in, 2 get out.
Yeah.
So the question is, if it's Monster and Teo trying to get the last spot, who gets in? Let's say Canelo's already in. And fucking, I don't know, somebody else. Like Loma's already in. Fuck it, off the top of my head, right? Yeah. Those 2 already in. So now you got Teo and fucking Monster on the odd man out, trying to get in. Going up against somebody like Adrian Broner. Let's say that. Oh shit, that would be too hard. I don't even want to throw Adrian Broner in there.
You put 4th division world champion and the youngest to ever do it. He gets in over to you.
Let me put in somebody who might be buying. Sean Porter.
Right.
Did I put Sean Porter in there?
I think David's right. Because
it's only 2 guys. Yeah, that's right. It's only 2 guys.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I do think David's right. Because you know what it is. I don't. How I ain't gonna say how I am. Y'all already know me. So, I don't like for the stuff come out of his mouth, and I feel some type of way about him. But as far as the fighter is concerned, he's very talented, and he beat Loma, even though Loma did put hands on him. But at some point in the fight, I thought he won. I thought Teo still won, and I was very impressed with Josh Taylor. Even though we might find out down the road he might have been a little overrated, but that was very an impressive win. And even though I don't put before now here's the thing. Even though I don't put a whole lot of stock in Comey, that still was a good win for a champion. He was a champion. And even though I definitely think Nakatani was overstocked, that still was a decent. So when you add all of that together, and you give him credit for his heart for saying, you know what, I want to fight the best. So when I want to fight Loma, he's the best. I want to fight Taylor, he's the best. When you add that to it, definitely have to tip your hat off to him. And you could make a strong argument about Nakatani, but like he hasn't been tested. T.O. has been tested. He's taken an L. I thought he took 2 L's, but at the end of the day, a close fight is a close fight. And that's what legends are made of. All legends have taken L's outside of Floyd. And you could make an argument.
Kawasaki never took an L.
Huh?
Kawasaki never took an L.
He's been in the breaks of Roy Jones.
That's fair, but guess what? He got dropped by a 40-year-old grown. He got dropped by a 40. He got dropped by out of. I would have liked to see that fight in their prime, but anyway.
No matter what happened, if he got dropped, he didn't lose.
Yeah, I get you. I'm just saying that I wouldn't put Kawasaki in the same conversation with Leonard, Hagler, or I wouldn't put him in the conversation with none of them guys, brother. You might.
Well, stat-wise, you have to. But stat-wise, you have to because all those guys you named took losses, and he never did.
Brother,
he never did.
Brother, you can do whatever you want to do, but I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying. If you're keeping it honest, you got to keep it honest. All them legends you named, which I believe. Hold on, which I believe are better fighters than him, took losses. He never did.
The difference between him and them, though, is, and this is where opinion come in at. When they fought amongst one another, even though Kawasaki beat some good names over there, the names on Kawasaki's resume not even in the same conversation as the name as those guys that I just named.
I mean, not in the primes at least, but you got B-Hop, you got Roy Jones.
B-Hop and Roy Jones are in conversation with anybody.
If we sport fan, I mean, like if we really fans or we really historians, we really understand the sport. I'm not gonna hate on the man for having a name on his pedigree, but we can't ignore timelines and put that into perspective.
Yeah, I'm with that. When it comes down to it, I think that they were highlighting like a cultural shift amongst the boxing media, right? And that is, it used to be about the underdog, why like Rocky movies were so compelling and shit, the underdog making good. But that's not what it is today. Now it's about kicking up to the elites. Like all they care about is the favorites now. And the favorites getting all the lion's share, and the elite and the underdogs like shrinking back into obscurity where they belong, from whence they came. Like hated the whole fucking way up. The fact they got the shot. You don't deserve shit. Aha. Can't wait for him to lose kind of shit. That seems to be the way that like boxing is framed today. It's like, guys like Wilder, I don't think will ever get the shine of Wilder and Bud, and who else who made it despite like their whole other thing, versus guys that it seemed like they were the golden boys, right? Like AJ or Canelo.
You could put Hagler in that. You could put Hagler in that realm.
Yeah,
Hagler
exactly.
You didn't want Hagler to win.
That's a fact.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Like he had to do a thing. Like Sugar Ray Leonard was given every fucking thing, and Hagler wasn't giving shit. Like those guys had to achieve.
Larry Holmes. As soon as they lost, they had to go away. They didn't want Larry Holmes to have shit. They hated on Larry Holmes.
Yeah. Some guys, and I'm not understanding. I'm just saying, when it comes down to it, it doesn't seem like the underdog is the thing. Like the idea that Teofimo took chances and came up. Loma still gets more credit than Teofimo, even in a loss. Right? I don't think that catapults Teo above Loma kind of thing. It's just kind of, I don't know. And then he got his ass whooped by Kambosos, dragged. Yeah, I don't know. I think he redeemed himself. I don't think he's going to get in over Monster, who's already the guy that they ordained a monster in 2016 before he even did any fucking thing. Now that he's doing shit, making rows, moving up, people act like people love that moving up and undisputed. And fight of the year goes a long way. And that was one hell of a fight. You know which fights they beat out in 2019? There's some good fucking fights. That beat out Porter Spence.
Yeah.
For instance.
Well, you know, Smoke, I like where you're going with this. And you know what I really think this, and this is just what it is. I like to say that we're living in a microwave society, right? Today. Everybody you know, what I'm really trying to say is when we was growing up, especially you two brothers, because you guys are older than me, we lived in a time where you had to work to get to where you want. My grandfather told me years ago, son, if you can't make $1 million, you don't need $1 million. We grew up in a time where you had to work and earn something, and even if you took lumps across the way, that's okay, because actually you learn more in a loss than you learn. A homeless man can teach me more than a rich man that ain't never missed a meal a day in his life. And we living in a society that they don't want to be losers. They don't want to be associated. They want to be winners, winners, winners. They want, even if it means cheating by any means necessary. We living in a day and a time where, you know, the morality don't means nothing. When we had the COVID spreading, you had a lot of people saying, well, it only matter if you're old or you're unhealthy. Other than that, it doesn't matter. So we should keep things alive. But then when they find out that they sick, then the game changed. So that's what it is. We living in a spoiled society that don't give a damn about nothing but themselves. So it's no surprise that the fans act like they act, because they ain't nothing but a generation of spoiled brats that don't give a damn about nothing but winning.
I think it's aspirational. Yes, it's all the thing. It's who you incentivize, and I think it gives rise to why Trump becomes popular, because his whole thing is aspirational. Country clubs. You know, you can move up if you work hard enough. You can be the elites of the society yourself. You know, and I think that is actually impacting this entire fucking thought process. The way they talk about fighters. Yeah, I think that will favor fucking Monster in a way over fucking Teofimo. They just don't like the ham and eggers these days. That's why Monster's fighting in front of 30 million people and whoever's in the stadium, and Teofimo's fighting in front of 5,000 people. Even though he beat the great Loma, that's better, you know, whatever. I still don't know if that's even better than Nonito. I'm not convinced of even that. But whatever. It is what it is. Okay,
Yep.
why am I solo layout?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hey. See, I'm out boomering the whole fucking thing up.
Yeah.
What's up, people? Which one am I? I'm this one. This one. Haha. Booyah. What's up, people? So, literally, this is the longest we've had dry spells between fights, I think, this year. I was saying this meh, but damn. L-Dub was all over me for saying it was a mad time for, we got the Ozzy Dogbo fight. He was talking about some Hector Garcia fight. Wasn't really into those fights, but then it heated up, and I was like, oh yeah, 2023 is lit. But this is definitely a valley. Okay, let me mute this damn. Okay, before Sean starts cussing out his dog. Hold up, let me go ahead and mute my man. Okay, there it is. Yo-ho! Yeah, boxing though. Yeah, all we have is fantasy fights the rest of the year. It'd be great if they started talking about fights this year. It's weird. This lull in the action is it's a little bit uncomfortable for me as someone who comes and talks about boxing regularly. There's nothing to talk. If there's no new news, it's about old fights and the structure of the sport. and like entertainment in general. That's the way that's where my inspiration goes. I can only get into the Frank Martin to Shakur duck for so long, and the duck talk of it all. There are people who like really get it. I don't know. They are more inspired, or I guess their juices flowing. Like saying someone doesn't want to take a fight or does want to take a fight or whatever. When it comes to the Frank Martin and Shakur fight, like I was saying, I see it a little bit different.
What do you really think about that, Smoke? I'm curious on your opinion. What do you really think about that? Just your opinion based on a combination of what you know.
I think this game is being played a million miles over the heads of the fighters. I don't think they have a say in any of the fucking shit that's going on right now. They're just trying to like save face in social media, and it's just fucking going really badly. Not really badly, but it's just kind of like, I mean, because there's a thing about no press being bad press. It is just the moment they're in the press. If they can build on it and find it sustainable, but I think that they're dampening their message in social media with the way that they're going about it, saying 50%. Like it's way easier. I think I still have the clip up on my page, but there was a phone conversation that Regis had with Ramirez, and Regis said, "You know what? To be honest with you, I'm just saying I'm all of the stuff because they were talking about there was a moment when Regis and Ramirez and Jose Ramirez were supposed to fight, and they were talking about Ramirez ducking the fight and all this stuff, and they both got on the phone to hash it out. And Regis said to him, "Yeah, it doesn't even matter what we say. We can come up here and talk about wanting to fight and all this stuff, but at the end of the day, it's the suits that's going to make the decision." And so for me, I was absolutely shocked when they were talking about the fight was made and they came to an agreement. I was like, oh, because how WBC, they call fights all the time that don't get made. So I was like, oh, really? That's surprising. I thought Frank Martin would be a guy they would say for Tank. And then lo and behold, the fight falls apart. I like, okay. It just doesn't seem like these dudes have the power in order to do these kinds of things that the fans are accusing them of. Nothing like the Frank Martin, right? Like maybe Dev has power like that, but Frank Martin and Shakur Stevenson, no.
That's a great assessment. That's a good assessment. I didn't look at it like that, but that's a good assessment.
Yeah, if somebody says I'm on 50-50, it's because somebody's in their ear saying, yeah, this fight is not lucrative enough for me. And me is it becomes a couch in boxing fans lexicon. What they should be hearing is when they hear the word team, like Frank Shakur's team, that is literally probably somebody who has veto power over anything the fighter wants.
What you talking about, that Frank Martin shit?
Yeah, Frank Martin and Shakur. And everybody, and before that, Williams Zepeda and Pitbull Cruz.
Oh, why they turned the fight down?
This is my honest assessment on it. This is my honest assessment.
All these ordered fights, yeah.
Because me personally, and I've said this on other, my man on MOB all day. I've said this on there, and I'm not drinking Frank Martin Kool-Aid. I respect him as a fighter. He's a good fighter, but to me, he's a B- C fighter. Fighter. When I wrestled in the States in high school, we knew when we got to the semifinals, we all knew who had a chance to beat who. We knew that who wasn't gonna beat who. When you're on that level, Frank he can't beat Shakur. Now, this is what I will say is that, in my humble opinion, but I think Frank is game. In my humble opinion, I think that if this is true, the $1 million, they probably jumped on that because he's not making that kind of money. and then when he heard about the split, how it was, it might have changed things up a little bit, and that might have played a part in it. But as far as on a legacy, on his resume, as far as what Shakur has accomplished prior to 135, I do feel like Frank could have took the fight, but Frank know he can't win. Whereas Devin and Shakur, I do hold Shakur accountable. I question his heart, because at the end of the day, Haney's undisputed. You have a chance to fight for undisputed, and they say you're gonna get the biggest payday. Take it, especially all that talk he was doing. But see, the difference between Shakur and Haney and Shakur and Frank, I think Frank know he can't. I know Frank know he can't beat Shakur. I believe Shakur feel like he can beat Haney. Well, based on his decision, I don't think he's 100% sure he can beat Haney. But at least there's an argument, and I think Haney know that Shakur can beat him too. So I think that's the difference. So I do put a little bit more on Frank, Spence, and the PBC on that fight. I do put more emphasis on him, but it probably was some shady things that went on as far as money was concerned that made the fight. But I'm gonna pause, press mute, and fall back. Regardless if Frank take the fight or not, it was a good fight. I think Frank is the better fight, maybe outside of Ortiz. I think Ortiz might be a little better. But the bottom line is that Frank wasn't going to win the fight, and it's not like it was some great mega fight. No way.
Right. I also agree with you about, I think the class of fighter Frank is. But even if you remember Devin Haney, who I think has an inordinate amount of power for a fighter, and especially a fighter of his age. But he, even after telling his dad to take a crappy deal, like whatever the fuck, he had to switch promoters. He had to go overseas. He had to do all the stuff to get a fight made. Can you imagine if you're a fighter and you don't even promote yourself? Like what they have to do? You know what I mean? Like the idea that these dudes are like sitting there just puffing cigars like Suge Knight, making moves about their career and saying, "Nah, I want this and I want that," or something like that's ridiculous. That's why you think Shakur was out there like in the ring looking crazy.
I just laughed at when motherfuckers was talking about Shakur was gonna get 7 million, Frank was gonna get 1 million. You motherfuckers, ain't nobody. Shakur never came close to 7 million his entire career in world championship fights. So there ain't no way he was somebody's gonna put up $8-9 million for two contenders to fight for a vacant belt. It just don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? So that was all bullshit. I think it's more along the lines of what Heaven said, as far as Frank assessed the situation. It's like, man, I don't want to derail my career with this fight because I'm not going to beat this guy. I'll see if I can go another route. I think that's exactly what happened, because that $8 million shit is not happening.
Yeah, that was some nonsense. Here, I'm gonna add the organization that that I'm donating to for the my chat right now, the INT, so people can do their research on them. But yeah, that fight, yeah, not tripping off of it. I am tripping off of the fact that the way that Shakur is being moved, and yeah, what that means for the I mean, what it means for him, but the fights that I'd like to see him fight. People are interested in Tank and Shakur. I'm not that interested in that fight. It's okay. It's a good fight. Tank wants to fight. I watched the fight. I think it's a good fight. I mean, it's an okay fight. But I don't know. I think even though I think it's a 50-50, is it going to be a good fight? I don't know. I feel like that has the potential to be a really boring fight. I think Dev and Shakur is super fucking boring. You know what I mean? I don't know. I like it. like they're good fights for like gauging levels, and we just want to see them for like mix it up and stuff, and everybody should fight. And they're good fights to have. The style matchup for me, the style and the size and all this stuff is just not very like intriguing to me. I'd rather see Tio and Tank. I'd rather see Tio and Tank.
Yeah, I
I'm
would
more interested in
definitely,
that fight.
I would definitely rather see that fight smoke. But I will say this: is that I will say this. Um, I believe that Shakur is just a better boxer because I think both of those guys are very good. What makes them special is they understand range and range control fights, whether that's wrestling. Because when I wrestled, the guys that was muscular, then I used to smoke them. But those long, tall, skinny motherfuckers, them the ones that used to give me trouble because I used to like my single leg. And after they got my breakdown, they knew how I was. And we later in the season, they didn't already wrestled me. They knew that that's what I was going to do, so they worked their range and their distance and try to keep me at bay. Um, Shakur and Haney, they're very good at measuring distance. Most that go for MMA, any type of combat. Guys that know how to control distance usually are your better fighters. Um, but I think Shakur is better because Haney, he's been sucking weight. He's a bigger guy, so even though he understands the concept of it, he really gets off more on his arm reach and his size. Whereas Shakur, he don't his arms is about what a half an inch to an inch longer than Tank's. It's not like he actually he don't have long, so it's his skill set that creates the distance. And also, I think Shakur has a little bit more pop than Haney, but neither one of them is one hitter quitters. So because of that, they're going to fight. And one thing I do respect about Haney a little bit more than Shakur is Haney has showed on more than one occasion he will get in and mix it up with you. Shakur really ain't going to mix it up with you. And when them two fight, Haney's gonna make him fight. And I don't think I think their fight's gonna go a lot like their sparring session, which was a really fight. They were fighting, so I do believe in those two fights, Smoke. And I'm gonna press mute. I don't think it's gonna be boring. I think those two brothers are gonna be fighting.
Yeah, I think it's the style matchup, and even in the sparring match, it's kind of boring. At that point, who knows how many times they faced each other? Um, Even the first sparring match that we saw, they've been sparring each other since they're 13, 14 years old. I don't even know if they know how many times they sparred each other. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, I don't know. It is what it is. I don't think the style is very. I think both of them are like really kind of cautious for the most part. They try to like, they do the science. They hit and they not get hit. Neither one of them are necessarily like trying to knock you out. They're just trying to, they're trying to win fights. Um, Maybe there could be some bad blood and some rivalry and some like, pent up tension between them over the years. That's certainly what they appear to be marketing to us. To the extent you believe it, fine. I don't know. I think that they're putting. I don't think it's as serious as the media's portraying it, but there could be something under. There could be some underlying tension there, right? Or some underlying conflict, and I'm fine with that. Um, yeah, that could come out in the fight, but I just don't think the style is. Yeah, it's just no fireworks in that fight, in my opinion. But I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Mm. Oh, 1 second. All right. I think Tank would fight a new way. I think that'd be a huge fight. I don't think Tank is a coward. I think Tank is in a very privileged position. But in that position can come people who are just better than Ryan Garcia. Like you can have mega fights with guys who can actually fight. And I don't think Tank it was turning down guys um, because they couldn't fight. I think he was turning down guys because of the cash. Monster in a way, should he get through Navarrete and Rabisi Ramirez, and we see his powers moving up, and he still looks like it's going to be at the next weight class where he gets challenged. I want to see Tank at that fight. I want to see Tank at that weight class. Right there. 130 pounds.
And let me just say this, Smoke, since I got Uncle Shelton on the line, and I'm not going to keep on going because we boxing. I think Florida State got the best team in college football this year. I'm going to get back to boxing.
I don't know. They look good. Shit. They look good. They look real good. I like that boy, the quarterback. I like the whole squad. I think they're going to do some damage.
It's so boxing time. Talk about whatever the fuck you want. It's all good.
Well, shit. We ain't got shit coming up until really we got to fight tonight. Who fighting tonight? Joey Gonzalez is fighting tonight. And then we got Joe Joyce and them fighting next week. That's all we got coming up so far.
Ain't nobody
there's
fighting.
the 30th, and then the 30th we got Canelo.
Ain't nobody fighting tomorrow?
I don't think so.
And you know what? And I'm gonna say this. I think it's you can't really be mad at the promoters. When this time of year when the NFL jumping off, especially on first 4 weeks, in college for the first 8 weeks, it's gonna be slow because that's a lot to compete with, especially on Saturday.
Yeah. Especially if you got big games. If you got big games coming up.
Now you got Deion Sanders in the mix with Colorado. They in the pack. So usually boxing can kind of get away with it because it's late and a lot of people don't watch the pack. But now that Colorado is being competitive and showing that they can actually compete for a Pac-10 championship, which they may be able to do. It's going to be tough because people want to see. People want to kind of stay up a little bit. Who is this USC? Who is this Utah? Who is this Oregon team? Everybody's talking. I want to see. So it might affect boxing. And Bob Arum is a genius. He always navigates around boxing this time of year.
Yeah, you have to. You have to navigate around football because football is king in America. Everybody knows that. So you put on try to put a big money fight on during this time of year, it's probably not going to do well because people is traveling to go to these football games. They're going spending their money in other ways. You know what I'm saying? Now, the end of from December, January to August is the perfect time for boxing because then you ain't really got shit going on. The NBA is the NBA, but motherfuckers will watch a fight on a Saturday because there's so many basketball games on at the same time. You know what I mean? They play 82 games. They play basketball games all the time. So if you miss a regular season basketball game, you ain't tripping. But the regular season in football, pro football means so much. You really can't miss any games.
That's true. And basketball, so to the same thing over and over. That you know what, it's okay to change the channel and watch a little bit of the boxing and like you said, show NFL or college football. You walk away, it's 14-0. You come back, it's 17-14. You like, what done happened?
Exactly. And people put lots of money on college football and pro football. People bet on basketball, but not as much as they do pro football, pro basketball. I mean, pro football and college football.
Yeah, it's college basketball gets but yeah, nothing like college football
and pro football
and pro football. Pro football is actually, it's not just the bookies. It's like your job and shit. They do betting pools and everything. Like everyone,
everything.
they have fantasy leagues and all kinds of crap around football. But yeah, and yeah, when it comes right down to it, it's there's no personalities that are electrifying the sports world that can compete with football. There's nobody in boxing like that. Like it's just kind of like a Muhammad Ali could do it, right? He could fuck with some stuff. Like you had Sugar Ray Leonard, he can mess with some stuff. Mike Tyson, you had to bow down to that, to what he had going on.
Right.
You know, Canelo's not going to get the job done. Tank is not going to get the job done. AJ, like, listen, AJ Fury, literally, AJ and Wilder could be fighting on an undercard of Tyson Fury and Usyk, and I don't think that would move the needle on like playoff, like the conference playoff, like of a playoff game.
What up?
No, you're right. You're right, Smoke. As much as I love boxing, let me tell you something. When Utah play in Oregon next week, I would change the channel, and I would be back and forth. But if it's a close game, I might find myself wanting to watch a little bit more of the Colorado game.
I'm talking about 3 foreigners and Deontay Wilder. Why did I even go to the playoffs? I don't have to. I don't know if that beats Monday Night Football. What the fuck?
Never mind the playoffs. Right.
Yeah, Thursday night is taking off. I think Thursday night is becoming like just kind of a normal thing. It's still kind of weird for me, but it's getting more
old.
normal. Yeah,
I'm getting old, and I don't know if y'all might have been there yet. Y'all might eat a little better than I eat. I don't know, but like Saturday, I'm watching the Mac at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'm watching the Pac at 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm still looking at little MMA, a little boxing in between. It
depends on who's playing. It depends on who's playing after the 4:30 game and on, because you know if there ain't nobody good on the 4:30 or 5 o'clock game, I'll watch the boxing.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Miss Shelton. The first 8 weeks of college, I don't give a damn who it is.
So we're looking at
Deion
Mr. Lightning says Mr. Lightning says Williams Zepeda versus Marcito Gesta tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah, that's tomorrow. Yeah, that's on the zone. That's on the zone. Yeah,
and that'll be early in the day. That's like earlier in the day, right?
No, that's fight night. No, that's fight night. That's fight time. But what's going on with Marcito Gesta? Who the hell is that?
Gesta is the guy that supposedly got the other 2 belts at 130. And Gesta? Who the fuck is that? Oh, that's the guy who beat up JoJo. That's the guy who beat up JoJo.
No, Zepeda is the guy who beat up JoJo.
William Zepeda beat up JoJo. Gesta beat JoJo too. He beat JoJo after that.
Did he beat JoJo? Was it a close fight and people thought JoJo lost?
He beat JoJo.
Oh, he beat him? Okay.
Yeah.
But Zepeda beat the shit out of him. So now JoJo is a whipping boy.
Yeah, JoJo's the whipping boy.
No, sorry, we call him gatekeeper. He's a gatekeeper over there, the zone. Okay.
And that's the thing about fighting, man, and boxing, man. It's just like this Mario Barrios and Ugas fight. And I respect Mario, but I'm not like a really like pressed to be watching him fight. But I respect him as a fighter. Ugas, I love watching Ugas fight, but the way he got beat in his last fight, I think he lost it. And Ugas is just funny, even though some of us did, because I thought he beat Porter. I thought that the way he beat, I think like 2 years ago, I was like, Ugas should be in the top 3 in the conversation of welterweight, but I think he's just fighting for a paycheck right now. Fuck around and he'll fool around and get beat by Mario. Might get stopped, and it would be funny if he gets stopped because then the conversation
wouldn't be funny.
Huh?
Wouldn't be funny. How old is Barrios? About 28, 29?
Yeah, right. Well, I'm glad. Well, yeah.
How old is Ugas? Like 38, 39?
30. Yeah.
It wouldn't be funny. It wouldn't be surprising if Mario stopped his ass.
But that's kind of like with JoJo was one time when JoJo. You remember when he jumped up and he beat what was that guy he beat at
Tevin Farmer.
Huh? No. What was the guy that I'm talking about maybe 2-3 years ago when JoJo first jumped up and he fought? I think
he fought Fundora. Not Fundora.
No.
What's that motherfucker's name? The dude that Ryan beat up on.
Yeah, Yep. What's his name? Smoke.
Oh, wait a minute. The guy that Ryan beat on, Joe Campbell? You talking about Campbell?
No. The Dominican guy.
You're talking about what's that guy's name? Not the Antoine Russell guy. Fortuna.
Yeah,
Fortuna, Javier Fortuna.
When he fought Fortuna, and JoJo beat Fortuna,
right.
And when he went up to fight Haney, that was considered like JoJo at that time, around that time, because Ryan was supposed to fight JoJo, and then he had that mental he's supposed to fight Fortuna. So it was like when Ryan was supposed to fight Fortuna, and JoJo convincingly beat Fortuna for a minute. JoJo was looked upon as something as okay, isn't he isn't he a 2-division champion?
Or 1-division champion.
So he was but there was thoughts that he might become a 2-division, like he was looked upon as a legitimate.
Yeah, but see that's the problem with a lot of these new age boxing fans. Sports heaven is they prisoners of the moment.
Yeah,
you beat one guy, you beat this guy. Okay, so you beat Javier Fortuna. Let's think about it in real boxing terms. What the fuck does that really mean?
Yeah,
it doesn't really mean shit. You beat him, so what? You ain't beat none of the top guys in that division. And as we saw, as JoJo stepped up to the top of the division, he consistently got his ass whooped.
That's
correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So, you can't be a prisoner of the moment because you beat one guy. It doesn't mean shit. Just like, that's what my problem is with Teofimo. Teofimo beat one guy. And everybody thought Teofimo was the cream of the crop. Then he goes in there against a piece of shit ass guy and gets his ass whooped.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So you can't be prisoners of the moment like that. You can't allow these guys to fool you. True. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at the whole picture. And the whole picture, like I said, you can't. If you rate Teo and you rate Monster, the difference between the two is that Monster never lost to somebody he was supposed to lose to. He wasn't supposed to lose to, and Teo has. Actually, if you're going to be honest, Teo lost to somebody he wasn't supposed to lose to twice. Because in my opinion, he lost to the Spanish dude, Sandor Martin. He lost to that dude.
I agree, Shelton. I agree. That's a good point. That's true. And even the fight before that, he turned it around in the back end of the fight, but he was looking a little suspect in the first 3 rounds in that fight.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's just you gotta look at the whole picture, man. I dig Teo. I like him. But you want to give him all-time great status? No, he's not that.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't put him in that category.
Teo is the type of guy, in my opinion, Teofimo fights up or down depending on the level of his competition.
I agree. And sometimes that because even in that Taylor fight, and it's funny how it goes. And that's why I love combat sports. That's why I love combat sports period, is because I don't know if you guys may agree or disagree, but when he fought Taylor, which I was impressed. I picked Taylor at first, but 2 weeks, a week and a half going into the fight, I did lean to T.O. Because I thought Taylor just is too flat-footed. I thought that he was gonna. T.O. still got power. God damn it! I done lost track. I'm getting old, Shelton. I done lost track. I thought my wife done set up here and grabbed
I agree.
ass and disrespecting my wife. Man, I keep telling
that's what got him over. That's what got him over against Lomachenko was his youth, his speed, and his power.
Yeah,
Lomachenko was ready to deal with that.
You don't like wifey playing grab ass, huh?
No, I don't like that shit because I'm like, I don't like that shit. She's an alpha female, so it'd be rough sometimes. But don't laugh that guy.
That grab ass is a one-way street, huh?
You goddamn right. Yeah, it don't go that way. Made me lose track of thought. I was cooking for a minute. I lost the fucking track.
Shit.
I was trying to get a new roof on the church, and that just threw me all off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shout out to Metal Bliss, man. Yeah. The savage abandon of intimacy. Call it that.
You know what I mean? Shit, you know how they do. It ain't just a day, because I was on here a couple weeks ago, and I had to get off of here because it was our anniversary, and then her birthday is at the end of the month. So it's like, you know how they are. It's like the whole month of September, she think it belonged to her. Bullshit.
Who, your wife's birthday?
Yeah, it's on the 28th, so our anniversary.
Yeah, women do that. I don't know why women say birthday month. I've never understood that concept.
No birthday.
bro.
It's one fucking day. It's one fucking day.
Yeah. That's it. Not my 40th. My 40th, that shit took about 3-4 months. That took a while for me to finish celebrating that shit.
Because the definition, it says right there, birthday. Day.
Yeah.
D-A-Y. One day.
But that concept was hijacked by the birthday industry by turning 40. Motherfucker, when you turn 40, you still fucking 40 right after your birthday. Shit, I'm still turning 40. The fuck? It took me a long time to get used to it.
I got you. It's not just aging is a day-to-day process. I get you now. It's a 300 and something day process. I got you. So you just can't celebrate it in a few hours.
I'm trying to tell you, it took my homie's birthday for me to finish celebrating mine. Like it's like in fucking March. Then I said, okay, cool. But I still was doing shit. I was still flying around. Yeah, I was bugged out. My 40th was a fucking mind trip. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, 50 was easy. 30 was fun. 30 was like the babies and all that shit. Yeah, 30 was cool. Anyway, fuck all these decades and birthdays and shit. Yeah, college football. The 80s and somewhat in the 90s, but I was never a huge college football fan. Like the colleges I went to, we had the basketball teams were cool, the soccer team, tennis, all that shit, but a football team like Georgetown football, yeah, that shit's horrible. Georgetown basketball though, nice. Yeah, it's college basketball for me for the most part.
When I turned 22, I moved to Cleveland, and my god brother, which is a big influence on my life. He's about 10 years older than me. He was like, man, you're gonna love college football. You need to start watching it. So I started really, really I remember watching a little bit, of course, because I'm a sports fan. I remember like when Peyton and Woodson, they both fought for the Heisman, but like that year he told me that was around in 2002, 2003, and I just started watching college football, and I'll never forget because I moved to Cleveland, but I was a Miami Hurricanes fan because 2 years before that I lived in Fort Lauderdale, and I was so mad because that's when he got his knee broke. Shelton know what I'm talking about, and I thought Miami got robbed because I thought Miami stopped him on 4th down, but then the referees threw a late flag after people started running on the field.
Are you talking about Miami, Ohio State?
Yep, and they talk about pass interference. And I said, oh, no. So when I came to work the next day, my god brother he cut out Maurice Claret, and he took McGahee's head, and he cut his head off, and he cut Maurice Claret out and had him stepping on his head. And I was like, you bastard. And ever since then, I've just been a college football fan.
Yeah. Yeah, because that was a controversial call, but that was the call. And that's football. See, I don't like all this instant replay and replay from the side and from New York and fuck all that. The ref make a call, that's the call. You got to play through that shit.
Yeah, you're right, Sean. It's like that year that Dallas lost to was it Dallas or was it the Packers that lost because they made the catch? I think it was Dallas.
That was the Packers. That was Dallas who lost to the Packers, yeah.
That's what's his name? Before he ended up quitting or he ended up retiring.
X. You talking about
the receiver.
Dez Bryant.
Yep.
Dez Bryant.
They made because when we was coming up, it's like if it was a close enough, it was like great catch. Now it's like they want to see if it went from your left hand to your right hand, and if your toe was out of bounds.
It's too much. Fuck all that instant replay shit. That's why you got a ref. If the ref make a call, that's the call. You play through it. Right, wrong, and indifferent. That's the call.
I used to be really into the national game, but yeah, the last one I watched now, I can remember off the top of my head. I can't remember the dude's name. The crab legs dude went to the Bucks.
The who? Crab leg. Oh, that's
Jameis.
Jameis Winston. Yeah.
Yeah, Jameis Winston. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the last national game I watched.
That's just like was it 2 weeks ago, Smoke, when Usyk got hit with the quote unquote low blow?
Ludlow, Texas.
Yeah, nobody. It didn't matter. I mean, you had all these fucking angles and views. It didn't matter. The ref made a call. That was it. You see what I'm saying? That's it. You got to fight through that shit. Now we all know, as true boxing heads and people who have competed in the sport, that Usyk was faking his motherfucking ass off down there.
Right.
He was hurt like a son bitch.
And you know what happens? But you're right, Uncle Shelton. You're right. It's still I respect it because the ref, I believe that the ref has the final say. But it's so bad. We in a generation where people will try to say, "Well, give Usyk credit for faking." Well, hold on. I'm not gonna say that ain't smart on his behalf, but I can't glorify that though. Like I mean,
shit, I can. Shit,
you
the
don't have
fuck
to
I
glorify
can.
it.
Shit,
Yeah,
I'll
you don't have.
glorify it. Shit, let me help you out with it. Let me help you out.
You
Let
don't
me
have to
glorify it.
glorify it. You don't have to glorify it, but it's part of the game that was smart. If I could sell this to the ref that shit
That's
was
what I'm
right,
going.
that gives me
Correct.
5 minutes to get back. And once I get
Correct.
back, I'm a mollywop this dude. My problem
What
is not with Usyk. My problem is with the dude. Because if Dubois was smart, as soon as Usyk said I'm ready to fight, I go right back to the body. But he didn't do that.
So here's the other part of it. Yeah, so here's the other part is that I think Usyk was actually hurt. Was he milking it? Yes. Do I glorify milking it when you're hurt? Of course. Because the alternative is getting fucking up and fighting when you're not ready. So the two things. I mean, listen, you're trying to. The whole point of this thing is to get out of this fucking building with a W. That's why the shit's in Poland. But I don't know whatever. They got the rest they have. He's his A side. This is supposed to be a step over dude. Yes, every single part where there's any weird calls should be going to Usyk. If he's the guy setting up the whole fight, like it's his company that won the purse bid, right? They decided where it's gonna be. They decided all that shit. Yeah, all Usyk has to do is make sure he gets out of there with a W. Um, and yes, everybody knew he was hurt. Everybody understood that that was not like a nut shot, but it doesn't take a nut shot to be hurt to the groin area, and especially it doesn't take a fucking genius to understand that if you got the wind knocked out of you, it takes you a minute to recover. You know, like even if you never had the wind knocked out of you, but there's somebody who has had the wind knocked out of them. Let me tell you, learning to your body getting reintroduced to oxygen is a process. It blurs your vision. It does all kinds of shit. You have to really want to fucking get up and fight again. But first, your body has to start working again, and then you can start thinking about fighting.
So let me ask you this: since we got, and I don't disagree with anything you guys said. I don't want to sound self-righteous, so I don't agree with anything you're saying. So let me ask you this: do you guys think that based on what I saw, the look on his face, I thought he might not would have made the count. What y'all think about that? It don't matter here.
I think
It don't
he
matter
might have
here.
made the count. I think he might have made the count, but I think he would have been fucked up.
Okay.
Like I don't know if he wouldn't have gotten stopped. Realized he was severely damaged.
Okay.
I don't think he was too damaged to get up, but I think he was too damaged to
defend
fight. With any kind of efficacy. If he did get up, like when he did get up, right? So
okay.
And we would have definitely seen what his survival instincts were like. Like it used to be, once you heard you had to get up and fight, you just start chucking them. Both guys just it turned it would turn into Provodnikov versus Desert Storm. You know, Tim Bradley in there. Once the guy got it, and we don't really get those kinds of exchanges anymore, really, in the sport. I don't know what happened to it, but that used to be the way that guys went out. You heard me. You come in for the kill. You might get fucked up. You have to get through this. You have to get through this barrage of shots first.
Right. You're gonna learn today.
Usyk. Let's see. Let me go through. Let me scroll up. They said Buzz beats Boots right now. That's the last. Okay.
Bud beats Boots. I agree with y'all. Bud beats Boots right now, but Boots is better than anyone Bud's ever fought, including the Spence on the night. Maybe. I'm not quite sure.
I was impressed.
I don't think that is. No, he isn't. No, he isn't.
I was really impressed with Boots' last fight, the way he was playing defense, but I don't agree or disagree with what you just said. I'm 50-50 on it, but the last dude he fought wasn't like he had footwork, and that was the question. Can you fight somebody? In my opinion, how do you handle somebody with good footwork? And he don't even know how to cut the ring off, let alone how do you react with somebody that you're spending 2 or 3 rounds trying to cut the ring off, and then in the 5th round they hit you with some shit because they got power in both hands. So you've been. I'm just using like that's what Crawford can do. So if you
say that again, hold on, I gotta hear this. Say that again.
What I'm saying is that, in my opinion, Boots showed the fight before last he had trouble cutting the ring off.
Yes.
So my next question is, even though I thought he showed great defense in his last fight, but my question would be, how is it going to go when you're spending 3 rounds trying to figure out how to cut the ring off, and then in the 5th round you get hit with some shit because the person you chasing got power in both hands, and you not knowing. That's the thing. You're not knowing that you were chasing. You was getting trapped. You basically been getting trapped for 5 rounds.
So see, that's the difference in the Crawford fight. Yeah. Because with Crawford, you're not gonna have to chase him. See, Crawford's gonna stand there. He's gonna be in the pocket with you. He's gonna use defense. He's gonna slip your shots and get his shots off. Because that's what he does. You know what I'm saying? Now, does Boots have the speed, the hand-eye coordination, and the skill to match Crawford? I don't know, because I haven't seen him in a position where he's had to use that. Boots hasn't been in a lot. I'll say out of the 31 fights he has, I'll say 29 of them have been showcase fights. He's always in a showcase fight where he's clearly better than the guy he's fighting. This is going to be the first time that he's ever been in a fight with a guy that's on his level or above it. We don't know how he's going to react when he starts getting hit with shots that he don't see coming, when he starts getting walked into shit, when he feels the power that Spence felt. Because Spence had the idea that he was going to walk through that man, didn't he? Spence told you that the whole build up to the fight for 5 years, that he was going to walk through that man. He was wrong. Boots can believe that he's younger and he can believe all of that. None of that matters until you get in the ring with this guy and you see what you're dealing with. Now, how will Boots react to that? We don't know. I don't think Boots has the fucking mental fortitude. I don't think he has the experience. I think he's going to get frustrated. But I don't know. See, that's why you want to see the fight. Am I right, Smoke?
Yeah, I agree. I think he has a skill. I think he had to, but I question the experience. And what I've learned in sports is that I remember I used to bet against the Patriots all the time because I was hating on them. That's the truth.
Right. I hate on them too. They stole a Super Bowl from us, so I hate them. I hate the Patriots.
Who's your team?
The Raiders.
The Ravens?
The Raiders.
Oh yeah.
They stole a Super Bowl from us with that Tuck rule bullshit.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Well, I don't know if y'all, because y'all wasn't in the Super Bowl yet, but you can make the argument. But I don't know if y'all would have.
We went to the Super Bowl the year after that. We would have beat the Rams in the Super Bowl that year because we beat them. That Tuck rule shit had never been called in the history of football, and they decided to call it that Saturday night.
Yeah, so I can't.
It had never been called before. You know what I'm saying? We beat them. We beat them in New England, and we would have beat the Rams. But anyway,
yeah, and you know, I won't hate. I learned not to. I stopped betting against Brady. I used to. I was an Atlanta Braves fan back when they had Terry Pendleton and David Justice and those guys.
Oh yeah, back in the day.
Smokes and Avery and I used to hate and I used to bet against the Yankees. I hated the fucking Yankees. and I lost money again. And you know, I've just learned the hard way to I won't I'm not gonna bet on somebody just because I don't like them anymore. You know,
Right.
I'm just gonna if I'm gonna put my money on it, rather I mean I might come on here with all of us and we might talk stuff, and I'll be talking some good talk. And
Right.
when I go to bet my money, everything I said is full of it because
Mm-hmm.
I done took my money and bet the other way. So I just
Right.
learned not to bet on somebody just because usually if the people that you usually hate on, they usually win on a regular basis.
I'm trying to update the channel and to do live at the same time. But I have the chance. Yeah. I don't know, man. I like these guys. They're all kind of kids now to me. Um, like even these old dudes. You know, I think they're too young for me to go to school with them. I'm at least uncle's age. You know what I mean? Like if you're a 40-year-old fighter, then I'm still a dozen years older than you. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of yeah, the hate for the fighters these days. And if you've been doing it for to the point that you're 40, you've probably grown to me by this point. Like I don't, for whatever I ever thought about Triple G, I lost a lot of respect for him when he started calling out Floyd Mayweather but wouldn't fight Andre Ward. Like that, I lost a lot of respect. But I never really hated the dude. The guy I disliked the most in the recent memory has been Dillian White, but because I didn't like how he was like trying to drive down Luis Ortiz's market value. But as soon as he got knocked out by Vivek, I was fine. I was like, yeah, that's what you get. You get knocked out by someone else is old. Nice. He was even older than the guy you were talking about. So I feel like I'm yeah, I'm a little bit more. I don't root for or against any like active fighter. It's just kind of like fights I'm interested in versus not. And I still like love the sport and stuff. It's just kind of like um when if I know your name and I care something about you, and for instance you're fighting the, John Ryder fight. I watched some of it on the night, but I watched the whole thing like the next day kind of shit. I'm not like planning my life around some shit that's like a foregone conclusion. Although I did like the fight. I mean, it's just kind of like as soon as it got a little bit boring, my attention wandered kind of stuff. Anyway, it is what it is. I'm very I'm interested in what they're gonna do about this whole distribution thing. Yeah, the way boxing is, it's like something's got to give. Yeah, are they? What did you watch the Thursday night game on? What you got? What on what platform? Am I by myself right now? Okay, yeah, cool. People are busy. Um, yeah, the Thursday night game they switched to like Amazon Prime for a lot of people. And I'm wondering, like for everybody, for what media markets do they show the local network or is it Amazon Prime? Or what's going
I
on
can't
with
even
that?
say, brother. I got a Fire Stick, and I was trying to go to I can't think of my app right now. I
Maybe
can't.
you guys can tell me in the chat. But while you guys get ready for that stuff, I'll continue reading the chat and get caught up there. Hold up a second. Let me just go over here. Where the fuck is the chat? Oh no, it's here. It's only here. No streamer. What's my streamer? Comments. Is it in the studio? I guess it's in the studio, right? Here's my studio. There we go. Booyah. That's what I was doing. All right. Next said Tank would probably never fight anyway. Tank said he would love to fight. He did. He said he lost a lot of fights, but who's he fighting next? Pitbull. He did say that, but they did in fairness.
Hey, I'll be back, Smoke. I gotta charge it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of obstacles to that fight, whereas I don't think the same kind of obstacles exist in the Monster versus Tank fight. I think if both sides want to make that fight, then that fight will get made. Teofimo over Monster, yeah, I think that's what Wedu was talking about. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not. I would actually lean towards Monster, mostly because of that fight of the year and the Stephen Fulton and the notoriety. Like the boxing writers seem to love that dude. They don't really seem to. I don't know. Maybe it's the father, the son, both of the things. It doesn't seem the boxing public doesn't seem to have embraced Tio the way that they have a Monster. So I don't know.
You know,
It is
it's
the Hall of
hard to
Fame for crying out loud.
it's hard to hate on that Monster fight because, like I
Let's see
said,
what Gator is saying. Okay, who's the best heavyweight champ? He could be. You got to fight. You got to fight the fights. Usyk, a legend for calling out low blows. I don't know. Does that make you legendary? Calling out low blows? I mean, listen. If the ref wouldn't have called that a low blow, and Usyk would have lost that fight, would have got up, maybe get knocked out, or not even make the count, while saying it's a low blow, but the ref didn't call it that, then maybe he would probably be a legend for calling out low blows, but then people would still probably call him a sore loser. and not just in the the family jewels would not be the only thing sore, right? Sorry, sometimes I crack myself up.
Can you hear me, Smoke?
Yeah, you definitely people will be calling him a sore loser and like laughing at the irony of the phrase.
Well, I do think that's something to talk about when you
Smart
talk
move by
about.
Usyk, making the low blows more noticeable. Yes, that is what a wily veteran does.
Well, I will say this though, brother, is that
you guys low blow game plan. That I don't know what that is. He had a game plan to low blow him. I don't know if that. I don't know. Okay, I didn't think of that, but I don't know if that was a low blow. I do know that it wasn't enough. It wasn't low enough of a blow for me to like trip off of it. But he definitely should have gone back to the body afterwards. That just wasn't smart. That's green horn stuff. That's an inexperienced corner. They said that they targeted the body and he got his pay dirt, but I guess he's just not very good because. I mean, I guess he did try to target. Yeah, he's just not. Whatever. Daniel Dubois not very good. It's not even a guess. That dims the facts. Let me see who this Gangsta guy is while I'm at it. Since I have you guys, and this is a boxing stream. I only do this once a week. I might as well do it while I have the time to do it. Let's see. Fuck is this dude fighting? He said. Gangsta. Gangsta. Marcito Gangsta. Musical ones. Gangsta versus Jojo Diaz. Let's take a look at this fight. Let's see what my man's got going on. All right, so I'll give you the organization the channel will be donating to, and then also, I think some people have been, they keep bringing up my picks because I haven't been very dedicated in being particularly meticulous in my analysis of with my picks. I've been more meticulous in my breakdowns of the fights, not so much in my picks. But there's a false dichotomy there. And the reason why, there's a reason for it also, is because I like going into fights. Sorry. There's a reason for me not making picks unless I am, invested or certain or whatever, or maybe I just don't care and I'm just answering a question who I think would fight kind of thing, without giving it too much thought. I like to watch fights with as clean a slate as possible. And I don't want to go in there like rooting for a person or trying to like prove the guy that I said is going to win is going to win. I just want to watch and enjoy fights. And for me to actually do the diligence it would take for me to pick the fights with pick winners and losers with regularity, it would require me to invest a lot of time and energy into the fights, and then it takes the luster out. Like I could do actually I could do this very easily with just looking at the bookies who's favorite and then understanding who's the house fighter, who's in what position they're in. Are they being marketed at that point right now? Are they and who's the sharper fighter? For the most part, just that formula by itself weeds out a ton of fucking chaff, right? But it's also like not that inspiring, like intriguing. If I just go to the bookie, look at a fight, agree with the bookie, I don't know. It's just, picking fighters and putting in the work and all that stuff. It took a drain, and it made me started looking at the sport in a way that I didn't really appreciate. I don't know. Yeah, I like to be as I like to have a clean as slate as possible. I guess that's what it is. But I am now being sensitized to the fact that people really want my picks to be reflective of my understanding of the sport. Not just the way that I want to interact with the sport. And I understand that as an expectation, as maybe one of those unspoken expectations. But truth be told, that's not anything I really considered seriously. But if that's what people want, if people want for me to use to be meticulous and diligent when I predict the winner and loser of a fight, I think I may take that into consideration. But I also may put that behind a paywall. Because really the only time I ever did it was in the prediction league and got paid for it. Right. It wasn't a lot, and I do want to do some good in the world, and I don't necessarily want to go around like putting in a whole bunch of work that cheapens the sport. No, it doesn't cheapen the sport. It dampens my interest in the sport. Just because you guys want to troll like afterwards, and I have to like address this, and then also because you think that this is like a reflective of my overall knowledge and understanding about who wins fights. Since you think this is like some kind of reflection on that, not just me giving a knee-jerk reaction to a thing because I want to come in with a clean slate, if that's the position I find myself in, I don't mind doing the work. There is some kind of self-interest in me, but that's not enough. Probably. I'd probably put something like that behind the paywall. That way, the proceeds can go into growing the channel and doing good in the world, right? So, yeah, there's that. Fuck. Let's see this Gators. I don't really see him. Okay. Oh, I saw this fuck fight. Oh, I did see this fight. All right, hold on. Let me put this fight on, and then let's see what the chat is talking about. What, if anything? Okay. So what you want? Marvelous says, "Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up, Marvelous? Yo, I'm still a Fulton fan though. Yeah, why wouldn't I be a Fulton fan? Just curious why you picked Fulton. I thought that Monster in a way was not. I thought the best display of boxing Monster displayed up until that point was versus Maloney, and I didn't think he was very good in that department as just the technical part of it. I thought he was fast. I thought he had power. I thought he had an excellent left hand, but I thought his technique was that he was vulnerable for exploitation for a guy who could fight in many styles that could find holes in the game. But yeah, I think that Stephen Fulton, it took him too long to get into the fight, and he was too far down into the fight to really put it back. But also, I think that Monster is better than him at boxing. So, like what was revealed in that fight to me was Monster's better. But Azizi is better on the night. But I've never seen a version of Stephen Fulton that I thought was. I did see some flashes of like a real genius in there with Fulton, but I also saw a lot of that in there with Monster. So, if they had a rematch in Philadelphia, I think the fight would be different. No, not maybe in his hometown, maybe in New York or something. I don't know. I think the fight would be different, but I think really ultimately Monster is better than Stephen Fulton. Even at his most comfortable, even at his best, I just think, yeah. I mean, but that's why they fight the fights. But yeah, there was a scenario, and I gave a breakdown of how it wasn't just possible, but even likely that if this happened, that Stephen Fulton would get knocked out. So, yeah, that whole thing, whatever. His short counter shot, I think his speed, the power, the strategy, like the entire thing was just different. And I don't think it was any one particular thing or even three particular things. Like, it was just a lot. On that night, there was a lot happening. Ultimately, I think Inoue is a better fighter than Stephen Fulton. That's what I saw. Like, but yeah, if circumstances were different and the performance would be different, then I change my opinion. And this is the thing: I'm a facts-driven guy. All this inductive and abductive stuff, like it's really weird to try to use inductive reasoning for boxing because you just don't know based on any guy's last performance or last couple of performances what they're going to give you in this performance. You know what I mean? It's not like they're machines. It's not like it's some sort of chemical reaction. It's not like Tylenol. Like, yeah, I took Tylenol last week, so it's going to work this way. You know what I mean? It's a different thing. So yeah, like unless you have inside knowledge, predicting fights, like especially saying you're doing it based on like styles or whatever, like style matchups is why you watch them. But if you think you can I don't know, it's just kind of a weird thing. It's saying that you're basing that opinion based on outdated information potentially, or not just outdated, but outdated information that's also out of context. So yeah, I mean, it's just that. It's just whatever. It's the nature of doing picks and predictions. That's why I don't really get into the whole like whatever. It's just it's a really unclean process of thinking for me and rationalization and all this stuff. This is why it's not my favorite. I don't actually hold very much stock into the whole thing when it comes at the end of the day. People put important into it because they bet, and so it generates money. But if you understand boxing in the game, then really you're just playing against the house, in that sense. And I can show you how to do, I could do all of that shit, but it's just kind of what for? I don't gamble myself. And it actually is a lot of fucking work. Especially if you don't care about fights, right? If you just want to watch the fight and see who wins, instead of trying to be the first guy in your block to pick a winner. Like when it came to Valdez and Navarrete coming up, it's not like I didn't like the fighters. It's just like I just wasn't that intrigued to the fight where I just did all this in-depth analysis to like really get to the nitty-gritty. I did enough. It was a good enough fight, so I considered who I thought would win. And I looked at the pros and cons, and I was like, "Oh, this is a close enough fight that I don't need to look any further. Let me just see what happens with these issues I've already raised, with the way that they've both looked in their last fights. Let me see what they produce in this one." Because I could see the intangibles of Navarrete overcoming the technically sound approach of Valdez, and I was very interested in the matchup. I was more interested in just enjoying what unfolded than trying to guess who was going to win. Through whatever process of elimination, like abductive, deductive, whatever, or inductive. I just didn't. Yeah, whatever. But it seems that for me, for my channel, for the way that people interact with the space, I should give some interest in it. So, yeah. And then I'll tell you. I actually, what I'll do is I'll do like every other like service. I'll do it for free for a while. Then once you see that I actually can pick winners and losers on a really high fucking level, even better than the bookies, and I don't need to use any kind of esoteric, particularly knowledge to it. Like there is some uncommon wisdom, but like there's no hidden knowledge or anything like that. I just then I'll put it behind the paywall. I'll do it like that. That way you guys can maybe you guys can find a different avenue from which to troll. I mean, around 122. I don't know. Like I think 130 pounds is around 122. So I think Navarrete could beat him. I don't think anybody at 122 beats him. I don't think anybody at 126 beats him. I do think Navarrete can beat him. But I think, for instance, he stops Valdez. Assuming he beats Ramirez. Like I want to see him move up and do that thing, but that's what I imagine. I think it'll be Navarrete the first challenges in him. And I think Tank beats him at 130. Yeah, so let me look at this. Let me refresh my memory on this whole Gangster thing. Joette Gonzalez. Let's roll a little bit of tape here. This is his last fight. Oh, Gangster. He's straight up and down, huh? No special effects. Wait, hold up. Is he switching stances on him? Is he trying to go southpaw and right hand? What's Gangster doing here? He seems to be a little bit unorthodox. No, he's fighting from the left hand, from the left stance. I thought I remember this fight. Maybe I don't. Maybe I didn't see this fight, actually. Jojo Diaz? No, I didn't see this. Gase is he's all right. He a lot of arm punches, chin in the air, not a lot of head movement. But his volume's okay. His activity, nice pace he fights at. Seems to have like kind of short arms. He likes nice body work from him against JoJo. He can throw some straight shots. Yeah, two southpaws going at it. Oh, nice shot. Where's Gangster from? This is a good fight, actually. Yeah, I missed this one. Oh, nice shot. Yeah, this dude's he's game. He's game. Let's see. Let's do a pick. Let's do a pick right quick. Okay, let's see. Easy win for Zapata tomorrow. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Wait a minute. Who is Joette Gonzalez fighting? If he's fighting, yeah, William Zapata, I think. Oh, let's see. Let's look at Jordan's past. Take a look at this box rec here. Second. Let's see. Let's see what the bookies are talking about. First off, we'll go to what's SI Sports Illustrated Sports Book. Okay. They got Gates. They got Gates there plus 750. They have Williams Zapata a minus 1613. Damn. So Williams Zapata is the prohibitive 2,000. A draw is a plus 2,000. Does that mean that you have to put up $1,600 to win $100? Minus 1,613? What the fuck kind of odds are those? Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there, but we're gonna keep pushing here. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, he's yeah. That's who he. It looks like he's by and he's far away the favorite in that fight. Yeah, but I still want to see what Williams Zepeda looked like in his last fight. Was Williams Zepeda's last fight the Jojo Diaz fight also? Did they both fight Jojo Diaz in their last fights? This is Zepeda. Okay. Let's see what we got here. The green. Yeah, okay, hold up. Canelo unified the divisions with Billy Joe Saunders. Wow. PBC is running Canelo versus Billy Joe Saunders ads. You know what that means? That means that Canelo owns the intellectual property rights to that fight, not Matchroom. That's kind of funny. I didn't think that. I didn't know that at all. Huh. Okay. All right. PBC is showing the Billy Joe Saunders fight. Wow, look at him. Look at Canelo Alvarez go. I mean, sorry. That's my bad. I didn't mean to trigger anybody. Don't trip. I kid. I tease. Sometimes I misspeak. In that one, I was just fucking around. Just don't trip. We're still friends, right? I still get. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna get disinvited to the Canelo lunch, right? The Canelo fan luncheon, the Canelo fans luncheon. Still want my invite. God damn it! And whoever does the spinach dip, it's gonna be less salt this year. So, anyway, let's see. All right, let's take a look at this fight real fast. He whooped Hojo Diaz's ass. I remember he was just a pummel. This is pretty one-way. It was kind of one-way traffic. I'm gonna keep. Let's see. Loading now. Let's see. Yeah, guys. I don't even know like what weigh-ins there is. Like fucking nuts. It's going on, right? Go ahead and skip that. And let's see. Cepeda. Jojo Diaz. Here we go. Yeah. You know what? It could be a competitive fight. It could be a competitive fight. But it's the yeah. Yeah, you know what? JoJo did. Oh, I don't think 135 is just the right. I know it's just 130. Are these 130? What fucking weight are these guys fighting at right now? Let me take a look. Anybody chat know what division they're fighting? Are these 135? No, these are 135. Yeah, these are 135. Never mind. Forget I asked. I don't know. Yeah, so these are 135 pounders. They have to be because Cepeda was talking about fight Shakur after that. JoJo lost to Dab. I don't think he moved back down. I didn't hear any news of him moving back down. Gone for the 135 titles. So yeah. Oof. Yeah, Zepeda has a like wide back. He's got really thin arms. He whips them. He whips them around. He throws. He got pretty good activity. Um, nice Nice little engine on him. Cool, fights at a nice pace. I don't know why it's so prohibitive. Based on what I just watched, but based on those two guys. But yeah. Then there's no intrigue in that fucking fight. Yeah, people. Not sure what there is to chat about in the sport of boxing that we haven't already. I do have some housekeeping to do with the channel, and as people type in chat and stuff, I'll read that off. But if that's all she wrote, I'm gonna go ahead and just do my I'm gonna do the editing stuff right now, and then we can pick up. We can pick up whatever the hell is going on in the chat later on. What's going on in boxing? Whatever it is whatever you want to talk about. As long as it's with the terms of service, I don't mind checking it out. But yeah. Okay, hold up a second. Oh no, you guys don't have to at all. I'm gonna check out for. As a matter of fact, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play you guys a song while I do this thing. No, actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wish you guys a happy Friday. Like I said, it's a slow week. Um, I love talking about boxing when there's something to talk about. Uh, talking about boxing for boxing's sake can get a little bit tiring, especially after what do you say? Call it almost going on 6 hours. So let's pick this up where we left it next Friday, and hope all is well. Hope you guys had an excellent week. I hope you have an excellent weekend. Thanks for stopping by. Till next time. Peace.